You are now listening to the Sae Bae Cast, the #1 old school RuneScape podcast featuring guests from all across Galanor. To support this podcast, visit the Patreon link in the description.
Hello, beautiful listeners. Just a quick note before we get into the actual cast segment. Connor's mic peaks for the first 2 to 3-ish minutes of this episode, but rest assured the mic quality improves significantly for the remaining 5 hours. Now, I did, with his permission, decide to cut out the first 25 minutes due to just poor audio quality. He does just give a brief history of his childhood playing RuneScape and his history with retro games. He is a variety streamer on Twitch. But the ball really gets rolling where you guys are going to be starting from. It's a phenomenal cast. I mean, seriously, this is like in the league of BC Guppy. I mean, we talk everything old school. I mean, we cover everything. If you guys were a fan of the BC Guppy cast, you are going to absolutely love this one. And he has got some great takes. And I had just an absolute blast with him. Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed this episode. Thank you very much for listening, as always. I greatly appreciate you guys' support. And yeah, that's it for me. Enjoy the episode, guys. All right, welcome to the Sae Bae Cast, number 125 with Con01. How you doing,
Hello?
Connor?
I'm good. Hello.
So I'm excited to talk. It looks like we actually are going to be talking about a bunch of different things just regarding the game. And I know you pretty much exclusively through Hey Jace's chat.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, I've been there for like more than half a decade now. So yeah.
Damn. So what about, let me just ask you about RuneScape. What's your relationship with RuneScape, and what was it?
All right. I played RuneScape since 2006 when I was 9 years old. I'm 25 now. I love RuneScape. I've always loved RuneScape. They've made some weird choices in the past, especially with like evolution of combat and adding microtransactions to RuneScape 3, which, in my opinion, destroyed the integrity of the game.
Yep. Totally.
I still think RS3 is a good game, but I think it's ruined by microtransactions. And I would play RuneScape 3 if it didn't have any microtransactions at all and there was integrity, but there's none. So it's like you just feel like you're playing a game where people who pay money have an advantage.
Yep.
Which I hate. But with old school, I feel like Jagex are very afraid to make any balance changes for the integrity of the game, and they would rather just please people in the short term by giving insane, stupid drop tables and just ruin the game for the future. And I don't know why they're doing it, and I wish they would stop. But I love RuneScape. I want it to last forever, but with some of the choices they're making, it's not gonna last.
I agree.
Yeah.
It's hard to say, I guess the grade of which it's becoming like a game we're not going to be able to recognize in the next few years, because obviously changes have to be made, and it's going to be, I mean, it's literally impossible to just make the perfect change that's going to appeal to everybody. And everybody has, and this is the other problem, is like, I mean, I would probably argue that it's good to design the game around the players that, have been here the longest. This is a very subjective argument, because it's like, who really decides that? But I think that's really how RuneScape became so great, is because you are listening to the core, like, player base that really love the game for what it is and what it has been. And so when you start listening to just the overall just crowd that just wants fun now and just doesn't really care or see a vision of the future of the game, it's like, I think that's bad to appeal to.
Yeah, I feel like they need to stick to the simplistic roots of what makes RuneScape great, instead of trying to overcomplicate and modernize the game. It's old school RuneScape, and they're trying to make it something else, which it isn't.
Yep. Yeah, and you have clearly, so I'm just going to show the people, at least on YouTube's end, just a little sneak peek of what we're going to be talking about today. So a ginormous list of things that, we're going to talk about it. We're going to hear I guess I'll call you Connor. Is that okay?
Yeah, Con or Connor, I don't mind.
Okay. Well, we are going to hear from Connor's perspective. I'm going to share, obviously, my perspective on a lot of these things, and we're going to start seeing, where improvements can be made in the game. And of course, none of us are J mods, but at least we can voice our opinions on it. I'm going to let you kind of take the lead a little bit, Connor. So I guess if we want, we can kind of go in order just so it's easier. Is that the way you'd want to go, you think?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't necessarily matter, but the order that I've listed these out in, I think it flows decently.
Okay, yeah, let's do that, because then we can keep track.
Yeah, so the first thing that I put on the list of topics is the collection log pop-up. So, the collection log pop-up itself, like the idea of it is fine, it's good to have that pop-up. But the execution is like, why is it such a huge box that covers half the screen? I don't know why the box hasn't just been like shrunk. I've got a picture of like a mock-up that I've made. I'll put it in Discord if you want to put that on the screen as well. So this is an example I made in like 2 minutes. How it could be.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna link any graphics you want. I'm sorry for those listening, but basically for those listening on Spotify or other podcasting platforms, it's the collection log pop-up, but literally probably, what would you say, like 60% of the size, or maybe like even 50%?
It's probably about half. Actually, no, it's probably about a third smaller, between a third and a half of the size.
So he has a screenshot of the clue scroll, which is the main thing that blocks stuff. Like, when RuneLight takes a screenshot and you can't even see the clue reward. This is making it so you can see all the rewards.
Yeah, like the log right now blocks the entirety of the first 3 items in the clue scroll.
Yeah,
so you get this like
clean.
It's like you get a 3rd-age longsword, something insane, and then you've just got this big box that's over the top of it, and you can't even see your reward. And then you put the screenshot on Twitter, and there's nothing there.
Question: are there any items that go on 2 lines, or is every single one fit on 1?
Well, with clue scrolls, you can get like a 4th and 5th object, but yeah. Like, do you mean like in the new item?
Yeah. In the new like 3rd age van.
I don't think so.
It's all in one line, correct?
Everything's always one line, yeah. So there's no reason to have another line.
That looks so clean.
If like the item name was that long enough, they could just make the box wider instead of taller. Which would be fine.
The problem is, they could just make it a little bit wider too. That totally.
Yeah.
The problem is I feel like Jagex tests almost everything on resizable. Like that perfect example is Sepulcher. Yeah. Like they never went on to fixed mode for that.
You can't even do like Sepulcher without the increase, like the render distance as well. It's like almost unplayable on fixed without the render distance increase as well.
It's pretty miserable. It's pretty miserable indeed.
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks very, very clean. And you're totally right. That has not been addressed at all. And I think the biggest reason for it is, well, first of all, nobody talks about it because people don't care that much. There's obviously a ton of other issues, but this is such an easy change. It would be nice.
Because the thing with old school is there's so many little things that could easily be changed or modified that would like enhance the game so much. Like a small change makes a big difference. It's the small things that add up.
Mm-hmm.
And they never look at the small things. They're too busy looking at sailing instead of like stuff like this.
Mm-hmm. Or forestry.
Forestry. Bloody hell. Yeah, forestry.
That is a point here, right? Like, are we going to be talking?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so. Did I write that down?
There's so many words here. If not, we are definitely going to be talking about it.
Yeah, I'll talk about forestry as well. I think I removed that from the bullet point list.
Should we just talk about it right now?
Yeah, if you want. Okay, so forestry, right?
Yeah, give me your thoughts.
Right, I think they've completely overcomplicated what it should have been. All it should have been is a little random event thing that happens sometimes when you're woodcutting that's personal to you, that you can do if you choose to for a bit of extra woodcutting XP or even farming XP. I don't know why you get woodcutting XP for helping a sapling out. That's farming. Do you know? And leaves, I don't know why they added leaves. They're useless at the minute, but they're going to be for teas, which no one wants. I don't know why they're doing teas. This forestry backpack, it's not intuitive, and it's like the interface as well is too big. Have you looked inside of this backpack? You have to, like,
I
scroll down.
literally have not yet. I have the backpack. Let me see it.
The amount of it's like multiple rows. You have to scroll down. if you attach like the log basket to it, you have to like take the backpack off, use it on the bank, which will put the logs into your inventory. Then you have to open the bank, deposit the logs, close the bank, use the bag on the bank again to get the 28th log out, open the bank, put the log in, then close the bank, and then equip the backpack again. I don't know why they designed it like that, and I feel like they need to do more like they need to think more about the flow of the game, because that it does not flow. That is really bad design.
That's horrible. Absolutely
Yeah.
horrible.
It's really bad.
Yeah, I agree with you about. Okay, so I made a ramble on Forestry, and I was very polite. I feel like I was like overly polite because I understand that some people like it, and I am not. I have zero incentive to be woodcutting right now, so my ideas and my opinions on it are kind of just like biased. I feel like, but the fear is that. You could. This is my fear, and this is what I actually talked about on Real Homie Hour, which is probably going to be coming out today. That's with Mick and Lopsy, their podcast. I was talking with Solo Mission on there, and I really shared my true thoughts on it. I hate Forestry. I actually hate it, and I'll probably make a secondary ramble talking about why. And I feel like I almost am being dishonest with myself by being like overly polite about it. I really feel like it's a detriment to the game. And
it is, yeah.
Honestly, like, I don't know. It just scares me that you can come out with literally any update, and as long as it's better XP and it's different, then player base is happy.
Yep.
Like it
like
literally,
If Forestry was exactly as it is right now, but the XP rate was shit, people would hate Forestry. But since it's good XP, they'll love it.
Yep.
That's the thing. That doesn't mean it's designed well or it's good. It just means people like XP.
100%. That is the problem we're facing, is like this idea that as long as the XP rates are good for the skilling updates, then it's a successful update, regardless. Like that is literally Giants Foundry. I cannot believe that that's even like a debatable thing of like Giants Foundry is the most dog shit mini game that's ever come out in old school.
It's so boring.
It's for toddlers. It's literally for toddlers. It's matching colors with colors. And the only reason people find it fun or find it a successful update is because the reward of it is extremely busted. You're saving like 80+% of your bars that you normally would. More than that. I don't know what the actual percentage is. It's something ridiculous, though. Like, you literally have to use way fewer bars. And you get like really good XP, to be honest. But it's the most poorly designed minigame in terms of fun, in terms of excitement or anything. It's horrible.
I don't like the user interface that they did either. Like, I've done a lot of that, Giants Foundry, just for the log.
Yeah.
But I think the user interface is not very intuitive, and it's kind of pointless. Like, I don't know why they've got like the...
Completely pointless.
It's like it's too much information on your screen. You don't need to know the quality of your sword at all.
It's the
You get the quality at the end.
Everything about it is kind of a failure in my eyes. Like it's such a weak update. Probably the weakest we've ever seen by the old school team. I literally think it's weaker than agility, like rooftop agility. Like a rooftop agility is bad, but
yeah, I've got a bullet point on rooftop agility.
This is my fear oh my god, this scared the hell out of me. I saw a Reddit post and it was talking about we need to forestry-ize every skill. Like we need to do that across the board. Like mining needs to be forestry across the game, and fishing needs to have
overcomplicate every skill.
I'm like, dude, and there were actually people agreeing. I'm like, bro, this is the fucking most dangerous thing I've ever read.
Yeah. Like, I wouldn't mind if it was more of like a personal random event that is like negligible in XP, even if it was just even if it didn't increase XP, if it was just like to get more resources, because I do think that skilling is dead right now. And this is because of boss drop tables. Skilling is dead.
Yeah.
So I do think skilling needs some love, but not like this. This is not love. This is just increasing XP rates.
Yep, that's not love at all. It's horrible.
Yeah.
Horrible. You know,
For forestry, go on, sorry.
sorry, the
Uh,
greatest skilling update they've ever come out with is Hallowed Sepulchre.
yeah, that's so good.
That is
That is very good. It's worthy of the XP rate increase,
yes,
and that's what you want.
and
That
it's rewarding.
what and it's rewarding and it's hard.
Yes.
So you deserve. You have to feel like you deserve the rewards that you're getting, and with forestry, you just get the rewards, and you just kind of like run around and click on roots.
Oh, dude, like there's a fundamental issue with the team at Jagex in regards to skilling updates. There's a
Yeah,
fundamental issue. Like they don't see the vision. They literally are just making, I'm sorry, but garbage. They're releasing garbage, and they
yeah,
probably don't even know that they are. And again, a lot of this is subjective, but I promise you, if we could see a very successful skilling update that's actually good, and then just
hmm
see, I mean, we can already see it by just comparing Hallowed Sepulchre to Giant's Foundry, or just anything like
yeah,
that. Like you just compare these are so incredibly lopsided in like every sense of the word. Like they're completely different pieces of content, and one of them just sucks, and one of them's great. And we
yeah,
need to get back on the side of making great skilling updates
yeah.
consistently.
Like what I would have done with forestry is I would have made the events be personal to you.
Hmm.
So I know this means it's not group activity, so who cares? You can still work up with people, but you're doing your own little thing next to them.
Yep.
The buff, the reward shouldn't be directly from the root. So, for example, the sapling one, when you nurture the sapling, you currently you get a big wood cutting XP drop at the end. What, in my opinion, it should have been is when you've nurtured the sapling, the tree that spawns gives more wood, gives wood faster, for example. Something like that, something that you're rewarded after the fact instead of just for doing it. You're given something to do wood cutting with afterwards
Yeah.
to be rewarded with. Just stuff like that. Like I've not really thought too much into it and designed it and thought about the pros and cons of it, but that general vibe
Yeah.
is what I would go for instead of just here's your XP drop now, run to the next one.
For me
Yeah,
personally, I mean, that's actually already a great idea. I agree with you on the point that it's too convoluted as well. There's too many things going on, like, and there's going to be way too much coming out with part two. Like,
yeah.
literally, like
With
six
all
more
the
events are
teas.
coming out, as well as the teas and the campfires and everything
Yeah,
else. Um, it did not need to be this overcomplicated. Like, the best parts of forestry are updating it so you're not punished for chopping with other players. In fact,
yeah,
you're slightly rewarded, but so minimally that it feels good. I also think they should have capped it at like 5. Somebody brought up a great point as well. I think it was on Reddit, saying that the cap
mm,
at 10 is a little bit overdone, simply
yeah,
because like the idea of forestry really, if we're thinking about it, is to make, new friendships potentially while chopping trees.
yeah.
And having 10 people is just overkill.
I've got my own thoughts on what
Okay,
they did with trees as well.
let's hear
I
it.
hate that trees are on static timers. Why the hell did they put them on static timers? That is dumb.
What would you
What
suggest differently?
My suggestion would be to change the rate at which it falls per person cutting the tree. So on average, for most trees, it was 1 in 8
Hmm.
per log collected. It would fall. So if 2 people were cutting it, it could be 1 in 16 per person per log. Then increase it by 8 each time. So the chance is the same. So it could potentially fall in one log chop or multiple. It would last around about the same amount of time. So let's say 100 people were chopping it. It would be like 1 in 800.
Ooh,
But
yeah.
100 people are chopping it. So you're going to
Okay.
hit that at about the same rate as a 1 in 8 person would. That's how I would have done it. I would
That
have
that
kept trees
actually
the
is
same.
that's the smartest way, because whenever they try to do timer things, there's always issues with it.
Yeah,
That's what we saw with Motherload
yeah,
Mine as well.
I hate Motherlode Mine.
It's horrible.
It's so ass.
It's
People do
so
it just
bad.
because it's easy.
I
No one
know
likes it. Everyone hates it.
it's another update of like people just accept it because it's easy or whatever. Like they can't actually say it's a great mini game. It's
It is
not.
not good content. It is ass content. Absolute dog shit.
Yeah, you're right on that. I'm glad you brought that up because that is a better alternative.
Yeah,
I like that. It feels like the respawn rates are all across the board like slightly faster. Is that true?
In the trees,
Yeah, like when they've died, is there a
I
faster
think it's the
respawn?
same.
Okay.
I don't think they changed that.
Okay, maybe they haven't
No.
then.
Yeah, I think you just haven't seen trees for a while.
Yeah, I really haven't. I've just seen redwoods.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, they could yeah, that would be great. I think that would be a great way to go about it. I also think that the cap of like 5 would be the best.
Yeah. I thought of another idea as well the other day. So instead of this stupid leaf shit that they're doing, I don't know why they're doing leaves. Basically they're trying to add more money to woodcutting by adding another item. When instead what they should do is make the current items, logs, be worth more or have more value. That would be in my opinion, right thing to do.
Yep.
I wouldn't mind, because this also equals a fire making buff, because fire making is useless. I wouldn't mind if, for example, you lit a magic log next to a magic tree. You got an invisible boost for cutting magic trees. So it gives a reason to burn the log while you were cutting. Even if it's just like 5, like even if you were cutting it by yourself, it buffed it to like the 5 limit that you were talking about, so you could still get that buff, but when you're by yourself, by doing fire making. Just something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with your points. I think forestry overall there's way too much going on, and they didn't need to overcomplicate it, especially simply because it's across the entire game, besides like a few select areas.
Like the forestry update, all it did was replace wood cutting, the skill, with forestry, which is now the new skill. That's how it fails. Wood cutting is now forestry.
Yep, entirely.
Yep.
That's almost what they did with Winter Todd, but at least
Winter Todd.
Yeah. But at least, you know, fire making didn't really have much purpose anyway.
Yeah,
So
I mean, they
like,
could have given a purpose instead of doing that.
Okay, so I need to share this. So
yep.
You probably maybe on Twitter saw it's not my idea, by the way, but the gnome cube. Did you hear about it?
Yeah, I've heard of it. Yeah.
Okay, so the gnome cube was not my idea. That came from these two guys that made the skill idea mastery. And one of the reward proposals was a gnome cube, which it doesn't need to be called the gnome cube, but it's the idea that you get an item that as a reward, an advanced reward from this new skill idea that would cause you to be able to start a 3-tick action in one click.
Yeah.
And then it got me thinking. I was thinking, okay, what actually makes like skilling fun? What makes a lot of that tick manipulation skilling fun? But obviously there's downsides of tick manipulation. And then I was thinking of Winter Todd. I'm like, dude, Winter Todd is the exact example of what you never want to release in this game.
Yes,
clicking something and then not having anything happen for like 3 to 4 ticks. Like the dude is like winding up to put the logs in the brazier. You click it and nothing happens. You get frozen again randomly, and it's not satisfying. And how I put it on Twitter was the fun and the satisfaction of tick manipulation in particular, but skilling methods is that satisfaction of resource extraction that's predictable. It's like you are in control of what's happening. It feels like you click, something gets happened. Yes.
It's the rhythm. It's a satisfying rhythm. And the thing with Winter Todd, they intentionally designed it to not be tick manipulatable. That's why there's windups on everything there. And that's why you get interrupted with the fucking snow shit, which is so annoying. It's so bad.
I know. It's horrible. Horrible. Them trying to like be anti-tick. They've also done it with certain fishing spots. Certain newer fishing spots, they've completely gone off of the tick cycle, or like the skilling timer as they call it. And so like there's, for example, infernal eels. You cannot tick manipulate them. It's impossible. They've designed it that way because this is an AFK method. So we're going to design it. We're going to code it so that's impossible for you to try to do anything.
It's dumb.
It's so dumb. It's like stupid.
Like tick manipulation is a core part of skilling and the game. They need to lean into it, not away from it.
I know.
They need to balance things with that in mind, that is what people will do. Bounce it around it, not ignore it and block it out. Bounce around it.
I know.
People
Totally
like to
agree.
do these things, so why prevent them?
I know. And it's actually fun. The problem is that people don't try it, and I completely understand why people wouldn't try it. And some people don't want to, and that's totally fine. You can play the game however you want. But the problem is that none of the fun and none of that excitement is coming from additional clicks. And that is where like that gnome cube idea is just brilliant in my eyes, is this idea that tick manipulation across the board, you're keeping all the fun from it, all the satisfaction, everything else that comes from it, but you're removing an unnecessary click every single time by having to click like a knife and a log or an herb and a tar. It's just one. And for those, there was an argument going around just like, well, I want to click more. Well, you still can. You can have a feather and a dart stack, and you can, in between those, fletch a dart or whatever if you're really into that. But this gives you more options, actually.
Yeah. I feel like if the gnome cube was added, people would no longer ever do the dart feather thing. Just because why would you when you've got this, which is less clicks and easier? Even though they enjoy that, why would they do it when they've got an easier option?
Well, the thing is I mean, all I'm saying is that if somebody's truly saying that they actually enjoy doing that method because there's more clicks involved, then here, like, you can literally gain 0 time XP then during this by doing fletching, adding fletching. Because if you already wanted to do that in the first place, now it's 1 fewer clicks, and now it's only 3 clicks instead of 4, which it was previously.
Yeah, that's fair.
So
yeah, it reminds me of kind of how like you never use like shift drop. You want to keep his muscle memory, and like right clicking and using items and stuff like that. So that does make sense. People probably, if they really did enjoy it and wanted to keep doing it, they would. So yeah, that makes sense. But I'm not against the gnome cube. I know some people are, but
no, and
I don't think it's the worst idea.
I definitely understand the idea of like easyscape or whatever, but that's why I'm trying to almost just show the idea that like easyscape, there's different ideas. It's like, I'm thinking quality of life. I'm not saying do this to make it easier. I'm doing this for quality of life's sake. Most of the quality of life updates we've had in this game have been really good, like for the long-term game, as we've seen. Like there's just, and we see Runelight. Like Runelight is literally, you can literally switch the terminology and say Runelight is easyscape. But it's like literally made the game so much more playable and so much more fun for like the majority of players.
If Runelight was removed right now, so many people would quit.
Yeah.
Runelight is carrying old school. Runelight is adding all the quality of life that Jagex will not add.
I know. That's exactly what. And so I'm trying to paint that the idea of a gnome cube, or the idea of just 1 click, as literally just, it's not easyscape. It's called quality of life. And in the long term, it's going to be really a healthy change, in my opinion.
Yeah. And I have actually thought about the gnome cube quite a lot, and I kind of come up with a backstory for it.
Okay, let's hear it.
Another small favor. A sequel to One Small Favor. So, and it would still be a gnome cube. So my idea was a sequel to One Small Favor. That's an even bigger favor. I haven't like thought out what the favors would be, but it would be similar how One Small Favor was.
Yeah.
And do you know how at the end of One Small Favor, he's like, oh, I guess you want a reward, and he just kind of looks in his pockets and finds a key ring.
Yeah.
And just gives you it and says, here you go. It's the same thing again, but you get the gnome cube.
Oh.
Like, here you have this. I found it. It fell out of the sky recently. So he gives you it. And then you go to the crashed glider on Eastern Karamja. It fell out of that gnome's pocket when the glider was coming down. And then he talks to you and tells you about it. And the cube itself, I'm imagining it's kind of like a Rubik's Cube, but the gnome cube. So you'll click on it, and it would initiate 3 to action, which would be basically you just doing a Rubik's Cube. And he would basically tell you that and he'd say, you can keep it. Obviously, you wouldn't break game immersion because it wouldn't talk about you can use this for tick manipulation.
Yep.
It wouldn't say that. It would say it's just a fun little cube. Have some fun with it or whatever. But yeah, that's my idea for it anyway.
You're a genius, dude. I love you. Like, that is brilliant. That is brilliant.
It just ties everything together. I feel like it fits.
Fits. I totally think it fits. I'm biased,
to the
but
crash glider and
amazing.
stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, and another small favor. to get this useless item that you think's useless, like the keyring kind of is. But yeah, it's actually useful if you use it in the right way.
Yeah, I think it could have some really great potential in the game, and it could just across the board. This is another thing that across the board with skilling would just be a really helpful item that's like genuinely useful and genuinely makes a positive impact in quality of life for the game. And like,
yeah,
that's my opinion.
Yeah, I'm not against it. I'll be fine with it coming in the game. It does just reduce the amount of clicks by 1.
Yeah.
And it will be satisfying as well, so
It
I think
keeps
people will
all the
enjoy it.
satisfaction. Yep.
It doesn't increase XP rates, it doesn't change anything, it just changes 1 click.
Exactly.
That's all.
Unnecessary click too. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go to the next one. Loot broadcast for friends chat.
Yeah, well, it's self-explanatory. It's just loot broadcast for friends chat, and that's it. Just add it.
That needs to be
because
a thing.
clans have it. It's amazing. It feels more social. You're seeing what each other's doing. Someone got a cool drop. Everyone can go like, "Yay, well done, grats." But it would be nice to have that in friends chat as well. Apparently, it's quite easy to add as well. So I don't know why it's not been done.
Sailing.
It's like a small thing we could do that would just make friends chat so much more enjoyable.
Yeah.
And drops, and it would just feel great. Yeah.
Okay, pet insurance removal.
Right. Pet insurance. Who the hell likes pet insurance? Pet insurance was originally designed as a cash sink, a money sink, right?
Okay.
Because people would lose their pets, and Jags were like, okay, we'll add pet insurance so you can get it back, but it'll cost money.
Mm-hmm.
My opinion is remove pet insurance entirely. When you die, your pet stays with you. Like you respawn, your pet's still following you, and that's it. Because pet insurance right now, all it does is makes people not want to do anything with the pet out in case they die, because it's so annoying. Like, I never have my pet out just in case I ever do something dangerous. And it's people love to have the pets out. They like to show off what they've got, but they can't because of this stupid insurance.
See, you know what's so funny about this is you're making the most valid, just completely clear-headed points. And I can already see the community being incredibly dogmatic about this and just saying like, no, it's been this way. We have to keep it this way without any actual argument as to why. Just keep it because it was that way.
Pet insurance is ass.
That is totally. I was actually really curious of what your argument was. It was like, oh, I kind of like gold sinks, but you're totally right. It prevents people from showing off their pets, and a lot of the time,
sinks gold.
Yeah,
it barely sinks gold anyway. The GE does a fantastic job with the tax. The pet insurance is not sinking anything really because no one's dying with their pets out because no one's got the pets out. All it's doing is stopping people having the pets out. That's all the insurance is doing.
And just pissing people off whenever they do die, and then just pretty much de-incentivizing them having it. Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah, and that's an easy one that they could make. A simple change. It would take like half an hour of programming probably. Just remove it. Just let the pet stay with you when you die. Boom. Quality of life, that's fantastic. People will love it. Everyone will have the pets out. It'll be a beautiful day in RuneScape.
See, here's the problem is they would poll it, and people wouldn't see the arguments. They would only see the question.
Yeah.
And then they would vote no to it because it's a change.
Yeah,
potentially.
I've got a bullet point about polls as well.
Okay. Let's talk death item reclaim. Remove fixed prices at certain locations and 50 free. Yeah, you go for it.
Yeah, this is mainly for consistency across the game. Because death item reclaim is so inconsistent across the board. Half the bosses have got like a little box outside where your stuff goes, and you pay 50k, 100k, whatever, to get it back. What's the point in that when we've got the death system now? If you're going to risk a large amount of money, be prepared to pay a large amount of money to get it back, and that's how it should be. That's a cash sink, that's good. That adds risk. But when you've got this like pay 100k flat fee no matter what it is, you might as well just go with all your good stuff. Why not? Who cares? It's the same amount anyway. But this is mainly for consistency, and it's also a cash sink. But yeah.
Yep.
And also the Zora thing as well. That's just they just put that in there back when they changed that ages ago, just to appease people. That is arbitrary and should just be non-existent.
I know. I know. Here's the other thing is like what I've heard is I remember when they were first coming out with this idea like, oh, it's unfair that Zulrah used to be free and now the people that are learning it, you know.
Yep, that's what they said.
I just remember thinking like, dude, like you don't have to die. There's such thing as teleports. Like there's such thing as like leaving the kill early. Like so this idea that, oh no, I'm trying to learn this and I need to die to it in order to learn it. It's like, that's not even the case. Like you could literally just tele out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like imagine if we had this free reclaim on all these bosses, how stupid that would be.
It's very
stupid that's even on Zulrah.
It's very stupid. You know what? I'm actually now curious if I'm going to disagree with you on any of these points. I'm going to be honest, because everything you've said is pretty sound.
Yeah, I mean, I've got some like hot takes that people might not like, but you might disagree with, but I have valid reasons for them, and I do think it would enhance the game.
Okay, let's talk about the next point. You can read it.
Oh yes, Kourend favor. Right, Kourend favor. Right, what a terrible thing. Who likes Kourend favor? Not me. Do you like it?
The problem is it just takes up an entire tab that's completely useless.
The stupid tab in there with your quests, achievement diaries, and then we've got one for Kourend favor for some reason.
Dude, Kourend favor it's actually worse than the designer of Giant's Foundry. Let us add absolute miserable menial tasks.
Yep, that no one likes. No one wants to do them. They're boring. All it's doing is stopping people from doing what they want to do. And it's a stupid tab that we'll have to have there forever now, next to our quest and diaries, just to be reminded that it's there.
Oh my god, dude.
So annoying. But we've got the 5 house quests now. Make the rewards that you would have got from the favor, make them rewards from the quests that you do there. It makes sense. I don't know why they haven't done that. Do you remember when Kourend, were you playing when Zia first came out?
I remember walking past miles and miles of Tide Farm.
Miles of Tide Farm, miles of grass. There was no paths. You arrived at Zia and you walked off the port onto just a field, and that's Zia. That's the whole thing. It's so bad.
Bad.
And the favor system was even worse back then, where if you did anything in any other house, it would drain from the ones that you've just done.
Yep.
It was the worst thing I've ever seen. Everyone hated it.
Even after they changed it, you had to like talk to like a certain NPC to lock it in. And
also, they made a mini quest. That was a mini quest.
They've made extreme like helps into getting favor quicker now. Like there's like genuinely like everything's like over twice as fast. I'm pretty sure with favor now. And I remember doing full favor the old school way with no quest help. I'm talking literally. I think it was like 3 hours of sulfur mining. Like I literally think it was 3 hours of it.
I did it as well. It was absolute ass. It was one of the worst things I've ever done. You get like no XP. You feel like you're wasting your time.
You're getting fucked up by these clouds that are NPCs.
Yeah, you're getting poisoned to death by little fart clouds. Absolute ass cheeks.
They literally like that is literally when I think about it, an update that a masochist is coming out with. Like let me like the Jagex was like, hey, make the most dog shit possible system right now. I dare you. Like let's see how dog shit this can be. And that's what they literally produced.
Yeah, and I don't know why Jagex don't look back at what they've made and think, this is still shit and it's still in the game. Let's fix this and remove it. Because that needs to be removed.
Oh my god.
Just distribute the rewards to the 5 house quests and leave it. Get the tab removed, put the minigames tab back there.
Totally. Yeah, it's an abomination to this game. Yeah. It's horrible.
Also, on minigames tab, remove the minigame teleports. I know some people, this is one of the hot takes, people might think they like the minigame teleports. They should never have been added. Why the hell do I have minigame teleports on the minigames tab? I don't know. We've got like stuff like the games necklace, the Ring of Dueling, stuff like that for the teleports already. And now we've got these other ones where you do like home teleport to different minigames. The reason they did it initially was because they thought it was going to make minigames popular all of a sudden because people can just teleport there. Obviously not. People just use it as an easy early game teleport, but I don't think it should exist at all.
I actually agree with you on that.
Yeah.
It is a hot take, obviously, because a lot of us have gotten used to it.
Yeah.
I mean, I equate this hot take to the hot take of like the Ornate pool being too OP.
Oh, that is very OP.
Because I'm totally with, like, obviously it's just been so many years that me even saying to change the Ornate pool, people are just going to be screaming. Just
the thing is, the Ornate pool, I don't think directly it is overpowered. I think the issue is how easy it is to get back to bosses after you've been to the Ornate pool. That's the issue. Like, people wouldn't be using an Ornate pool for DKs, would they? Because it takes so long to get there.
No.
If you could teleport straight to the ladder, then yes.
This is my point on it. I don't think that extending the distances to certain bosses is the way to handle it. I actually truly think the way to handle it is there needs to be a constant cost to using your Ornate pool.
Yeah,
so either by paying your butler is so either it's just paid by gold, which I actually think would be the most convenient and fair way, or you're constantly loading up your potions into it. And maybe it could cost a significant amount less, you know? So like maybe like you putting in 10 staminas actually does like 100 doses instead of just 40.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that as well. There's a few different ways you can balance it, but as it is right now, it is overpowered.
It's because it's entirely free. You can use it as much as you want. So and again, going back to the whole like trying to prevent people from using this thing that they've created by artificially just making the path to a new boss just extremely long and tedious is not the way to do it. It's literally, you have to add a cost to that pool. It is incredibly broken, and that's the way to handle it. Honestly, that's my take on it.
Yeah, I think that would be fine. I do think that getting to bosses has become far too convenient, though. Especially with things like some of the new ones. Like, even with Zulrah, do you remember when it would drop like 1,000 fucking teleports straight back to Zulrah?
Yeah, horrible.
That was... I honestly, I don't think the Zulrah teleport scroll should exist. I really don't. I think it should have just been go to the fairy ring and just jump over the thing and go to Zulrah that way.
I personally like the Zulrah teleport scrolls. I like how you get them and they have a cost to it. A significant cost that's like, okay, it's still going to be worth it if you're an efficient player to use these, but you are going to be... losing a little bit of your money. But for any efficient player, you're realizing that this is worth it. Yeah,
it is more fair now, but back then it was like 50 GP for a scroll.
See,
which was just like stupid because they were just infinitely dropping like all the time.
So, I love the idea of scrolls. I think actually Serb is a great example of, I actually think there should be more scrolls given, and they really should not be untradeable. They don't even need to make them more common as long as they were tradable.
I don't understand the consistency with this. Like, why are the Zulrah ones tradable and the Cerberus ones not?
Totally, yeah. I think they should all be tradable.
Yeah, I think we do need more consistency across the board with tradability of items. Like the Nightmare Staff, when you put an orb on, all of a sudden it's not tradable now. I don't know why the hell that's a thing. It's like, imagine a God Sword if you put like a hilt on a God Sword and then it was just not tradable.
Yeah.
Like, why is it like that? Just make it tradable. Start with these weird things. Just make it consistent and tradable.
Totally.
It's the same with what was it? I've got a bullet point on this. Oh yeah, like the Avernic Defender hilt. I don't know why it has to be an attachment to the Dragon Defender. It's not like it's hard to get. I personally think it should just drop as an Avernic Defender straight from the chest and just make it tradable. Don't make an attachment to the Dragon Defender. There's no point. If anyone's going to get an Avernic Defender anyway, they probably already have the Dragon one, so why have this extra step? That is pointless.
Yeah, that's one of
the... It's like 80 mil, isn't it?
Oh, they're expensive now. Yeah, I don't know. That is a good point. I think for the most part, some attachments are definitely warranted, but that is definitely one that isn't particularly warranted.
That one is unnecessary. Some are fine, but that one is just like, what's the point? Just make it drop as a defender and have it be tradable.
I think at the time it made more sense. As time goes on, we're just like, whatever.
Yeah, and this is why Jagex need to like look back at what game they have currently and try to improve it instead
Yeah.
of only looking forward, because they're kind of ignoring everything that's an issue at the minute,
You know
and
what
it just
really
gets worse
bothers
and
me
worse. Yeah,
is still to this day the scaling of TOB.
Theater of Blood.
Yeah. The Theater of Blood scale. So if you're in a 5-man, all
Yeah,
the HP of bosses and stuff is in a 5-man scale, and then 4-man, and then
mm,
3-man. But then 2 and 1-man is all just 3-man scale.
yeah.
I think I think it
I
lowers a
do think
little bit actually. I
I
can't
think
remember.
it should scale down better, honestly, because the other two raids are soloable, where this one is just not, because it's how stupid it scales. I
Well,
think it would be good to make it soloable at some capacity.
he,
Maybe not efficiently, but
here's my take on it. It's like you can go that route where everything's scalable. I love how they did it with Nex, where it's like, okay,
yeah,
Nex is a certain amount of HP. This is a boss that is not going to be changing. You can kill it however you want. You want to mass it, you're going to just annihilate it. Problem with
yeah,
Nex is there's so much downtime where your hits are being nulled. I think that's stupid. I also
yeah.
think just the respawn time of Nex needs to not be as long. But for the most part, I actually like that. I wish TOB was always, a 3-man. I actually like the 3-man scale in
Mhm.
general. I think that's like a really good balance. I think everything should be scaled to that. And so if you're going in as a 5-man, you're going to just breeze by it a little bit. It's going to be an easier thing because you have more people, but it's still the
Yeah,
exact same fight. And in that case,
yeah,
now you actually have a little bit of like choice. You're like, okay, I want to do this, with more people to get it done faster, but all the rates are
mhm.
still the same. Nightmare was a nightmare when they changed. Literally, it was a nightmare how they scaled it because they made it so 80 man's scale to literally 80 man of like the HP
Just multiply
level.
it by 80.
Yeah,
Just like
everything
flat
was just
multiply.
every phase had like
Jesus,
20,000 HP. It was literally
that's ridiculous.
20,000 HP. And the problem is they didn't correlate that with the drops at all. Like it was literally if you were in an 80 man, it was a 1 in 90,000 to get an orb in your name. You would have to kill 90,000 80 mans for you yourself to get an orb in your name.
To get on rate for the orb.
Yeah, I think it was a specific orb, but still,
Yeah,
like 90,000? What the fuck is
yeah.
going on here?
I don't know who balances this game, or people just like flip a coin, but
They've
it doesn't feel like it's been very thought through with a lot of the balance in the past. Well, since Zulrah, really,
they've
like the balance has been ass.
yeah, they've started to understand. I remember literally having like a legitimate argument with some of the J mods that'll go unnamed in my stream. I was trying to just tell them like this math does not compute. Like the drop rates do not compute whatsoever with Nightmare, how the scaling goes. And the idea was, well, if this is how they responded, like, well, and they've probably changed their mind because we've seen better drop rates in since then. But they were saying like, well, if 80 people are in this fight, that means, there's going to be way too many items coming into the game. I'm like, what? Like, that is the stupidest art. Like,
That makes no sense.
To make the rates like appropriate, but saying, well, if 80 people we don't want the game to get flooded too much. Oh my god, it was like it was actually painful trying to argue that point to them. Like,
that is stupid, because if there's 80 people there doing one boss, and they're multiplying the rate by 80 as well for the item, so it's essentially like 80 people doing 1/80th of a boss, right? Instead of 80 people sharing one boss. Like for example, if all 80 people individually soloed the boss, that
that's
would
exactly
be
the point. And
yeah. I'm
and
trying to explain it, but I can't.
I know,
But
yeah,
I
it's
understand.
hard to put into words, but it's very
Yeah.
simple to see the point. And if you gave me 5 minutes, I could write out exactly how I feel about it. But and also, if 80 people are killing this, that's 80 people less that are killing anything else. So
Yeah, exactly. That's 80 people less. This is one boss fight with one drop, and you're scaling it times 80 when there's 80 people here. It should be the same rate
yeah,
for all, like for everyone,
I
because
know.
everyone's doing the boss together.
It was such a shit show. I could just, oh my god, like if Oh my gosh, those first few days, I remember watching Bodhi's videos on Nightmare release, and he was doing huge masses. I'm talking like 50 plus people in there for like 3 days. I think he saw like a jar in like 300 KC.
Wow.
So we're talking like 15,000, what should have been the equivalent of like 15,000 like individual like people getting rolls,
Yeah.
No, there was nothing that was dropped besides like a jar. It was ridiculous.
And especially because the health and stuff's being multiplied by that amount. You're basically doing the amount of stuff you would be in a solo anyway.
Exactly.
So why didn't it just like be normal? I don't know.
It was
They overcomplicated it and it ruined it essentially.
It was a total shit show. And I'm glad they've changed their ways a little bit.
I've got a small point on Nightmare as well. I think the drop table is fine. It's good. This is how drop table should be. It shouldn't drop fucking resources out the ass like a lot of ones do these days.
Mm-hmm.
But the uniques are a bit too rare. So I do think they should be made. I think it's like 1 in 167 that you'll get a rare on average, like across like all of them in total.
Mm-hmm.
I think 1 in 100 would be fine.
Totally.
And I don't know why Jags are so against like rebalancing something that's just not very well balanced, because Nightmare still isn't perfectly balanced.
Yeah.
They're just against it. They never do it.
Here's the problem is they're trying to be very careful. And I actually appreciate that because, like, for example, Lake and me and a few others, we were grinding the worst state of Nightmare. Well, not the worst state, because the first 2 weeks were just horrendous.
Yeah.
People calculated, day one, people calculated completing Nightmare would take 6,500 hours. It was like doing 200 mil agility like 3 times or twice or something. It's just ridiculous. And then they obviously made like drastic changes within the first 2 weeks. But the thing is, they're trying to be careful because they know players have invested thousands of hours potentially into this boss, and them saying, "Oh, well, this is unbalanced. Let's just boost the rates by 100%." It's like
they do this anyway, though. They do this with everything anyway. They say they won't, but then they add something that just boosts the rates of skills.
No, you're right though. They made a blunder on Nightmare. The whole thing was pretty much just a huge blunder. They literally had to just revamp the entire boss, and now normal Nightmare is never killed anyway. Like the whole thing was a total shit show. And they admitted it. They said we tried to do way too many things at once, and we missed the mark on every single one. Yeah. And they could really make the drop rates. I don't actually think anybody would be that butthurt if they made the drop rates 1 in 100. Yeah. We have to see it though as like this is a healthy change to the game that's going to make this boss fight more enjoyable long term for players, and we have to see that.
Like, think about 100 Nightmare, like Fasani Nightmare souls.
An item, yeah.
So it's like, what, is it 8 minutes-ish for a fight? So that's what, 800 minutes?
Yep.
On average, you would get 1 drop. So that's like, what, 12 hours? 12 hours of Fasanis?
It used to be 35 hours. When I was doing Nightmare, it was 35 hours to get 1 drop, and it was always a staff for me.
Yeah, I think it's like 18 hours at the minute, isn't it? Roundabout. But I think taking it down from 18 to 12 would be fair. I think that makes it a fair boss to do. And yeah, I think they should do that, to be honest.
They should. I would even be okay if it was just 1 in 80. Even 1 in 80 would be like appropriate. It is a solo boss. They could actually, I do think, regardless of what they do to the actual rebalancing of the item stats, this is going to be my proposal, is like, first of all, full Inquisitor should guarantee Dragon Warhammer specs. I've been saying that for years.
Yeah, that would be good. That makes sense. Actually, the thing is, right, so not specifically Dragon Warhammer, but including Dragon Warhammer, I think it should guarantee any Crush weapon spec to always land because it buffs Crush. I feel like it just being Dragon Warhammer feels arbitrary. And even though what I'm saying does make it even more powerful, it makes more sense as well.
The concern, well, here's the lore behind the Dragon Warhammer. I don't know if you've ever like just walked around the Nightmare place. There's people with the Dragon Warhammer maul.
All right.
It's like that, it's like that 2-handed thing that they're carrying, and they could wrap some sort of lore behind the Dragon Warhammer was what we used back in the good old days or whatever, and it has some ability with this, and only simply because there are people walking around with those. But I haven't actually checked the balancing. Maybe it could be appropriate if all crush weapons were like that. All crush spec weapons.
I mean, it's not like there's many crush spec weapons.
Yeah. And God swords are not, by the way, for those wondering.
Yeah, that's slash.
You can't put it on crush and make it go crush.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that could be fair. I also just want them to boost the overall Inquisitor set to 4%. It's right now at 2.5. 4% would make it so the ham joint gets an extra max hit, which I would love.
Yeah, they might as well. I mean, it's not a very good set, is it?
It's not. Not anymore.
Yeah, not anymore. No. The next point. Shall I go on the next point? So, Catacombs of Kourend removed and redistributed. So, the Catacombs of Kourend, I don't know what your opinion is on this, but I think it is probably the worst, one of the worst updates of all time. Not only does it look like absolute ass because it's just purple and a purple maze basically with like blue floors. I don't know why.
Let me just pause. We are shitting on this game because we love it. This is all out of love. We would not.
Yeah, this is love. Yeah. I want the game to do better, and we've got all this shit that needs fixing.
Yes, this is purely coming out of love, and so I just want to paint that point. We would not be talking on a perfectly good Tuesday afternoon about a game that we didn't care about deeply.
Yeah, it's called tough love, and sometimes you need it because people like these things that I'm talking about. Maybe not everything. Maybe some of them are hot takes, but a lot of these will drastically improve the game. And I do think it's important that they've at least thought about, because I feel like Jags just does not look at what they've got and how they can improve it, because there's a lot of stuff that just release it, say this is this, and then they move on to the next thing and they never look back. Yeah. It's like, do you remember that old clip from, I think it was like 2015, when Mod Mark was on the old school Q&A, and he was talking about how they were always focused on the next big thing and they never looked back at like what doesn't work. And then they basically got this whole game, this huge game where like 90% of the content is dead. And that's what's happening to old school now. The same thing again. And it needs to be addressed before it's too late, because it's getting there. It's not too late yet, but it is getting there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the Catacombs, I hate them. I hate how it looks. I hate that it's multi-combat. I hate the Necreals that are infinite Slayer XP and free magic XP, and you make money doing it as well. Terrible.
They did not balance that place at all.
Oh no,
there was no thoughts on balance.
It destroyed Slayer. Yeah. It's one of the worst things ever. Like Neve's Cave back in the day, people didn't like it, but it didn't break Slayer. It just had everything in one cave.
Yep.
Which wasn't great, but at least it didn't, destroy Slayer. When that was removed, I think, did this come out after or before Neve's Cave 2.0? I think it was around about the same time.
Probably. I can't remember.
But they already knew, it's a bad idea to have all the monsters in one cave. Let's do it again and bigger. That's basically what they did. And let's make a multi-combat as well. Yeah. And make it purple.
Because nobody knew that barraging would be the meta, because it had just never been before. So it was a complete oversight, I think.
Yep. And I don't know why they didn't go, this was an oversight, let's fix it now. Nope, let's just leave it forever.
And the other problem is, like, on top of them, like, cluster fucking all these monsters into one cave, they also made it so, Necreals and alongside gargoyles and everything just had insane drop table buffs.
Yep. I don't know why they did that.
So now you have these greater Necreals just shitting out like good
Rune
valuable
items.
stuff. Yeah. All
you
the time.
Literally profit barraging them, which is so dumb. You get what? Isn't it like 100k Slayer XP an hour or something doing them?
Probably more.
Or more. And like 300k magic XP and loads of health XP. And you make money doing it. It's like, who the fuck made this?
I know.
Like, what the hell?
It's horrible.
But yeah, in my opinion, remove the entire thing, delete it, right? And remake it. Do you know how they did the Giant's Den?
That's great. Giant's Den's great.
Yeah, Giant's Den is fantastic. Do that. Add little caves around Kourend. One with dragons in. Put that at Lovakenge. The Dust Devils, put that down by the beach. A little cave down there. With the crabs and stuff. unique caves with a unique art style. Have the little crystal things if you want, because I know they want to have the Skatizo stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And then have a new catacomb. Honestly, I would say put it underneath Kourend Castle instead of through the statue. Put a little staircase down into the catacombs that you can enter instead of through. I don't know why they put it in the statue. Put it
It
inside.
makes no sense.
I know
It looks like you're
you
digging at a
open.
statue.
It's so dumb. I don't know why it's there. Put it inside the castle. You go down, and it make it look like an actual catacomb.
Yeah.
Not, I don't know, a purple cave thing. Make it a catacomb, and have that be undead creatures, zombies, skeletons, etc., ghosts, whatever. Because it's a catacomb.
And you know what? So you know, like the dark altar thing that brings you to
In the middle.
Skotizo? Yeah.
Yeah.
That thing, you can use ancient shards on it to teleport around.
Yep.
Please make that a
most pointless
one-time
thing.
cost.
I think, well, I would remove it entirely, me.
No.
With this.
I
Well,
literally
we need the altar.
I think there should be altars in every single one of those little dens that you're talking about, like little dens. And so now you do have a way to be in one thing and use the altar to teleport to the next one. I actually think that, like, even though, yes, it would kind of bring them all together in some sort of way, at least, I don't know.
So the way they've got it at the minute is Giant's Den has a little crawl space that takes you to the catacombs. I wouldn't mind if you could connect with them all through crawl spaces. I think that would be fine. Well, they're linked in some way because they are connected through the crystals.
Yeah.
I haven't thought much about the teleport thing, but
the problem is, like, they came out with that and nobody's ever really used it. There's some
it's a waste.
Yeah, it's a complete waste. You have to use one shard on. I think it's just one shard per
one per teleport.
It's ridiculous. So if they could make it so it's like, you know, some hefty one-time fee or something, like you can now use them everywhere. You would still go to your respective areas. You know, like if you wanted to go to like the Dragon's Den, you wouldn't necessarily just go to the middle and then use, you know, the teleport there, but you could if you wanted to. But there would also be a quick option just going to the source itself and going down.
Yeah, they could even have like an altar in each one. And you have to activate each one individually with like the totem. So each one costs a totem.
Ooh, I like that. I do like that.
So obviously you're sacrificing one Skatizo kill for that. But I mean, if it's worth it to you.
Totally. No, that's completely appropriate. Yeah, I think that's great.
And then we should have the main central altar. Probably in Arceus. It makes the most sense because it's kind of like magical. I mean, it's got the crystals all over Arceus already. It's the same theme of Skotizo. They could have some kind of underground dungeon with demons, and then an altar that takes you to Skotizo's lair.
Perfect. Yeah.
And personally, I think Skotizo's lair needs a whole revamp as well. It looks terrible. It looks really bad.
That whole fight is stupid.
The whole fight is absolute ass cheeks. I would just shrink the room, make the room smaller because it's just it's just an annoying fight, to be honest. You just run to altars and hit it once. That is not fun. Just shrink the room. Have the altars there if you want. Just make it so that you don't have to run a marathon for each one.
You know what they should also do?
Yeah.
They should. And this is actually, I'm just gonna hold back on that. It was kind of a stupid. I was just thinking briefly. I was like, what if you could like cut up ancient shards and make it into like arrow tips, so you could just T-bow the 100s on the pillars? But that is just convoluted as fuck. Like just change the fight arrows. Itself.
I mean, Demon Bane arrows is an idea because we do have Demon Bane weaponry, like our fight, which is also charged with that. So it would make sense to make Demon Bane arrows that are good against demons or bolts.
Can we please talk about Dragon Bane weaponry?
Yeah, like lance and stuff. What's your thoughts?
Yes. This is the problem. This is my personal take on specialized weaponry, including Arclight, including Dragon Hunter crossbow, Dragon Hunter lance. Yes, in theory, cool. You now have this one weapon that, you know, is a niche, so it's not good everywhere. But now you've completely eliminated any other weapon to be good against those monsters. So you're seeing it very one-sided where, this is a great idea because it's a niche, but you've just completely over-dominated this whole entire category of monsters with one weapon now. It's the same thing with Arclight. Arclight The reason Arclight is good, it's not perfect, but it's good because there is a cost to using the Arclight that is now the dominant weapon. There needs to be costs with these specialized weapons, consistent costs.
Or even if the weapons themselves are just way more hard to obtain or more expensive.
I am completely on the side of it needs to have a consistent cost.
A consistent one.
And it's the same idea with the scythe. Now, there is obviously an argument with how tedious it is to upkeep costs and stuff. That's an argument in and of itself that we can talk about. And just overall convenience of charging items. Charging a scythe with a fucking well, that's a one-stop thing and just super arbitrary, putting noted vials of blood and blood runes. Like, what is going on? Just make it so you just put blood runes into the scythe, like, and have it be 100,000 so you don't have to deal with it all the time. Yeah. That is another argument. But if you got a scythe from TOB and it's now unlimited, you have completely removed any other alternative weapon for using stuff because now you just have this insanely OP item that has no cost to it. So now there is just one dominating meta. It literally is the same thing I have a problem with the Shadow. The Shadow should be way more costly. That thing is a fucking beast. It's a beast of a weapon. And it needs to have a hefty cost to it. Like, and this is the really cool thing about PVM, if we think about it. Like, we could come out with extremely awesome items. We could come out with Zenite bolts as well. Like, something like insanely good that has hefty costs. But it makes PVM so much fun. And you have insane power. Like, but there needs to be heavy cost to it consistently. They cannot be free to use.
Yeah, I do agree that... the more powerful weapons do need to have some kind of cost to use.
Every player is so goddamn wealthy too. Like
just add this. So, in my opinion, most of the bosses need to be rebalanced because half of them just shit out resources out the ass. It's so bad for the game. They could honestly, Muspa, one of the worst. I'd say the worst drop table of all time. And that was the most recent boss, so that makes me worried for the Desert Treasure 2 ones.
It's going to be bad. It's going to be bad.
Oh, yes. Muspa is the worst designed drop table I have ever seen in my life. Wasn't it dropping like 84 noted, like, was it Torstals or something? As one of its 2 rolls. Who designed this? Who thought that? Oh, yeah, that's fine.
It's called numbers. It's like they see the statistics on a week of release. Holy shit, people are interacting with this new update we got. That's a success.
Jagex based success based on how many people do it. The reason people do stuff is because of how good it, like how much money or XP it generates. They don't do it because they like it or if it's a good update. They just do it for the money or the XP. And that's why Muspa was so popular, because it shit out everything. It's horrendous. And the thing is, it could have been so good. It's got one of the best weapons in the game, that bow.
Yep.
An upgrade to the Imbued Heart, which I don't know why they didn't just make that one unique item instead of just being a passive, you get the dust and then you stick it on, then it's done.
Yep.
Just they could have just had 2 big drops, the bow and the whatever item to add to the heart. Like, I don't know, a pacemaker, an ancient pacemaker, stick it on the heart. Make them both 1 in 1,000 drop and have literally fuck all else on the drop table. No resources, maybe 1 singular herb. It drops a Renar weed. It drops like 5 cooked sharks. Keeps your trip going.
Dude.
This is all bosses should be dropping, and then it should have the big drops be worth so much money.
I agree with that. And I actually think when there is a boss that shits out incredible upgrades, those are the bosses that need to not be Vorkath style.
Yeah.
Vorkath, first of all, way overtuned still, but at least it makes sense because Vorkath is not giving incredible uniques. Now, I have my own take on Vorkath that I've talked about for years. I was thinking like I'm not even going to go into that. Actually, it's just going to take too long.
No, I've got an idea on Vorkath as well.
Here, let me quickly say this, and I'll let you go to the Vorkath.
Yeah.
Is in regards to Muspa, I honestly think what would have been really cool is to get those Venator shards or whatever, or everything could have been like sort of like an unsired, like where you get a Venator shard and then you go to a certain place and then that's like the RNG roll for getting whatever you're going to get. I actually, I love how Sire works personally. That's my take though.
I prefer just seeing a big drop on the floor than gambling it.
That's fair.
Because the thing is though, because isn't unsired like, what's the chance of getting a piece? It's like 1 in 3 or something when you use it.
Yeah.
Because the thing is,
Or no, it's a a piece of a bludgeon.
a piece of bludgeon, yeah.
No, it's a 52%.
So 50-50.
Yeah, pretty much.
So that means when you get a bludgeon piece, when you use the unsired on the thing, it kind of like dumbs down the hype because you know it's probably, chances are it could be this. Where if it just dropped the bludgeon piece on the floor when you're killing the boss, you're not expecting it at all. Do you know what I mean?
That's true.
So it kind of like prevents the hype. Like
it wouldn't need to.
explain,
Okay,
yeah.
okay. So how about this? How about like? Well, yeah. No, I mean there's some valid takes there. I would like to see personally some sort of Sire style. It doesn't need to be exactly how Sire is, where every single thing is just like, now you have the entire drop table. Maybe it could drop the bow itself from the boss or whatever, but maybe
I would be fine with that. Just drop the whole board. Don't have it in shards, honestly, because imagine if you were doing if you were doing Chambers of Xeric and you got a fifth of a T-bow. Wow, you're never going to get that big T-bow drop ever again because it's only going to be fifth of an item.
That's true.
There is no hype drop. You
That's
just get a fifth of a hype drop, and that's what it's like with this. You've got a fifth of this fantastic bow, but there's never going to be any hype when you get it as a drop because you're only getting a fifth of it each time.
Yeah. In fact, you're going to be pissed off that you're going dry on the last like fifth of it. Just come on, just give me it already. Yeah.
Like imagine it just drops the bow. There it is on the floor. That's hype, not a piece of it.
That's fair.
Like, and then the price would be so much higher because it would be less consistent. People wouldn't be like spamming the boss for resources and just making infinite money anyway.
Yep.
Where they don't even care if they get the bow. The only reason to do it would be for the bow, and the heart upgrade has 2 separate single drops with no resources on the table at all. There shouldn't be resources. This is what's killing skilling. There's no point in like, why go like mine when bosses just drop like 100 like noted gold ore or whatever.
Well,
there's no point.
There's other reasons besides just GP rewards. I do understand that point, but like on top of it, mining is just not fun.
Yeah, I've got a bullet point in mining as well.
Okay, let me hear your point about Vorkath though. I interrupted you there.
Yeah, so this interlinks with. So first of all, I would remove same thing. This is across the board for all bosses. Like no double rolls. No stacks of noted anything. Honestly, remove noted drops entirely.
I love that take, by the way. Love that take.
I remember you brought it up in, was it with Autumn Elegy? I'm surprised you remember, to be honest, because I said it in Jace's chat before.
Well, whenever anybody has a hot take that I've been strongly agreeing with for years, I instantly am like, yep, legend.
Yeah, I hate noted item drops are so immersion breaking. Like, Venenatus, that's a spider, right?
Yep.
Drops 500 noted eggs. Why is she laying noted eggs? What is that?
She went to the bank. She's banking her children.
Banked her eggs.
Banking her
she
future
banked her
children.
eggs and came back to the wilderness. Like, what you doing? Just have a big egg sack. Change it to a big egg sack or something.
Yep.
Just something that makes more sense. But honestly, across the board, I think all noted drops should just be removed. Things shouldn't, like resources, should not be dropping in such a quantity that it requires to be noted in the first place.
Yep.
And having them noted just makes them just go, fuck it, we'll add 84 noted Torstal or whatever. Why not? I would have nerfed it to 76 now. It's fine. That's how it feels.
Dude,
it's stupid.
You're totally right. Of course, we've gone so many years without addressing the problem that if we were to make some changes like this... Oh, and here's the other thing. So much of this is intertwined with the horrendous amount of botting that's occurring in this game.
Yep.
Just blatant botting everywhere.
Yeah. The bots are just doing the bosses now, so there's no point in these drop tables having the resources on. Because
Yeah.
back then, the solution, I think this is where they were going with it. They were just going to put loads of resources on bosses.
Because bots
So
can't
that
do
would
it.
kill bots, because at the time, bots weren't good enough.
Yep.
But these days, it's just destroying the whole game because bots can do it and they're bringing in infinite resources.
Yep.
Like, it's destroying the whole economy. It's really bad.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a really good point. Is like, you can make as many band-aid fixes as you want, but it's never going to fix it.
Yeah.
That was a complete band-aid fix they tried to do. Yeah, it's really sad. Now, I will just go back to the other point of like PVM is just more engaging and more fun and more rewarding.
Yeah, that's fine. That's good.
In general. And so that's why skilling, we need to revolutionize what makes skilling fun besides just, oh, this is going to get done
rhythm.
with quicker. Like, you know, like this is going to get done with quicker so I can get my 99 and then move on to PVM for the rest of my life and then quit.
Yeah, I think so. The thing is, it is a game, and combat. What is the difference between clicking on a monster and clicking on a rock? I think it's the risk and the engagement, and the reward and the potential for a large reward. I don't know if somehow in skilling we could make it so that there's a more engaging way to do the skill with a chance of like a rare big drop from skilling.
I'm going to literally just give you one example that I just came up with in my head.
Yeah.
Gem mining. Okay, first of all, I love the underground gem mine. It's great.
Yeah,
it's really
I love
good.
it. It's great.
They could even sort of design another mining spot like that. Like I would say, you know, even kind of just add a few rocks into the gem mine that make the whole circuit feel really smooth, especially just thinking about having a gnome cube involved. And now think about this. You're mining and you can now have a chance at a dragonstone and an onyx, a very rare chance of an onyx.
Yeah, why not?
And like why are these things not being added? And the thing is, oh well, bots will do it, and then bots will get like, ban the fucking bots then.
The bots already do everything. What's the point in hurting skills when bots already do everything?
Ban the bots then. Like like that is the botting is another topic. That is that is infecting the game so much in every aspect of it.
Yeah,
take care of it.
Bots are one of the biggest issues, and Jagex are barely doing anything about it, to be honest. I think Jags are just happy to have the bonds be bought and the memberships and the money, because bots do make Jags money. So,
tons of money, yeah.
Yeah, loads of money. Half the people playing the game are robots. Half of the paying members are robots. So, like, why would they want to remove them?
Yep, it's pathetic.
Even though it's destroying the game, the economy in ruins.
And here's
because of bots and their drop tables.
Here's the problem: is they don't see it as it's destroying the game. They don't see it that they're not bothered because they're not seeing it on their side. They're just saying, "Oh, people are still playing. They're not happy at all, but they're still playing."
100,000 people on. All these memberships.
And the only way to keep them continually engaged is, okay, this new piece of content has to have 3 rolls on the drop table now, and we just got to keep pumping up more stuff. So more dopamine, like with these new bosses, and just ignore the infection that is everywhere else in the game.
Like, do you remember back in the day, like King Black Dragon, Calpite Queen? It would drop nothing. It would drop what? What would it drop? A 5 GP or something?
Dude, I remember.
But rarely. Ooh,
I remember KB.
There we go.
I remember KBD, and you know, it shouldn't have dropped this, but it did drop 100 noted U logs, and that was an incredible drop. You're like, oh, like 100 U's, 30K, like let's fucking go.
When was that? When did they used to drop those?
When I was playing in 2015. I was playing in 2015. This is when I was a complete noob, and I thought KBD was like endgame for me.
Yeah, I think they probably buffed the drop tails at that point.
Yeah, and again, going back to noted drops, they don't even need to do that.
That would not have been a thing when the KBD was added. 100 U logs? Hell no.
No way. No, way too broken.
The only thing the KBD had that was unique was I think it was the Dragon Med Helm. I think that was the only place at the time you could get it. So the only reason to do the KBD was for the D-Med, which at the time was the best helmet in the entire game.
Yep.
But now, while it's a terrible helmet, who the hell uses a D-Med? So instead, it just shits out resources again. I mean,
Yeah.
not as bad as some other things, but I think a lot of bosses could be more. They could drop some stuff, like obviously Black Dragon Hide. I would have to drop that, but it should lean more into what it is. Like, why is a dragon dropping herbs, for example,
Yep.
or logs? Why does it even have logs?
Yep.
It needs to fit the thematic of what the creature is. Like, it makes sense for Venonarts to drop the 500 spider eggs noted,
Hmm.
like, because it's a spider, but it doesn't make sense that they're noted. So that's the issue there.
Yep.
And
Literally
also, I think 500 is too much as well, but
it is. It is too much. They could literally make it a drop where it's like 3 giant egg sacs, like 300 eggs
yeah.
is a rare nice
Well, they can
drop.
have a gigantic mega egg sack that has 100 eggs in it or something. That's really
Wait,
rare.
I think the
Something like
original one
that.
has 100, doesn't it?
Does it? I don't even know. I know
Actually,
it's a
maybe I'm
lot.
thinking of what you know what brought up the whole noted thing was the scaly blue hide, scaly blue D hide.
Oh yeah.
Jesus
So
Christ.
I think the whole. I mean, I think the concept is fine.
Yeah.
Not wanting to just like a new way to get like blue dragon scales instead of just picking them up off the
Yeah.
floor.
Yeah.
It's fine to come from dragons now with the scaly hide. Cool. It makes no sense that you use a knife on it and you get noted ones. What's that about? That's how it works, right? You knife it and you get noted.
Yes.
Like, what's that?
It becomes 50 noted blue dragon scales when you use a knife on a scaly.
Why? Just have it go and you take one scale off at a time, fill your inventory up, bank them, close it, take them off one by one. What's
Yep.
wrong with that?
Yep.
You know
Or
what I mean?
or they could do the exact same thing that they did with the giant egg sac, which is perfect, where it's like there's literally you have a knife and that thing and you just click extract while in your bank and boom, they go into your bank.
Yeah, or if you're not in the bank, you knife it and your inventory full
Yes.
of eggs.
Yes, and that's exactly what they've done with the giant egg
Yeah.
sac, which is a great
Yeah.
idea.
This is again consistency. There is absolutely no consistency there between the two items, even though they're in
Not
the
at
same
all.
genre of item.
Exactly.
They are basically like bulk items without being noted.
Mm-hmm.
But they're done in totally different ways. One's done perfectly, and the other one's done absolutely terribly.
It's bad.
Yeah. So I didn't actually touch on the Volcath thing entirely yet. So yes, I would remove the all of the resources across the board for all bosses, like I said. But I would take Dragon Claws from James of Xeric, and that will be its big drop on Volcath. 1 in, I don't know, 1,000 or something. What do you think?
Yeah, that was actually where did I hear that? I heard that years ago.
Yeah, because the thing is, with like the raids, they all have their unique items themed around the raid.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Twisted Bow, the Buckler, the Ancestral, etc. But then you've got Dragon Claws. It doesn't feel
Random.
like
Yep.
it doesn't. It feels like an outer raid item, like something that should come from the overworld, like all the other dragon weaponry.
Yep.
Because like the other two raids don't have dragon stuff. It makes no sense that only this one has dragon stuff. I don't know, and I feel like it kind of fits on Volcath as well.
Oh
Like
yeah.
it's a dragon. Dragons normally drop dragon stuff anyway, so having Volcath drop nothing, no resource shitting out all over the place anymore, and only having this big, what is it, 90 mil drop? I think that's what they're worth right now.
You could still have a skeletal visage, the jar, everything
have
else.
those be rare,
And
but
you could
add
still
this as well.
And the thing is Vorkath would still be consistent profit with the superior bones. And that's all you need is like superior bones, some blue D hide, and some crazy chances at some uniques. And with some very minimal, maybe like some food drops or just little thing. Totally, I completely agree with that.
Like even if the claws were like stupid rare, like 1 in 2k, like how long does it take to kill 2,000 Vorkaths?
Yeah, not that long. What
Not
is
that
it
long.
like? 35 kills an hour, 30 kills an hour.
Is it? Divide that by so 2,000 divided by 35. That's what?
Well, 35 kills.
57 hours.
Yeah, and 35 kills an hour is efficient with total max gear too.
Yeah. So let's say it was 2,000.
It could even be 2,500. It'd be 1 in 2,500 with the skeletal visage being 1 in 5,000.
Yeah, that would increase the price of Dragon Claws, I'm guessing. I don't think it would kill the price. I think it would make it go even more up.
Oh, yeah.
Because
way
less
higher.
people will be doing Volcath. The price of the bones would go up because there's less people doing Volcath. The price of prayer would go up, which it needs to.
Yep.
Because less people are doing Volcath.
Yep.
I do also, the very next bullet point is about prayer and the wilderness altar, which is one of the worst things I've ever seen in the game.
Dude,
Um,
this is the worst, the
one of
most
the worst.
abominable update.
It is an abomination. Yeah, the wilderness altar. What a terrible, terrible update. So it basically just halved the price of prayer in one update for no reason. Like, what was the point? Not only did it remove the requirement of needing a gilded altar, it made it twice as good as a gilded altar for free, with no risk. Why? I don't know. Remove it. Or even keep the altar if you want. Remove the bone saving effect, so you can either get your gilded altar in your house, do it that way, or if you don't have the construction level, you can do it in the wilderness if you want, so you can still get the same XP without saving bones. So it'll be the same XP essentially. The rates probably will be a bit slower because you have to run there. But the risk, well, the trade-off is that you're in the wilderness instead of... So basically either have the construction level or do it in the wilderness. That should be the option.
Yep.
You shouldn't be saving bones. What is that about?
Dude,
It makes no sense.
it is the stupidest update I had ever seen.
Yeah.
It was, oh my God. Like the fact that it's still in the game too and has had no adjustments to it.
Yeah, I would just entirely remove the bone saving effect. Just remove
Completely,
it. Just let it
yes.
be. Just let it be a normal, free gilded altar that anyone can use in the
Yes.
wilderness, and that's that's
Yes.
fine. Even that is balanced. That is more balanced than it is now.
Fucking
It's ridiculous.
voice of reason right here. Please, Jagex, like listen.
Yeah.
Thing is, it's
I would-
been
It's go on. Sorry, what were you gonna
it's been
say?
in the game for so fucking long. But I am still a player that believes it's never too late for change.
Mm-hmm.
It's never too late.
Yep, I'm the same. It's never too late. The boat has never sailed.
Yep.
I don't know why. Right, so Jagex sometimes have this mindset of the ship's sailed. They can't change it now. But the thing is, the Titanic sailed and it hit an iceberg and it went down, and that's what's going to happen with old school. You need to steer the course. Don't just go straight into the ice field. Look where you're going, because right now you're driving blind into an ice field. That's basically what's happening.
Dude, it's so true. It's everything you've said about well, every point so far has made perfect sense, and this last one just about the chaos altar. It just makes too much sense. Like you're making too much sense, and you know what? This is a really sad thing. Is like with the release of the wilderness altar. I mean, every single Ironman, you are trolling if you're not using it. You are literally trolling.
You have to use it. You're forced to use it. You don't have a there's no choice.
Yeah, there is no. It's either what are you going to kill? 30,000 dragons or 15,000 dragons? That's your choice. Maybe 16,000 if you're really bad and die with 1,000 of your bones or whatever.
Yeah.
But even then, it's only 16,000 dragons out of 30,000 or whatever the numbers are. And it used to be so cool to finally get enough money and construction level to build a gilded altar in your home. You had to have Marintils prepped, lighting your incense, going into like, dude, that was a great grind and that was really nostalgic and it was fair.
Yeah.
And it's just like the zealot robes would have worked perfectly. That could have been, you know, I think that idea was cool. But the chaos altar had completely fucking destroyed the skill. It's now a wilderness skill. Prayer is a wilderness skill.
Yep. I've got a lot of more thoughts on this point about prayer in its entirety and bones. Personally, I think the bone sack as well, just to like help people a bit, since it's going to be double the amount of bones to get 99 now since the altar was removed. I think the bone sack should be able to store bones as the reward from Dragon Ball Man 2. I don't really see an issue with being able to store bones, like normal bones, big bones.
Yep, there's no issue.
Why not? And then have it be upgradable in future. I would change the elite. Is it the elite Fremenic for Dagonoth bones? What I would do, I would remove the noted bone thing from Dagonoths and make it so this bone sack can collect Dagonoth bones into it. So it's exactly the same, but they're not dropping noted bones for whatever reason. And it's also infinite storage, but you can only withdraw out of bank.
Oh, that's it. Really? Infinite storage? You'd be okay with that?
Yep. Why not? It's bones. Who cares?
But you can't But you can only withdraw them at a bank. That's the
Yep.
That's the
Yep.
Okay.
Because noted bones anyway
Yep, that
is
would make
infinite
sense.
storage, so why not?
Yep, that would make perfect sense as long as you can only
Yeah.
use it as a bank.
Yeah. And the thing is, the demand for bones is going to go up a lot if this alt is removed, because people are going to need twice the amount. So it makes sense to have another way to collect them, an easy way to collect these bones.
So let me just cross this idea with you. What if
Yep.
the non-upgraded sack was a sack that you could withdraw from, but it only holds 28, and then the upgraded sack, and also keep in mind this sack could hold any bones. So from the get-go, it holds any bones you want, including superior bones, Dagonoth bones, but it only holds up to 28, but you can release them as well. You can release them from... But then there's an upgraded version, which is not necessarily a full upgrade, but this is one that has unlimited storage, but you cannot release them. Because I honestly think there would be a little bit of... Like, I don't know, I for some reason, I think it would be kind of cool to have a sack where you can release them.
Like like room pouches, basically.
Exactly.
You go to your house,
exactly.
do the bones, empty your sack, do your bones again.
Yeah.
I think that would be fine, but I think it should be a totally different item.
Okay.
I don't think it should be linked in with this.
That's fair.
Maybe like a bone box or something, or a they've got that coffin thing, haven't they, from the update a few years ago?
Yeah.
What does that do again? Doesn't it store remains?
Yeah, it stores like 27 remains or something.
There you go. Just add on to that.
That
you store bones in it.
That would be cool, because I think both of those options are amazing. Because one is encouraging long trips because you're not being suffered by inventory space, and the other one would have great utility in other like skilling methods and stuff.
Yeah. The thing is, since the reason I want to do I would love this to be a thing is because since you're nerfing, I would want to nerf all these drop tails of these bosses. Instead, a bulk of the money would instead come from the bones, which is fantastic. Look, that's more for the economy. It's good for prayer. It's good for everything. Because the price of resources will go up, the demand for bones will go up, and the supply and the demand is both going to go up. So it balances out quite nicely. It makes new ways to make money. I would want it to be the bone sack. I would want it to be like just normal and big bones at first, obviously, to store infinite of them, only depositable at bank. Then I would have the Dagonoth bones as an upgrade for the Elite Diary. I would have Dragon bones as a reward for Dragon Slayer 2, so you could store Vorkat's bones. And I would say as well, for the Kourend, is it the Kebos Lowlands one, Hydra bones, let you store Hydra bones in there too. Just like end game upgrades to this bag. It gives you a goal to work towards, and cool. That's good, because I know people were asking for noted Hydra bones, but the thing is, Hydra is ridiculously profitable. It is insane. The drops that shits out.
That is the exact idea of Muspa. Like this is literally coming out with incredible upgrades: Ferocious Gloves and Dragon Hunter fucking Lance.
Yep.
And now it also has a Vorkath table that's on steroids.
Yep. So the thing is, I would keep, obviously it keeps it to uniques, that's fine. Remove all the extra shit. Just let it drop supplies sometimes to keep your trips going.
And 2 Hydra bones. Yeah.
Yeah, and honestly, I would nerf it to 1 Hydra bone, to be honest.
That would be fair too.
Yeah, and then let you store them in the bag. Because honestly, when you go to Hydra, you just leave the bones.
Yep.
Because there's too many. So all these bones are just going to despawn.
Or you just bury them like an idiot. Yeah.
It's pointless. It's pointless for them even dropping 2 because all of them go away.
Yeah.
So just make it 1 and let you store them all in this upgraded bone sack. I think it would honestly revolutionize prayer for the good. It would spice up the economy nicely.
I totally agree. What are your thoughts on just the whole demonic ashes everywhere?
Well, to be honest, I don't think it's terrible.
I actually think it's a good update.
Yeah, I don't think it's terrible. I'm not against it. I do like it. I just feel like it's not fully fleshed out. It needs more fleshing out. Because doesn't it do everything the same as normal bones do? Like you alter them and stuff. I've never really used them.
This is the problem I kind of have with it, is that first of all, I think the XP of them are a bit too high. Mainly because
especially for like Abbey Demons and stuff.
Yeah, like you're killing an Abbey Demon and you're like, if you use the spell, it's like fucking 200 40 or something per, like just something like quite high.
Yeah.
I can't remember the actual XP, but those are a bit high. But I actually really do like the fact that you can kind of get prayer from everything. But this is why I would kind of like almost like a rebalance, like take a look and just see, okay, first of all, get rid of the wilderness altar entirely. That's step
Yep.
number one. Step number two is like just look, if everything is giving you prayer XP, we can really tone back a lot of the XP that everything gives out, because you literally just kill anything and it's giving you XP
Yeah.
for prayer. And I like the bone crusher. I like the ash burial thing. And I think the XP rates are the biggest thing that's kind of weird.
Yeah, I've got another thing as well as part of this point for rebalancing prayer. So I would like to add prayer level requirements per bone type. So at the minute, there is one bone that has a prayer requirement. It's superior dragon bones. You need 70 prayer to bury them.
Mm-hmm.
Everything below that, at level 3 of Tutorial Island, could just bury them all.
Mm-hmm.
I've got an image for this because I kind of like
Ooh, let's see it.
put up I just kind of like compared the XPs to the requirements, what I would put. So on the right is the new requirements, and honestly I think that's quite fair. And it would diversify prayer training, so you wouldn't just spam dragon bones from the start or whatever.
Yep.
You would start with normal, you would grade a big, then baby dragon, then worm, then wyvern, or dragon. They're the same tier. Then drake, lava, hydra, dagonoth, then finally superior. And it gives more goals in prayer, because right now the only goals for prayer is the actual prayers, but there's no goals or changes in the method at all from the start to the end. Where this would change the demand for these lower tier bones, because people would maybe want baby dragon bones and worm bones and wyvern bones more, because at a low level you would need these to train the skill.
Yeah, that looks completely balanced.
Yeah.
Like, I have absolutely no complaints whatsoever. I think that's perfect.
Like, I feel like this is one of the hot take ones, because always bones have been one prayer to bury any bone. But I feel like they've really missed something when they made prayer initially. And I think this could diversify the skill a lot. It would really change the bone economy.
Yep.
For the better.
Absolutely. Fantastic. Yeah. Same thing with the ashes. The ashes don't have any level requirements, do they?
Same with the ashes.
Yep.
Like,
just kind of balance it around this
balance
sort of
requirements,
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. So that's like all my thoughts on like the wilderness altar and stuff, and prayer in general. I do think that skill has a lot of potential, and it's just in the bin at the minute. Because prayer right now is just wilderness altar, 299, done, boom. That's prayer. It's terrible.
Great take. Okay, next one.
Next one, non-best in slot max capes. Remove them. Max capes were supposed to be these prestigious things, which they are. I mean, they're becoming less prestigious over time because everyone's got one. But it was supposed to just have the best in slot ones initially. That's how it was pulled.
Yep.
To have the best in slots. But now the best in slots have been, well, they're no longer best in slots, but the max cape version still exists. I think there needs to be a bit of a change with the alternative max capes. The way I would do it, I would remove all the non-bis ones, and I would also change the RD cloak max cape, and I would change the mythical cape max cape. Technically, I would be removing them, but literally what I would be doing is replacing them with an upgraded version that has higher requirements. So instead of the RD Cloak 4 max cape, we would have an achievement diary max cape, which would have all the teleports of the achievement diaries plus the teleports of the RD cape and the stats of the RD cape. So essentially, it's a higher requirement RD max cape with the achievement diary teleports.
That's fucking sexy.
Yep, and I would also do it for the mythical cape. I would change it to a quest point max cape, where it's got the legend skill teleport, the myth skill teleport, and the myths cape stats.
Yeah.
So obviously it makes them slightly better. Well, it makes the the Arctic Cloak one a lot better because it's essentially an achievement diary cape now. but it also puts the requirements up and it makes them more prestigious. And I've got a graphic for this as well, just to show
Oh yeah,
the
let's
only
see it.
the only max capes that would exist in the
Oh,
game.
I thought it was gonna be your achievement diary cape, like something you created. But
Well,
yeah,
it is.
Okay,
I did make that
let's take a
graphic
look.
for it. But that's the melee, the magic, and the ranged.
Ooh,
And they would be the only max capes.
ooh, I want that achievement diary max cape.
Yep.
Sheesh. Okay, let me ask you this. So this is gonna be my in regards. So none of these capes right here, out of the 8 that you've listed that are on screen, which is for those listening: Infernal Max Cape, Achievement Diary Max Cape, Quest Point Max Cape, and then the 3 God Capes: Gothic, Saradomin, Zamorak Max Cape, Assembler, and Masori.
Yep.
So, and he's highlighted them like the melee capes, mage capes, and range. Now, none of these act as a max cape, correct?
Correct. It's just the same as they are right now, basically.
Okay, so this is you may have heard this argument from me before. What if we could have max cape variants that act exactly like the max cape with no other benefits whatsoever, but are cosmetic? And this would be the 2000 CM cape, the 2000 Tob cape, the 2000 Toa cape, 1000 LMS cape, and I would even say Champions cape. And these are purely cosmetic that allow you to at least have a max cape, but you don't have to have the fucking red version all the time. But
I think that's fine. This will come in a different category of max capes. So these are like the basically upgrades or act as something else, where they would be like a cosmetic change, and it would basically be a max cape that looks different.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's good. It shows off your achievements more.
Yes.
I think it's good to have.
Yes. I want that because it just sucks that to use the most OP cape in the game, which is the max cape, you have to just have one version of it and there's no other versions to flex.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that would be good. That would diversify the max capes instead of everyone having a pink cape. Everyone would have their own, cape that they want to wear.
Yeah. There was also you probably saw the Reddit post of the Ironman and the Ultimate Ironman and the Hardcore Ironman max capes.
I think I did, a while ago.
A white one and a black one and a red one again. But like slightly different shade. I think those are kind of cool. I'm not super. I just think a black max cape though is pretty fucking badass for normal Ironman. That was really cool.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think Ironmen should have their own specific items that non-mains can get, because
I also that's the worry with those, as much as I love them. But they also could just come out with something where it's like, hey, you want to change the color of your max cape? Here,
they could
pay.
I mean, they could
this much money.
If we went with your idea, like you said, with the different, like the Champions cape and stuff.
Yeah.
If they added a cool, like even the what was the Last Man Standing one? That could be a black max cape.
Yep. No, totally. That should be it. And they should all be the maxed out version. So it has to be 1,000 wins.
Yep. It has to be the maximum of every single thing.
Yes.
It has to be. Otherwise, what's the point?
Yes.
And it has to be the best. It's a max cape.
And one of the other ones could be obviously this would be super easy to get, but they could come out with a music max cape that would that worries me a little bit. The music one actually worries me a little bit, mainly because there is an effect to it that teleports you to fallow.
Yeah, the thing with the music cape
would be tough, actually.
I feel like the music cape fits more in line with the Infernal achievement and quest.
You're right.
But the thing with
it doesn't have any actual stats.
It doesn't have any stats, so it's basically a max cape that you're removing all the teleports from to have one teleport. So even though it's a shame, I don't think it really fits in anywhere properly.
You're right. Right now it does. Yeah, you're right. It would. If only the Bard skill came out, then it would have had. Then it would have had stats.
The barding skill, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I like it. And you know what? I think this was Tedious's idea. He wants not a Champion's cape, but a Hero's cape. And the Hero's cape would have the Hero's challenge, which is slightly improved Championscape, where instead of killing lesser demons, you're now killing greater demons. You're killing like green dragons, perhaps killing like just slightly higher. I would love that.
So like
honestly.
a new plethora of heroes scrolls that would drop
Yes,
from different creatures.
yes,
Yeah, that would be a cool little update.
dude. I actually loved the Championscape grind. I loved that grind. Like it was
I've only gotten one of them.
one scroll.
One scroll, just
Wow.
passively. I haven't tried to get it. I just got
yeah.
it. I got that honestly ages ago, like 2014 probably.
Dude, it's such a just an old school grind. It's so cool.
Yeah.
Like I just love little things like that.
Yeah, the monsters are very cool looking as well. Very cool designs. I like them a lot. And the different ways that you have to fight them is quite unique as well. Where like one of them you have to punch to death. Stuff like that. It's quite cool.
I really hope in the future and this is like the simplest update of all time too. Just add a scroll, do like 15 different monsters or whatever.
Yeah, and then we could have a whole new goal to work towards to grind for a new cape, a new little challenge.
Yep.
I mean, it doesn't seem like to create 15 more unique, simple-ish bosses. I think that would be the most painstaking part of it.
Yeah.
But just to make the cape, it wouldn't be too hard.
Yeah, it wouldn't be tough at all. That'd be sick. They could make that cape look so cool too.
Hell yeah, they're really good. Or it could even be like a mythical challenge. Like, I mean, I feel like it skips a lot of the guilds from champion straight to myth. But
yeah,
I feel like it's like the Myths Guild could have an extension to it as well. Like they've already got the big underground bit, they could have another bit.
Yeah, they
or
could
something
extend.
like that.
Yeah,
because
it's tough
I feel
because
I feel like these if we were to do an expansion on the Champions Challenge, do like a Myths Challenge or Heroes Challenge or whatever, I feel like it's going to be quite an end game targeted update. So I feel like putting it in like the Myths Guild makes more sense than like the Heroes Guild. Or even the Legends Guild, something like that.
The only problem is that there's already a Legendscape and a Mythscape that they just gave for free.
That's true actually.
That's the only problem because like Heroes doesn't have anything yet.
Yeah, that's true actually. I changed my mind.
Yeah.
I like it in Heroes because I didn't get the Heroes cape.
They could in the future, if they ever do come out with like Dragon Slayer 3 or something and come out with an entirely new guild, 5 years down the line.
Yeah.
And then have
they
like,
could even have like
epic.
a true Legends cape or something.
Yeah, that's true.
Something like that. But yeah, they're just like little ideas.
Yeah. Heroes for now though, just the slightly higher tier.
Yeah,
monsters.
yeah. Like, because the Champions Challenge came out so long ago.
Yep.
And what's like the most big monster on there? Is it like Lesser Demon or something?
Probably Jogers or Lesser Demons. Those are probably the top two. Because there's like
very
imps and ghouls and
zombies and skeletons and stuff, isn't it?
Hobgoblins.
It's all the low level stuff.
Exactly.
It could be for things like Blood Vals, Necreal Champion, Abyssal Demon Champion, stuff like that.
I wouldn't even say. I would say literally exclude Slayer monsters.
Exclude them.
Yeah. So it's like green dragons, greater demons. I'm trying to think of like the black demons.
Yeah, it's so hard. I mean, even Black Demon's a Slayer monster. Well,
no, it's not.
Unless you mean
it's not a Slayer monster.
I know. I understand. I think I misunderstood what you meant.
Yeah, not a Slayer.
It's not a Slayer monster. It's a Slayer assignment.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you mean now. Yeah.
And then, what else would they add? I just need to think of these fire giants.
Fire giants. So many of the monsters are just Slayer monsters. There's barely any monsters that aren't.
Oh wait, no, fire giants drop the giant scroll. Shit.
Yeah. Unless they change it to drop fire giant scroll.
That's true. They could change it. So
they could change it retroactively.
Ooh.
And they could change it because it's just a giant scroll, isn't it? They could change it so just hill giants drop that, and they could have a moss giant champion, fire giant champion, as well.
Yeah, it's tough now because.
But it does change the champions challenge at that point.
I think that would be okay though, because what they would have to do though is make it so the original giant one is just the hill giant.
I had an idea.
What?
So you can only embark on this challenge once you've completed the Champions Challenge. That fixes all the issues.
Yeah, that actually would.
That would straight away fix it. Yeah. So you can only get these
that would be
Heroes Scrolls after you've done the Champions Scrolls. It's like a sequel.
I want this so bad.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go to the next one. Oh wait.
Yeah, let's go. I was just gonna say, it's just like ideas like this, like like simple ideas, simple things is what makes the game RuneScape. It's these small little things that you can do around the world.
Yep.
It's not these huge game-changing things. It's just these little things to do. It all comes together to make a really good game.
Yeah. It's like a big quest to go on that's
Yeah,
already in the game.
yeah, yeah. The next bullet point I've got is it's
Love this
about
one.
upgraded weapons. You like this?
Love this one.
Yeah. So upgraded weapons. I don't know why there's like so many different variants of upgraded weapons. You've got like the Ivan staff, the Ivan staff U. The reason I added that is because the Ivan staff was dog shit because it had no charges. How about this? We'll
Didn't
just
it only
make
have
the Ivan staff
250?
not shit. Yeah, it was dog shit. It was. I think it was even worse than that in RuneScape Classic. I think it was like 50 or 25. You would kill one
Holy
monster and you have to go back and charge
shit.
it.
Holy shit.
Yeah. So, in my opinion, remove all these upgraded weapons, the upgraded ones, and make the base ones good. It's just putting an arbitrary roadblock in the way of what it should have been in the first place. Like the trident, like why do I have to upgrade it with randomly like 10 tentacles or whatever it is? Why do we even need to do that?
Yeah.
Just have the trident have more charges. As simple as.
Yep. I've
And
been
just buff
talking
them.
about this for years is just
Buff them all to 100,000. Just have a flat, consistent amount for every single charged weapon. So you know how much can a charged weapon hold? 100,000 across the board. Make it
yes.
consistent.
Absolutely brilliant. And you could, and in just regards to the upgraded trident,
Yeah, because the Kraken drops a full one, so you wouldn't want
yeah.
to drop 100,000 charged trident.
Well,
Just take that
yeah.
off and just have it drop runes or something.
Just literally have it be like a normal, or just get rid of that drop entirely and
I'll
just
just get rid of
replace it
it.
with just some other bullshit.
Yeah.
But it would be okay. So like for those that have made their upgraded one, which first of all affects no endgame players because there's better weapons now anyway. Just make
Yeah.
it so it's a cosmetic change. Like you've turned it blue, which it already does change it.
Honestly, I would just remove it and just revert it back to the normal one and just say unlucky. It's a shame, but it is what it is.
Yeah, they could do that. I don't actually mind just the like the color change.
Yeah.
I don't know. But yeah, that's
I'm
the one
not
thing.
I'm not the biggest supporter of like cosmetic changes to weapons. I feel like every weapon should have its own unique look and it shouldn't really be changeable, if you know what I mean. Like
Yeah.
I don't really like that the whip's got a volcanic skin and an ice
Oh,
skin.
that was the
It
most
feels
private
so off.
servery thing ever.
It is, it is. Honestly,
So
I would
private
remove those
server.
as well. If it was up to me, I would love to remove those, but I feel like people would be angry. But I really feel like it it makes the whip not the whip anymore. It's not the iconic whip that we all know and love. We're seeing these fucking lava whips. What is
Yep.
this?
It's complete private server.
Yeah, I hate like
There
it was the same with the dark bow as well. Like what was it like blue dark bow?
Yeah, they came out with a bunch of the thing is like they can do it appropriately at times. Like for example, Dark Torva looks so cool.
Yeah,
And they can actually make that come into the game, but it would have to be through something,
yeah.
don't just give it out, but
I like the way they did it with the new update to Bounty Hunter. I think that's a cool way of doing it. It's not like a recolor. I fucking hate recolors because that's just so cheap and looks so private servery. But
yeah.
when it's kind of like a visual upgrade or visual change, like in theme and style, where it's themed towards like the Bounty Hunter like dark theme, I think it's quite cool.
Mm-hmm.
So I
Totally.
do like it like that, but I don't like it the way the whips and the dark bows are. And the thing is, there's some inconsistency as well with item names with things like cosmetic things. Like the dragon scimitar, do you know the gilded dragon scimitar?
Oh,
I'm gonna look it and look you.
the mustard and ketchup one.
Yeah, the dragon scimitar with like
Yeah,
gold
I'm seeing it right
the
now.
gold one.
I have it on my character.
You do?
Yep. I'm
Oh.
wearing it right now. It's the elite ornament kit you put on your dragon scimitar.
The
You're talking about
yeah, the ornament kit. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, that's the
yeah.
one. So why is that called an ornament kit when it's like it's a gilding kit? That's a gilded weapon.
Well, it actually does say
It's a G
dragon
weapon.
scimitar ornament kit, but they change. The thing is what they've done with all dragon weapons is they've made it all look gilded. Like they've made it look gilded, and that is the ornament.
Yeah, but this is more about the item name consistency, because you've got like the dragon chin body G
Really?
and
It's
the
called
dragon
G.
ornament. It's a G. All of everything's a G apart from
that's
the
messed up.
scimitar. It's all. It's
Oh,
ornament just for the scimitar.
That's messed
And
up.
it does me head in, and it's been like that since 2016, and no one's changed it. And there's a bunch of other items as well like this.
You're right.
Like, I hate the inconsistency as well between the trident names, because like, oh my god, there's so many trident names. Let me have a look. So there's Trident of the Swamp, but when it's uncharged Toxic Trident. Which is it? Is it a Toxic Trident, or is it a Trident of the Swamp? And then you've got the normal Trident, which is Trident of the Seas, or Uncharged Trident. And then you've got the other one, which is what's it called again? The one with the skull on it. Of the dead one.
Staff of the Dead? Oh, Toxic Staff of the Dead?
Oh, the Toxic Staff of the Dead. Where is it? It's Toxic Staff of the Dead. But then when you uncharge it, it's just Toxic Staff, uncharged, in brackets, the full word. There's no consistency at all between any of these names. Like, none. It's like they rolled the dice and thought, how should we name this one? What's the format for this one? Didn't even think about it. I just want some more consistency with item names. They should honestly just go over all the items and standardize the naming format of every item to be consistent with each other, because so many are just not. Like, some of them are confusing, like these trident ones. Like a Toxic Trident and a Trident of the Swamp. They're the same item, aren't they? But they've got totally different names.
Dude, you know what pisses me off? Okay, go to your equipment scene, like in the gear tab, and click on the equipment.
Yeah.
I like that they've decided to make some changes to, give more details. But what they did with the attack bonuses and defense bonuses, they put magic before range.
Oh, yep. I know, I noticed that one.
Like, why? Like, it's
and
actually
then at the bottom, it's range before magic.
I know! It's like, dude, are you kidding me? Like,
yeah.
Like, who is making this? You are literally coding this in the wrong... they actually made an even bigger blunder initially. It was like... They made it so it was like different on each or something. They've already made a change to this, but they still haven't fixed the problem. Like, put range before magic, please.
Yep.
Please.
Like, I don't know why I feel like no one looks at what they're doing and thinks about it for more than 1 second, because it doesn't take a genius to see that it's backwards.
It's so bad.
I think they need someone who's like proper OCD to look over stuff, because honestly, I would do it. So I'm very, I'm the most perfectionist person that you'll ever meet.
Same, dude. I catch things so quickly. It's like I in school, at least for like a year, I think it was like 3 semesters. I was trying to go into technical writing, because I'm just like I don't speak great when it comes to like grammar and stuff, but when it comes to writing and editing papers, like I see mistakes so easily.
Yeah, I'm the same, to be honest. I am like that as well. And in my head, I'm pretty... Like, in my head, I have so many thoughts, and everything connects together, and I see the whole picture. I understand how it all functions and goes together and works. But then I'm so bad at, like, articulating it and putting it out of my mouth. Like, you know what I mean?
Totally. I'm exactly the same way. Yep. I can sentence structure very great on paper. As soon as it's, live and I have to speak it, it's like, no, it's going to be a mess. Listen, this is something that bothered me to death, and it's still here. But I just always have my prayer tooltips off. But I don't know if you have your prayer tooltips on right now. Do you?
I can't remember. I think they're on.
Well, but... if you
are you talking about piety and the rigor and augury having different formats for how it's written?
Yep.
Yeah. Oh yes.
My God! When they came out with that, I'm like,
I don't know why they didn't just look at how it is right now and then just replicate it again, exactly the same. Just change the word from range to magic, or melee to range, or whatever.
Yes. Just
keep
for
the same format for consistency, for God's sake.
just for those listening, because I am showing it on my end, but Piety says increases your defense by 25%, strength by 23%, and attack by 20%. And then Rigger and Augury say increases your ranged attack by 20% and damage by 23% and your defense by 25%. It's like, why is the your in there, and why is the first and in there? Like, I know nobody gives, like 99% of the listeners are not going to give a fuck, but for those OCD people that are listening, like, oh my god, like this stuff just
They just don't. I feel like they just don't think about these little things, and they're just like, oh well, that'll do. It's what it is.
I know it's a problem. Oh, also when they were trying to come out with ruinous powers, they were not in. Everything was shrunken slightly. Like
it was smaller.
Yeah. Everything was like kind of pushed up a little bit. So, if there had been six, I can't remember if there was 6 rows of prayers or not. There are here. And they were like squished up more, so your muscle memory is just not there anymore at all. And of course all the prayers were just in the weirdest spots ever, which kind of makes sense because they're trying to go based off of levels. But
I'm so glad it got binned.
Oh my god, thank god,
I'm so glad, because the thing is with prayer, it's like the core, like, if this is combat, it's prayer. And if you change that, you change in combat entirely. The whole game is balanced around this prayer book. And if you change it, the game is not. It's going to be fucked.
Forever.
Yep. No going back.
Just like woodcutting.
Just like woodcutting.
Fucked forever.
Yep. I mean, I would love it if they had the balls to say, you know what, and just removed some stuff. Remove the leaves. Say, unfortunately, leaves are terrible. We're not doing teas anymore. We're removing leaves.
I know.
Remove them.
Dude, if they would have this is my opinion on it, just made it so we do your idea of if multiple people are chopping, it increases that chance of the tree not falling, not time-based. Plus, there's some weird stuff where like the tree's chopping, you're still chopping. That's weird.
Yeah.
And make it so it just caps to 5. That would be appropriate, because then you can, not feel like, shit, we got to get 5 more people. Yeah. And then, just like an event maybe that's, like you said, just soloable, so you can go do it, get some stuff. And then honestly, like, this is my personal take. I don't even like any of the new random stuff, like the anima bark and the leaves and stuff. Like, why couldn't it have just been logs pay for rewards at a shop?
Yep.
That's
the thing is, like, I hate the bark as well. I don't know why they had to make a new currency as bark. If they wanted to have a store, I mean, they could have had it with logs, but I don't know why they didn't just have a point system. Just have a point system or something.
Yeah,
I don't see why we need a new item when we can just have a point system.
I mean,
you go to the shop, you say how many points you've got, and you can buy whatever.
Yeah. I mean, truly, if it was paid for with logs even, like, that's great, because that is literally the reward from woodcutting is you get logs. And now your logs are worth slightly more because you can sell them at the Grand Exchange and people are going to be in demand for them, so you can buy their little untradeable rewards at the Forestry, dude.
Yep.
Yeah, and they've just gone way overboard.
It should have been logs or a point system. I don't know why they've added new items to try and make woodcutting more profitable. Because, I guess I said this earlier, but we don't need new items to make woodcutting more profitable. We need the logs to have more use, to make the value go up, to make woodcutting more profitable. That's what we need.
Yeah, it's a shame. Okay.
Yep.
Let's go to the next one.
Yep. So immersion breaking stuff like Hicius Coscintius, or whatever the hell his name is in Lumbridge. Why the hell's he there?
Hate us because you ain't us.
Just delete him. Yeah, hate us because you ain't us. Just delete him.
Why? Just because you hate him? You hate him because you ain't him?
Yeah, I hate him. He's the most private servery person I've ever seen. You literally land in Lumbridge, fresh off Tutorial Island, and you see this cunt with full third age or whatever, with his little top hat. Why? Like, you're playing a medieval role-playing game, and you see this dude with a little pimp cane, briefcase, and top hat. He's the first guy you see. What an introduction to the game. Just delete him and put the reward on the Lumbridge guide or something. Or that woman who walks around with the stick.
Just get rid of all those guides. Let's go back to the fucking like good old days where you just are actually lost and you got to figure things. You actually got to talk to players like, what's going on here, dude? Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
No, I'm okay with some of the guides, whatever.
Yeah, I'd remove Hacius, Cushientus, Count Check as well. It doesn't make sense for a vampire to be in Lumbridge. The vampire shouldn't be there. There was only one vampire who was left west of the River Salve after the river was put there, and that was Count Drainer, and his abilities were greatly reduced due to the separation from Mauritania. There's not a second vampire in Lumbridge. It completely goes against the entirety of the lore of the vampires and the history of the world. And he's just there cracking jokes about like 1, 2, like as a Sesame Street character. Why? I understand the want to have a character there to like teach people about like bank security and stuff. But why not just have a banker do that? Why does it have to be an immersion break-in pun joke in Lumbridge called Count Check? What's it about?
The only that was such a throwback. You actually nailed the Count. What was his name? The Count? Was that Sesame Street's name?
I think so. Yeah.
Name just the Count or whatever. Yeah, that is the one, the two.
That's what he does. Perfect. It's a joke, and it just completely breaks the lore of the game just for a joke.
The only thing they could do is either get rid of it or add additional lore that this dude is faking it. He's not actually a vampire, but obviously just get rid of it would be better.
I'd remove him and stick just like a banker who's having a little sandwich on a bench on his day off, whatever, and you can talk to him. And I don't think there should be a teleport to Stronghold Security. Why is that there? No. Walk. That's what your legs are for.
Oh.
Yeah.
Ooh. Okay. Question.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on stamina and running in this game?
I've got a point on that, and I think graceful and stamina, it's absolutely ass cheeks, and I hate it. And I think agility needs to be. I think agility needs to completely affect stamina degradation. So, like, I did do a whole graph on this.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to see it, I'll have to quickly get it up. But I've kind of balanced it linearly between 1 and 99 agility, and also on weight as well, between 0 and 60 kilograms, where 60 would cap out. But I would want it so that at 99 agility, well, let's find the graph. It's quite good, this graph. Here it is. I've got a whole PowerPoint slide, so I'll send you the whole slide. You can look at it.
Let's see it.
Yeah. This was my thoughts. I mean, the numbers don't have to be exactly that, but...
Okay.
Do you want to read through it, or should I read through it?
Yeah, you read through it.
So, at 1 agility, when you weigh 0 kilograms, I think right now, your run runs out like... it's at the same rate, isn't it, as at 99? It's the same rate, it doesn't change. I think agility only affects the regeneration of agility, and it's all based on your weight.
Mm-hmm.
But I would change it so at 1 agility, with nothing on, your run energy would last around 2 minutes, and then it would take about 4 minutes to recharge back up to 100. And at 99 agility, with 0 kilograms as well, it should last 4 minutes, so double the duration, and the wait time should be 2 minutes for 100%, so it's double the duration and half the regen time for getting to 99 agility. And that would scale linearly through 1 to 99. And then if you've got weight, if you weigh anything, like let's say you weigh 10 kilograms, that would take 10 seconds off the total run duration. So if you had 60 kilograms, that would take 1 minute off the total run. So if you had max weight, you would be at 99 agility, you would run for 3 minutes instead of 4. And at 1 agility, you would run for 1 minute instead of 2. That means less people are going to wear graceful. So you're going to see more variety in outfits. Not everyone is a clone of each other. It'll make agility more useful. And it'll make running less aids. And it'll make staminas less necessary, because who the hell actually wants staminas?
So what is your change to graceful?
Graceful what I wrote here is it would increase the regeneration rate by 25%. So at 99, it would take 1.5 minutes to regen instead of 2.
Okay.
And at level, yeah.
Does it still have weight reducing?
Yeah, I might as well,
Okay.
but weight is less of an issue
Yeah.
with this change.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Because each kilogram only takes a second off, so
Okay.
off your total of 4 minutes.
There also
That's
isn't.
my idea.
Yeah, and for those listening, there also isn't going to be another point where we talk about run stuff. I just saw it. You're talking about like musicians and resting and stuff. So
Yeah.
we'll talk about that later. But
Yeah, I've still got one more thing to say about the immersion breaking thing. So,
okay.
do you know the PvP arena, the new dual arena thing? That is an absolute failure.
Yeah.
That no one uses.
Unfortunately, I know
That
about
one.
that.
I think it's a cool idea. The dual arena did have to go, and I think it's a cool. It looks cool. It has cool features. It's just pointless because no one uses it. On the world map, it's called PvP arena. I don't know why, because it's actually called a maze arena. That's what it's called. And I feel like having immersion breaking things like literally saying player versus player inside of the world is just like it's immersion breaking. It's basically addressing the adventurers, us, as a player of a game inside of the game, and there should not be stuff like that in the game. Nothing should be addressed as player versus player inside of the game. Nothing.
We should have the new dungeon, the PVM dungeon.
Yeah, it's like instead of Ferox Enclave, just calling it the minigame zone. That's basically what they've done with this. But thankfully for that, they didn't. They gave it an actual name, which isn't immersion breaking. But this is. I mean, they gave it the name, but they didn't put it on the map.
I love the
Yeah.
way you think. Yeah, that's great. That's great.
Yeah.
I agree.
Like immersion is very important to like making an authentic, immersive world.
Totally.
And you can't just have these little things that just take you out of it.
Yeah,
Even
like
though it's RuneScape and old school and it looks like an old ass game and it's like low poly and stuff,
yeah.
it doesn't matter. It can still be immersive.
You're right. And the way the Gowers did it is perfect, where
Yeah.
you have full immersion, but then you have like, modern jokes kind of thrown into quest dialogue and funny things like that, where it's like, okay, this is, I don't know if you ever played A Bard's Tale. Did you ever play that?
No, I didn't.
It kind of reminds me of that, where it's like, it's a very humorous game, but it keeps to the lore.
Yeah.
But sometimes you're thrown into just, oh, that was a funny one-liner from a quest style. Yeah, you're right.
Like the humor's good though. That's good. That's good. That doesn't break immersion. It's kind of like a jokey joke.
Exactly.
But
they did it
but
perfectly.
it's not just straight up like PvP arena.
Yeah.
Like in your face. It's dumb. It should just be a maze arena, and that's what it's called as addressed in the game. Adventurers shouldn't be addressed as players. They should be addressed as adventurers because that's what we are. And that's it. It shouldn't go any further than that.
Totally. Yep.
They should just follow this rule. This is an important rule about immersion. Don't call people players.
Amen.
At all.
Amen.
Yeah. Yeah, the next point I've got on here is also kind of immersion breaking. The League's reward shop at Cathaby. Why the fuck is that there? That is the most out of place thing I've ever seen in my life. Have you seen it?
Yeah, I wish I hadn't.
Yeah. Why is that in the small fishing town and farming town of Cathaby? The little magician with his big stone that's glowing. Honestly, remove it. Remove the lot. Everything that links with like rewards, like events, etc. Put everything in Diango. Centralize it to Diango. Keep everything there. That's his job. We don't need two Diangos. We don't need a League shop one. We've got Diango for everything. Keep it to him.
That's
my
fair.
opinion.
That's fair.
It just centralizes everything. It makes more sense. It's more consistent, and it's not immersion breaking. Diango's a toy maker. He makes fancy dress. It makes sense. Diango.
Perfect.
We don't need a wizard in Cathaby with glowing eyes and shit.
Right.
We don't need it in the game at all, to be honest. Just delete it.
All right, what's the next one?
So this is more about world building and immersion. So more NPCs and wildlife and just like things going on around the world.
Oh, like the PvP arena where two bots are fighting. Right?
Yeah, just stuff like that, where it just feels like honestly,
no,
like
I am actually completely against that particular point right there.
Well, not necessarily players. There shouldn't be people role playing as players. I think that's dumb.
No,
but there should be people fighting, but not player NPCs. That's weird.
This is my problem. Is they've started leaking this in where it's almost like they're trying to fool you into thinking these are players fighting. Now, I don't think Amir's Arena does it quite as much, but like Hallowed Sepulchre has random like NPCs that look like players. Like, why? You can add an NPC there, which they are NPCs technically, but don't quit trying to make them seem like people.
The only time I kind of liked it, and it was kind of funny, and it was in like the cutscenes where it's like cow kill 1337.
Yep, I was just thinking that.
I like that. That's funny in a cutscene, like for a quest as a little joke, but
I get
not as
worried.
like a part of like content like that. I think you're better off just having actual characters like a thief, who's also in there, not a fake player. It's just weird.
Yeah, it's weird, especially when they're trying to dress him up exactly like it's a fake player.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because I think around the world we need more NPCs and wildlife. Just the world having more life to it.
Totally.
Like in Varrock, having more NPCs just walking around, even if they've got like routines where they like walk to the shop and like imagine that. Because what I love, they did this with sleep. Do you know the walkers that walk from Canopus all the way to sleep? I think that's so cool. Like that's so genius.
Yeah, that's great. I
would love because it's the lore and it's the mystery.
Yeah.
But then if we add more like NPCs and like wildlife and stuff around the world, it just makes the world feel more alive and involved and intertwined as one whole world.
Especially if there would be little, like not even mini quests, but I'm talking like you talk to these people and you actually interact with them saying like, hey, like, this person from this town did that. Like for the people walking to sleep, like, oh, I need to go visit this person. You visit them and then they have a dialogue and you go visit another person. Just some random thing. And then you get something like, here's 100 GP or whatever for just like little Easter eggs. I love the Easter eggs.
That. Yeah. Like it's all these small little details that you could sprinkle in throughout the entire game quite easily, and it adds so much. It's so much for so little.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? Really, this is a really sad point that I remember as a child wishing that this could be a thing. Obviously, I don't care anymore, and most people don't because they're super into efficiency. But I hated the fact that almost every single crate and drawer you open has nothing of interest.
Yeah.
Like almost everything just has nothing of interest. And it's like, yeah, I know not everything needs to just have something, but it would be cool if here and there you just got some random shit.
A needle, a thread, a chisel, a hammer, just like random stuff.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it's good because the only people who are going to be searching those is noobs, and they would honestly could do with those items. Like, just randomly, like sometimes when you find a needle in a haystack.
Yep.
Like that's cool.
And think about this. Like think about like for the random noobs that are just exploring a new town, they're just searching stuff. Imagine if somehow they could code so that you can get one. It's not a recurring thing, but it's like if you search this drawer, it's a one-time thing where you'll get 1,000 GP.
Yeah.
You know, like little things like that. I actually think that'd be great, but they have to code it so it's a one-time event. So it's not just, let me just keep world hopping, get a bunch of whatever.
There is one cool cupboard in Draenor that has garlic in. Do you know the one?
Yep.
Just stuff like that. It's cool. It makes sense.
Yeah, I think that's awesome.
Yeah. I
mean,
it's infinite garlic. You can keep getting it out forever.
See, I wish...
It's not like garlic's the most useful thing.
Yeah, it would be cool if they had things that were one time for players.
Yeah. One time, and then after you've done it the one time, after a set time, or maybe after a system update, it would reset them all and just have random things in after the one time. So that you can still search it later on, and maybe there's a piece of thread in there instead.
I'll be honest.
A tiara mold.
I'll be honest. I actually like the idea of very, very stern on the one time.
One time and nothing ever again after.
Nothing, so you're not. So there's always. You can search. Like for things like threads and needles and spades or whatever, they could do that. But like for individual things, like I found a note or I found a random
boots.
Yeah, or a pair of boots or a 200 GP. Like I think like the GP and stuff could really help out noobs exploring new places where it's like, okay, I've just looted this entire city basically, and I've gotten my reward, and now I'm done with this city. So a new week, it's not like, time to go re-explore the city again. It's like, no, I've already done it on this. I think that would be the way to do it. My
Yeah,
opinion.
that's fine. Yeah. Like, you could find, like, a steel dagger or something. It could be an upgrade for a player that they
Yes.
randomly find, like, a little upgrade and, like, whoa.
Yes.
Because this update is aimed at, like, noobs, obviously. Like, we would not be go searching around little drawers and stuff.
Exactly. It would be for just a little bit more fun exploring for your first time.
Yeah, because the thing is, when you first start RuneScape, you don't really know what you're doing, and you are searching everything, looking for stuff. Like
Yeah.
I did, I'm sure you probably did. And
Dude.
actually finding stuff and getting upgrades, I think would be quite cool.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, it wouldn't be efficient, but they're not efficient.
Yeah.
And they're trying to be efficient.
Yeah.
They're just finding stuff, and they're like, oh, this is cool, little dagger, little boot.
Exactly. And okay, so for the items that would, okay, I'm gonna go really hard on this point right now, is like the items like chisel, spade, whatever, hammer, those could all be very consistent. But imagine if a town had a certain amount, like this town, like if you were to loot all of Artie, it's going to be randomly generated for each individual player. So, if let's just say there was like 20,000 GP in Artie. And if you were to search everything, you're going to get random amounts here and there. And if you search the whole place, you'd get a grand total of about 20K or whatever.
Yeah.
Maybe less. Who knows? But something that's appropriate. But it's not like you go to the wiki and you say, okay, this is the particular spot where you get this. This is the particular. No, they randomize it for that city per player. So it truly, I don't know if they could code it that way, but that would be great.
They can. They've done it with the party room. That's how the party room works.
Okay. That would be so cool.
Yeah, they could do that. But yeah,
you find a little kitten. Imagine that after you've done Gertrude's cat, you find around a kitten.
Yeah. And then you don't have pet insurance, so you get to keep it forever when you die.
Yes.
That'd be good.
Oh my God.
This is the fantasy world that we're not living in currently.
I know.
I wish.
Unfortunate.
Yeah.
That'd be great. Okay.
Yeah, but I think like NPCs and wildlife just around the world just really brings more life to the game.
Yeah. And some need to be non-noob friendly. This is the biggest disappointment of Isle of Souls. Isle of Souls came out and I was so excited to explore it. Yet it's a big ass wasteland of just nothing going on really. There was that one dungeon, there's a little chest, like, oh shit, like there's a new chest. First of all, that was such an exciting update for me of just knowing, hey, Isle of Souls, there's a new dungeon and a chest, but it's dog shit. Like it's literal dog shit. I'm like, why did you make this dog shit? And also, why the fuck does 99 thieving still fail all the time? I hate that.
Yeah.
I hate that 99 thieving is not 99. Like, there's like you can't get past it. Like what the hell is going on? Why am I failing? Why am I failing sepulcher chests twice in a row at 99 with a lockpick?
Yeah, I don't know about the balance of this game. Like you can fall off the log at Artie at 99 as well, can't you? The Artie log.
Yeah.
Shortcut.
Yeah. You fail at wilderness agility course at 99 too.
Yeah, I don't understand how to balance this. It's
99 agility needs to be non-fail everywhere organically around the world, like around like the surface of Gielinor. You could still fail, obviously, doing certain things, but across the board, when it's the same with cooking. It's brilliant that they have a cooking cape where you no longer burn. The fact that at one point you were still burning at 99, it's like, I haven't mastered cooking yet, clearly. Like, I haven't.
Yeah. To be honest, at the time when the cutting cape came out, I thought that was absolutely insanely overpowered. It was such an upgrade over the cutting gauntlets, but...
Oh, yeah, it was... But you gotta... Yeah, but you agree with me that, like, mastering a skill...
I do like it, though.
It makes
if you
sense.
master a skill, you shouldn't really be failing it still, because it's like, what more can I do?
Dude, you know what a big problem is you are still crushing lesser gems at 99 crafting, and the cape doesn't have any perk. Yeah, you crush a shit ton of them still, too. Like, opals...
Does it change the rate at all with the level?
Yeah, it does.
It does.
It does slightly, I think, but it never stops at 99. That needs to be a change ASAP. Like, the crafting cape needs to make it so you never crush them again.
Or just have it scale to 99 and have it...
That would even be better. I think cooking should do that, too, to be honest. It's weird that you need the cooking cape to be on. Yeah,
but the thing with thieving is I feel like you have to fail with thieving.
Thieving,
just for balance.
Thieving, you do have to, but because, like, for example, with NPCs, it makes sense even a master thief, if we think of like real life, would get caught here and there if you just nonstop pickpocketing somebody,
Yeah.
So that would make sense. But literally looting a chest should be guaranteed. Like, dude, it's actually like pisses me off that the stone temples in Shaman, like you're still failing it all the time at 99.
It's not like they're even that good. So
they're not good. I know.
So why not?
That should be, if you're 99, you can just sit there and maybe you get stunned or something here and there, even though I would be against that even. Like, just literally make it so if you're 99, you're getting this, and that's your reward for getting to 99. Yes, there will be bots that abuse it. Ban the bots.
Yeah, I agree. But I do have some thoughts on that overlap with thieving a bit as well, to do with clue scrolls. I've got a lot of thoughts about the balance of clue scrolls and the inability to collect elites realistically. And I do think there's a big gap in the thieving market for clue scroll acquisition that kind of stops with ham members. And I think it could be expanded upwards to cover all clue scroll tiers up to elite.
Amen.
Do you want to see the slide that I've made on that?
Oh yes, I would love to see that.
All these bullet points, by the way, I've got entire slides per bullet point explaining everything with examples and stuff. I'll find the thieving one. Because this... I'm blind. There's so many slides. There's 52 slides on this.
I love it.
Right. So this is more of a clue scroll from skilling overhaul. And I've kind of put up I've made like a proposed table of where you would get tiers of clue from and at what rates. And honestly, it fills in some dead content as well. So,
ooh, baby.
Here's I've sent you the chart if you want to look at it.
Yep, it's pulled up now.
So, this covers woodcutting, mining, fishing, hunter, thieving, and runecraft. So, I would want to rebalance it so that you don't get beginner clues from redwood trees. You get elites from redwood trees on an average of every 3 hours passively. So, I've kind of got base. I've got like two categories. So, I've got passive, which I would say is woodcutting, mining, fishing, hunter, and runecraft. You will passively get clues while doing that. Where thieving, that is not passive. This would be a direct, you are thieving this for the clue scroll. That's why the rates are different. Like, for example, you wouldn't passively steal from ham members to get an easy clue. That's an active. You're actively stealing from ham members to get an easy clue. So I've kind of balanced it out so that the higher the tier of content it is, the higher tier of clue you get, and the longer it takes to get it as well. So it skills from beginner, passively being 1 hour from cutting normal trees, mining tin or copper or essence, fishing shrimps, pickpocketing men and women, and runecrafting air, mind, earth, and water. You would on average get a clue scroll every once an hour, and it would be a beginner clue scroll. And it would scale up all the way to redwoods and magic trees getting elites every 3 hours with rune rocks, sharks, anglerfish, black salamanders, black chinchompa, blood and wrath runes every 3 hours. But then for thieving, this is where it's different, since I said it's active. So for beginners, it would be men and women. It would be 1 in 50, the same as what easies are for ham members. And for medium clues, you could steal from guards or Fremenic citizens because they are dead content. And it would be 1 in 200. So this is a new alternative way to get medium clues.
Well, guards are actually already 1 in 108, I believe, with medium diary. At least Falador guards. Yeah, but yeah.
Well, that one could be that, but in general, these are just the numbers I just went with. I just went with a time scale.
I'm sorry. I apologize. That's killing them. You're right. This is pickpocketing.
Yeah, this is even.
Yep.
Yeah. And then for hards, Yanel, Watchmen, and Paladins. Who the hell thieves them? No one. If you want some hard clues, get yourself down. That brings some content back to life. And then for elites, gnomes and heroes. Who pickpockets any of those?
Yep.
And rarely, if there's stuck an elite clue on there, it would give a reason to do this dead content.
Yes.
To get elite clues from thieving.
Thank God.
From dead content.
I'm so glad somebody else thinks the way I do.
Yeah, but that one I put it at 1 in 300, which to be honest, I think elite clues are even now, the easiest way to get them is still, I think it takes too long, even when you're actively searching for them.
Mm-hmm.
If it was up to me, I would make if you're actively looking for clue scrolls for elites, I would prefer them to be about 1 in 30 minutes. If all you're doing is trying to get an elite clue, and it's not passive, like it's not from a boss,
Yep.
because that would be like a passive clue, where if it's active, you are thieving gnomes.
Yep.
I think like 30 minutes of thieving gnomes and getting fuck all apart from frogs, legs, and 5 GPs. I think getting an elite clue every 30 minutes would be fine.
Totally. Yep.
Yeah.
I'm looking at, so my concern is, so when it says oak trees, 1.5 hours for an easy, is there even a chance of getting an elite with oaks? Or
So
a hard
this is
or
just
a
an
medium?
average. This is average. This is average chance. But no, there isn't. So from oaks, you would only get easies. It's based off the tier of the content that you're doing.
Okay.
So
So
it's specified.
this is my concern when it comes to just the default skilling. For example, like first of all, I would love it if runecrafting was given clue geodes,
Yeah.
geodes or something like that. You get them. I'm okay with how they currently do them, where you actually get a chance of all four, but there should be ways, some sort of clue blessing or something that can increase the chance. And the only reason I say that is because for the most part, I would like it if you like, okay, so here's the reason I'm kind of saying this is because, like, for example, Arctic pines are dog shit XP.
People do them now though.
Well, they just do it just for the recolor or whatever, which is
It's
nice.
for the logs. They're quite expensive at the minute.
Yeah, so Arctic pines, but okay, so before the update, they were completely dead content, absolutely zero reason to do it. But they should have increased, the clue rate for that particular thing. Same with like big net fishing. I think that would be great. I still like the idea of you still being able to get a chance of all four different clue types. But I think the way to kind of balance it is similar to what they've done with Penguin Course, where like Penguin Course offers nothing, but there's a great pet chance, and you could kind of just
I feel like they did that
on
by
a case
accident
by
though.
case by case.
I don't think they
basis.
intentionally did that, but yes, I agree.
Probably not. They don't intentionally
No.
do like hardly anything, but
Nope.
yeah,
But yeah, I think it's good to like kind of like steer it into the direction of dead content having a higher chance.
Okay, so they could steer it that way, as I was saying, but in regards to what you've put, what if the oak tree, just to keep it simple, just looking at woodcutting, oaks were significantly more chance of getting easies, but there still is that very rare chance of getting elite, where redwoods is very low chance of getting easies and a way higher rate of getting elites, but elites would still take around 3 hours or so.
Yeah.
But that is how it scales, so it's like the higher the thing, the lower that elite chance or the easy chance is, and it kind of just scales like that.
It could be done that way as well, where it's kind of like every 1.5 hours you will get a clue nest, and then it's 50% chance it'll be easy, or 50% chance it'll be randomized between the other 4 options: beginner, medium, hard, elite.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, elite.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would work honestly. So then you could just chop like redwood trees, and then every 3 hours you get a nest where 50% of the time it would be an elite. So technically that would be 6 hours on average. I guess the numbers would have to be adjusted to take into account for that. But yeah, I think that'll be fine.
There's so much more to actually get the balance right, but I understand your point.
Yeah, but the whole concept, I think having clues more consistently, passively, and actively from thieving come from skilling is fantastic. It really varies up the gameplay. It adds more opportunity to explore the world, do clues,
Yep.
and just a break from the monotonous grind if you choose to do it.
And make pyramid plunder give clue scrolls when looting urns.
Yeah, just do that. Why not?
Yeah.
Honestly, why not? Yeah, that's my thoughts on clue scrolls from skilling specifically.
Cool.
If you want to talk about the bosses, on the other hand, similarly balanced. I think elites. So bosses should always have. I mean, all bosses do drop elites, right? I don't think there's a boss that doesn't drop an elite, but the rates of them is just ridiculous. I think it could be balanced quite nicely around how good, like how compelling it is how compelling its drop table is without the clue. Like, if it's got a terrible drop table, it's not worth doing. Make elites more common. And if it's got a really good drop table, make elites less common. And average it around about 1 hour, 1.5 hours passively from bosses.
Yeah, it's tough because for me, I'm just thinking, okay, like it really should be a case by case basis with these instead of. I know Jace made that tweet like across the board. And he wasn't saying do it to all of them. He's saying these would be appropriate rates if we're looking at consistency. Yeah. I enjoy the fact that some bosses don't give clue scrolls.
Yep.
Few do, but like some maybe don't need them if they're just going to absolutely just shit out stuff.
Yep.
And we could kind of see that where it's like, okay, you're either going to get great loot and really rare clue scroll chances, or this boss is really shitty, but there's a pet to it. There's some crappy unique, but there's some great clue rates. For example, I think like when you were bringing up KBD and the fact that, back in the day it was a DMed and that was very highly sought after, and now it's just the shitty boss besides like going for a pet. That would be an
elite on there quite commonly.
Exactly. That would be the perfect place to like start giving some
or the giant maul or something.
Yep.
Or chaos elemental. Actually, does that have D-pick on it? I don't even know.
Yeah, it does.
Right.
They could still do like these are things like just case by case. It's like we could have an open dialogue with this. Like, hey, like would this be appropriate?
Yeah, I think it would be good. I think it's good for the game. Just honestly, it brings it more in line, and it like gives every boss its own thing and its own use and reason to go to it, instead of just like, well, Muspa time and just getting all your money.
Yep.
Because honestly, if you want to make money, you don't have any choice. You just do Muspa, really. Or the other big droppers, like, I don't know, Hydra or whatever. There's no point in the other bosses, but this gives reasons for everything.
Totally.
Which is great. It's kind of like pets. Pets do that. Pets make people go to do bosses that they would never do.
Yeah. Yeah. Collection log does that as well. Just here's a reason.
Yeah.
Just to continue on clue scrolls briefly, I'm going to just bring this up. You can share your thoughts after. I really think the mimic rate of elites needs to be buffed. Currently, it's 1 in 35 for a mimic from an elite, where it's 1 in 15 from a master. Really, really think that should be cut down to, or increased to 1 in 25.
Yep. Isn't it much easier to get master clues than elite clues? Would you say? How long does it take to get an elite on average?
For an Ironman or a main?
Just anyone. Just a main, for example.
Well, a main, it's like a half hour at Shades of Morton to get an elite.
Yeah, and how much is it for a master if you were just like spamming mediums or whatever the best way is?
Well, it would be the same thing. It would literally just be like open implings to get your hard, medium, and easy, and then just go get an elite from the same source shades. With Ironman, it's slightly different, but the problem is even though, yes, I understand that Masters should be the go-to tier because it is the most challenging, and it should be the most highly rewarding, it's not balanced fairly, in my opinion, with elites. Like, I really do think the mimic rate should be increased with elites, and also and I don't know, like there just needs to be so many different clue changes, but that would be nice. I don't know if you ever heard of the suggestion from combat achievements, where like master and grandmaster tier give very slight boosts. So for example, like getting a master passively from a casket would be slightly increased, and then the mimic chance would be slightly increased. So instead of like 1 in 15 from a master, it'd be 1 in 14 at grandmaster. And those are kind of irrelevant, but the mimic rate is really what I'm after with the elites, because
I think with these changes, making elites more obtainable, it would mean you'd be doing more mimics anyway. I think reducing would be fine, but I would probably say 1 in 30, which is double the rarity of masters, and I feel like it just works more, like it feels more right, like 1 in 15 and 1 in 30.
Yeah, that'd be fair.
I feel like 1 in 35 is a bit arbitrary. I don't even know why it's that, but But yeah, I think with more options to actually get elites, I think that would help with the problem of that anyway, of
Yeah.
not getting the
Yeah.
mimics. Because yeah, clue scrolls are so badly balanced. It's insane. Like I feel like masters are just easier to get than elites. When elites technically should be easier because they are easier. They're a lower tier than master, but the way they balance it is really weird.
Yeah. And what you were saying, now I'm kind of getting your point of like, if you were to do a lower tier, if you were to just hunt other clues, you're never getting elites passively. You're getting masters passively. That's the only thing
Yeah.
you're ever getting passively from doing other tiers.
Yep. Like
So
Jace does when he like opens a cast, he gets masters all the time.
exactly.
So he's passively getting masters. Where you
That's
don't
why I
passively get
want
elites, you have to actively do it, and it's
exactly.
absolutely terrible.
That's why I really want the buff to elites, so elites are given a little bit more love. And
Yeah. And I think the thieving method of actively going out for an elite by thieving is also
there just needs
nice.
there just needs to be
more active ways.
Yeah, there needs to be various ways of getting an elite within that half hour,
Yeah.
pinpoint range, basically, of like,
Yeah.
okay, here's 5 methods that are pretty solid.
Yeah, and it's not like it's like good money or anything. It's
In fact, don't make them good money. Literally make it
Yeah.
make it nothing. Make you lose money and get it in a half hour. Perfect.
Yeah. I mean, you'd be getting your head punched in by a gnome.
Yeah.
It'd be annoying, but I guess if it's worth it, go for it. Get the elite from the gnome. It'd be cool to see more thieving methods actually used for something, because who the hell's pickpocketed a gnome before?
Nobody.
Because like it's this high goal and it's got nothing on it. There's no reason for this high requirement for nothing.
Yeah.
But it'll be cool. Just this is how you get elites. This is a cool way, a high requirement, a goal for thieving to get elite clues in the future.
Mm-hmm.
Quite good.
All right. What's the next point?
Some more small details around the world. So I think the small details are fantastic. Like, when they added like battle staff, crafting, animation, stuff like that, where there's animations on players.
Yeah, that was great.
Where it just makes the world feel more active. You can see people doing stuff instead of just stood there at a bank doing nothing. So I think more animations of activities that players are doing is great.
Yep.
I think when you do fire making, I think having unique log models per log that you burn would be quite cool, so you could see what people are burning.
Yeah.
I think that would be nice. And it also kind of ties into the idea I had about, like, if you lit a magic log next to a magic tree, you would passively get that invisible woodcutting boost, like, instead of having to have players cut the tree with you.
Yeah, that'd be kind of cool.
It would tie in with that.
Yeah.
Another thing as well, I posted on Reddit a few months ago a teleportation animation thing. Basically, it's an arrival animation for teleports.
I loved that.
Did you see it?
Yes. That was you? Dude, do you have that?
Yeah, it was me. Yeah, he's the link.
This is awesome. And it's no time loss either.
Yeah. Did you read that comment as well?
Let me see this.
Yeah. So I just think this ties the world together so nicely. Like it fits so good. Like seeing people appear from teleports, just like appearing, it's just like you don't even know if it doesn't feel magical at all.
Yeah.
They've just appeared.
Yeah.
But if you add these animations, these unique, like an arrival animation specifically for this point, it just feels like they've teleported from there and then they've like come from the teleport here as like a fluid motion from one point to the other instead of teleporting and then they've just appeared.
So cool.
Yeah, I would love that. Imagine just like walking the G and people just like whoop, appearing in like through teleport orbs and stuff. It'd be really cool. And I think as well, a more large scale overhaul to teleports would be great as well. I love unique teleport animations. How cool are the Dogashan like spear orbs? Do you know where you like teleport a Dogashan?
Yeah, I use them all the time. The problem is they just take longer.
Yeah, but it's easy enough to make a short, cool animation.
Yeah.
But I think for like the normal teleports, it'll be really easy just to have different colors.
Yep.
So we've already got the colors. We've already got the colors picked out. We can see what color they are in the player owned house portals.
Mm-hmm.
They've all got colors. Like Lumbridge is blue, isn't it? So if you teleport to Lumbridge, let it be a blue orb. Bloop, bloop, blue. It just adds so much more variety to Magic and just makes it feel more like each spell more unique.
Yep.
I think it's a fan. That wouldn't even take too long to do, to be
I
honest.
know. That is, I mean,
It's just a recolor basically, and an arrival animation, which is the same as the teleport one, just in reverse.
that would be great.
And that would add a lot to the world, and it would feel so much more immersive and so much more cool and magical. The world would just feel great for such a change like that.
I love how in the graphic your XP lowers after teleporting.
Yeah, it's in reverse. Yeah, I did that on Photoshop actually.
No, it's just,
I just
but no,
reordered
it
the
looks
frames.
absolutely phenomenal. Like that whole thing is just great. I think that
Yeah.
that would be so cool to be in the game. Like everybody, there is not one player that would not like that.
Yep. Like I was looking on the comments, there's like zero negative comments. It's got like 99% upvotes.
Yeah.
Clearly, people would love this in the game.
No.
Jagex, they don't even look.
99% upvote.
Yeah.
Bruh. That is some crazy, like, dude, that for a 2007 Skate Reddit, that is probably the highest ever. Like,
Yeah.
nobody, like, there's always trolls that are downvoting great updates.
Yeah. But everyone wants this. Find me one person who thinks this is a bad idea. Who prefers
Literally.
just appearing? No one.
That's an insanely great suggestion.
But like I said, like many times before, it's these small things that tie the world together, and it just makes it. It just feels like a whole world, a magical world, and that's what we're missing these days. We're not getting these small details. Like they're not looking at the game as it is and thinking, how can we improve? What can we do here? What can we do there? Just thinking, what can we add next?
Yeah.
But it's not about adding stuff. It's about improving what we've got. And then once everything's fantastic, then maybe we can think about adding more stuff. But there's a lot here that we need to do to address to just improve the game that we've got currently, because right now it's in a state, to be honest, and it's getting worse.
So this next point we've already touched on, but if you want to add anything else.
Yeah, the drop tables. Yeah, just stuff like, even in like TOA, Torstal seeds in a year have gone from 60k to 6k. That is ridiculous. They've absolutely destroyed the seed economy.
Yeah.
It's so bad.
Oh, speaking of seeds, can we talk about farming contracts briefly?
Yeah, are they good? I haven't actually done them. I've heard good things, but
farming contracts, first of all, it's a great idea. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But they executed it so poorly. It's this idea of, oh, you don't want to do this contract? Oh, okay. You can just do this other one. Oh, you don't want to do that one? Okay, you just do this other one with no punishment. So in the perfect world that I'm thinking of, I'm thinking farming contracts are, you must do this contract to do the next one, which would make it so, okay, if you get a redwood contract, boom, you there's no way out of it. So now you can just chill. But no, instead the meta is like skip, get the easiest one, skip it, no punishment whatsoever, unlimited skips.
I don't like that.
Like it's so poorly executed, and that's literally what's just been shitting out seeds. Like the reward was, first of all, they were so busted for so long. They finally changed it where it's not as incredibly busted, but it still is really good. If they would have just made it so you do these contracts, and honestly, I would have loved it if it was like a point system like Slayer, but it's just for the skill. It's like, okay, you do a contract, you don't get a seed pack right there, you just get points. Okay, there you go. You did your contract, you had to do this. Maybe you can get skips if you want. I find it completely unnecessary personally to have skips. You should get a huge penalty if there was skips, but it should literally just be, you must do this contract. If you don't have a seed, if you're some new account, you just somehow can't get it, then you could have some punishment taken and you can skip it. But
there could be like a streak system as well. Before you start getting points, you have to do a streak.
Yeah, and it doesn't even need to be that convoluted with Slayer, because it's not its own unique skill. It's literally just do the contract, and it also should have been like, if there wasn't cancels, you can have them pre-grown. That's totally cool. I think that's fine. But yeah, they really should have just made it so you can't cancel them. And then it was a point system where you buy the seed packs in there, or even better, at a higher price, you can buy individual seeds there potentially, if at a significantly higher price, so they're not getting abused. Because for the most part, I just want some fucking snape grass seeds, and there's like the only way to do it is just doing unlimited skip farm contracts, and just I don't know. I think they didn't execute
that
it.
definitely needs looking at, but once again, they're not looking at it, and they don't really appear to care, to be honest.
They don't.
Yeah, and it would be nice if they did care, but I don't know. I don't know what the issue is at Jagex. Why are they not like worried about the state of the game?
Because the
They're just
numbers are
adding to
showing
it
the
and making it
game's
worse.
growing. The game's fine. The numbers are showing that every update's
Yes.
a good update.
Yeah.
TOB was a massive failure, by the way.
Was no one doing it or what?
On their end, they're just saying, "Oh, nobody's participating in this. This is the massive." That was one of the greatest
it's like the Inferno
updates
as well.
Yep.
It's like the Inferno.
Poor update.
What a terrible update.
Horrible
20 people
update.
did it. Yeah.
Nobody did it day one. This is the worst thing we've ever come out with. Yeah.
What a terrible update. And not one person has done it in these 2 or 3 days.
Yeah.
Back to the drawing board. Yeah. I don't
Giants
know why
found
they
your
base
time.
success on numbers. Yeah, they need to stop. Numbers is not a success in this scenario. With a game like this, numbers is not success. It's not. You can't base everything on numbers.
You can't.
And they need to stop doing that. Do you remember when like Mod Mac was looking at data for like multiple years before he like nerfed anything? How long do you need to look at numbers for to see something's busted?
Oh, I can't remember.
Well, do you remember Mod Mac though, don't you?
Yeah. Oh, of course.
Yeah. Well, you would always look at data. You wouldn't make any change unless the data was in, and the data would take years to come in. So you would just sit there, watch the chart of the GE, the price of items go down before he realizes the problem when it's already too late.
I see.
But yeah, I feel like they need to be more. They need to go for the gut more instead of just waiting and waiting, because like, so many things that they're just. It's just, I don't know. It's obvious to me. I don't know if it's obvious to them, but there's so many issues, and they just leave them forever.
Yeah.
And
no, you're right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Catering to Ironman. Next point.
Yeah. So I think it's fine to make content that's good for Ironman, but I don't think it's fine to make content specifically for Ironman. Do you know what I mean? So like, well, I mean, a lot of the drop tables with all these resources on are very, very for Ironman. That means they don't have to do anything other than bossing.
Yep. No, you're right.
So,
drop tables have all been kind of. I'm 100%. I'll admit that almost every drop table has been highly
for Ironman.
It's not like it's entirely for Ironman, because clearly drop tables beforehand also gave variety of stuff. But because, like, for example, Zulrah, Ironman had just come out. They were not catering to Ironman at that time, and they still just shout out everything. Just like, here you go. So it's not completely, but there is definitely a high incentive to.
I think as well, the thing is with the drop tables, it's mainly drop tables that caters to Ironman, but I feel like the drop tables, they only put on stuff that is useful. What happened to useless drops? We used to get drops that were crap and you just leave them, but everything's useful these days on the drop tables because they only put useful stuff on.
Yeah.
Long gone are the days of shit drops.
Yeah.
Now you get 200k drops every kill.
Yeah. The shit drops now are like, oh, I got a Justice shirt piece. Like, oh.
Yeah.
Boo-hoo.
Yeah. Pretty much. But yeah, like, I think there is some good updates. I think that what's that dungeon with the big spider ring called again?
Forthos? Wait, what?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah,
where it's got the Sarachnis and stuff.
Yeah, Forthos.
I think that's quite an Iron Man dungeon. It's all like self-contained.
Yep.
I think it's quite cool. I like it.
It is cool. They did a great job at it. It is Iron Man catered, but at least it fits and nothing's overtuned. Like everything's like.
Yeah, I think that's a good example of catering to Iron Man, where I think the drop tables are horrendous because it destroys the economy.
Yeah.
Which Iron Man, well, it was supposed to not affect, but with these drop tables, it has.
There's a lot of cool things that have come from Iron Man, like some great updates in my opinion. Like sandstone mining, I think is great.
Yeah, I like that. That's cool.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I think I've got another thing about is like packs in shops. I fucking hate packs. Like imagine a world without packs, item packs. I hate like there's a lot of untapped gameplay potential that has been absolutely destroyed by just having packs.
Are you talking about like shop packs?
Yep, I like shop packs.
Okay. Any
Yeah,
other examples, or just those specifically, just so I'm aware?
just shop packs, so
Okay.
rune packs,
Yeah.
plant pot packs, every pack basically in the
Yeah.
shops that spamming
It's
items.
very private servery.
Eye of Newt packs. Like they could have added like Hunter, where you can hunt newts and catch them, and you know what I mean.
Yep.
But instead we've got a pack shop. That's stupid.
Yeah.
And as well, there is an issue with Runecraft. Who Runecrafts like basic runes? You just go to the shop and get packs of them.
Yep.
Honestly, I think for the basic runes, so air, water, earth, fire,
Yep.
body, and mind, multiply the amount of runes you get by 5 when you runecraft them. So do you know how it scales up?
Yeah.
So at like I think it's like 11, you get 2 air runes. 22, you get 3 or whatever.
Yeah.
Just multiply all those by 5. So at level 1, you get 5 air runes per essence. The same XP, the XP is the same. You just get more essence. You get more runes.
Let me just share what I had thought. So when they first came out with like the Ring of Elements and the Guardians of the Rift and everything, and they've changed it. You can now craft like 200,000 airs an hour, which is
At
fair.
99.
Yeah, at 99.
Yeah. Yeah. That's
But
1 mil GP an hour.
but all the other elemental runes are, especially fires. Like fires is like 50k. It's like, a fourth as much or something. So they need, like you said, they need to make all elemental runes the same. So at 99, they should all be 200,000. In fact, I would even say you should be able to craft like 500,000 at 99 and every elemental rune. That would clearly incent, and that would be such a cool, because like it's actually kind of fun to craft those elemental runes now because they're so fast paced with the new ring, and every single altar is really close. So they're all around 500,000, and then body and
body and mind as well, because like all of these are just like stuck at like 5 GP because that's the shop price, isn't it?
Yeah. But
so
also, I'm super passionate about this one because I've made a ramble on it. But like one of them is like chaos runes. They're capped at ×2. Like, bruh, you make chaos runes. First of all, fix the fucking like natural altar for it. I guess you don't really need to do that because you just go through the abyss for it. But it's like you got to make that 5 times, like 5 times at 99. Like you should be crafting 5 times the amount, and cosmic should be ×3. In my personal opinion, I would even be okay with ×4.
I see no issues with increasing the amount that you get per essence, because we've already got multiple runes. Honestly, it's just not good enough though.
Yeah, it doesn't scale enough.
And this would make runecrafting actually like a skill people want to do, and it's actually useful. You'll get all your runes. You have to go to a stupid shop and just buy packs of fucking shit.
Just get rid of the packs entirely.
Yeah, so bin the packs.
Yeah,
get rid of all of them. Even like plant pot packs. Honestly, make plant pots harder to obtain.
Dude,
who cares?
Get rid of runes off of drop tables too. Like significantly reduce those. Runecrafting would be super profitable if you stopped giving like 3,000 death runes from one TOA.
Yeah.
Just, like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Honestly, all resources that are gained from skilling should be heavily nerfed / removed from all drop tables. Heavily nerfed. Specifically boss ones, but resources like skilling stuff that you get from skilling, the main place you should get them from is skilling, not bosses. Because right now, the best way to get any resource is from bossing, which makes no sense. What is the point in skills if everything comes from bosses?
And again, just going back to the really early point I made,
that
there also needs to be quality skilling updates that are engaging and not just, okay, this is the most boring shit of all time because we're so pigeonholed in this idea that skilling needs to be boring and accessible to every single toddler. At day one, this needs to be like, oh my God.
But that's pretty much it for the packs. Just remove them. It'll open up gaps in the market for like plant pots. They'll go up in price. It might be worth, making them with clay, which no one does because what's the point? But it'll give uses to things. and it'll open up like possibilities of, like I said before, like hunting newts for Eyes of Newt,
Yeah.
stuff like that. All these packs are just preventing potential updates. And we've also got, the Tower of Life, that cool basement thing.
Yeah.
I love that. That's sick. I would put a bank in there, and I would make that be the way of obtaining these items, because I think you get like spider eggs from one of them,
Yep.
and you get like unicorn horns.
Mm-hmm.
It's all these items that are quite they don't really have a way to obtain them like very well anyway.
Yeah.
So I think it's good just to lean into it, allow it.
Yeah, totally. It needs to be buffed. That place needs to be buffed.
Yeah. I think it's great. It's genius.
Yeah, they could also make it a little bit more like fast paced, I think.
Yeah.
I think the stalls and stuff need to be looked into.
Yeah, the flow
needs to be
flow.
better.
Yeah.
Also, just another point on, making skilling better. I need to make this point because it's so it ruins the game. Botting. That needs to be addressed, and the player base needs to understand, we need to come together more and really make a point that this is ruining the game, because nobody's talking about it. Everyone's just it's inevitable, so I'm just never going to talk about it, and nothing ever gets done.
I wonder if there's some way they can verify what is running. I mean, a lot of games have got anti-cheat, but RuneScape does not have any. They always say they do. There isn't any. There never has been.
I know. And there could seriously be just Jagex. I understand you're making money from this, but it's ruining your fucking game. So pour a little bit more money and more employees into doing this. And seriously, you could do this unpaid too. You could literally just actually get trusted players. Really,
player mod, but like police, but hidden, not on a crown on your chat.
Yeah,
just have players that are trusted. I know you.
Yes, trusted players that have been around the community, and if they abuse it, you ban them. You can ban the people you're giving these trusted if they're abusing it. Yeah. So there is a trust, and maybe even the payment for their trust is, okay, here's free membership on this one account. Just something so simple that costs you nothing. This is free policing. And of course they don't give a fuck because they're making tons of money from all these bots. But if you actually cared about your game, you do that. And also the biggest thing you need to add is you need to bring trust back into the report button. Nobody is reporting anybody anymore. Nobody believes the report button does anything.
It's so inconvenient to do it as well. There's no convenience in it. You have to stop everything you're doing to report someone.
Yeah, and it's horrible.
No one's got time for that.
So you need to make a report button work, and you need to give email replies, or not email, but at least your inbox replies of, hey, that person you reported, we've banned them. Thank you. Dude, if you had an automated reply of that, that would be one of the greatest updates ever, because it would actually make people report players. And if you receive enough if a player received a bunch of reports because people are actually using it now and it's convenient to report, dude, you could clean up the streets of Gielinor so fucking quickly. Of course they don't care because there's money involved, and it's god damn it.
I think it would be quite cool as well if the probably wouldn't do this, but if someone got banned, it would be cool if it told you what their bank value was and how much money's been removed from the game for that ban.
Yeah, they don't even need to go that far. It's literally just, hey, that player is banned. Thank you.
Yeah.
They do that on Twitter. You can report accounts on Twitter. I've reported tons of accounts on Twitter. And then when they're banned or receive, whatever, indefinite thing or whatever.
Yeah. I think it does that on Overwatch as well. If you report someone on Overwatch and then they get banned, it says that.
It's genius. It's the best thing ever, and it makes total sense.
It shows people that it works. It shows people it works, and that's important.
I know, and we've never had that here. And I report players. I've even done this. I don't do it often, but I remember doing this. I've reported thieving bots, and the next month I'll check up on them. I only did this I probably did this 6 months ago. I was just curious. They're still doing it. They've gained, 120 mil thieving XP. It's nothing fucking happened. Oh my God. It's so enraging. It just makes me why am I reporting? Why am I wasting my goddamn time doing this when nothing's happening?
Yeah, it's the same with the wilderness bosses as well. The amount of bots at those is insane, and they've got like tens of thousands of kills,
I
and
know.
they're like rank 1 in the world of kills, and they're just not banned.
And it's clear they're a bot. Like, it's
Yes.
blatantly obvious to everybody. Like,
Yep.
the thieving bots, dude. Okay, so the ones at Priff, you
Yeah.
can they go into this one house that I thieve in, and they will also run to the bank. So they'll open the door, run to the bank, but whenever they open the door, they wait like 3 ticks exactly to actually run in or out. So I just
Yeah.
kept closing the door until it got jammed. They do the exact same movement. It's just like, dude, this is so blatantly obvious. If you gave me a trusted player that's been here forever the power to get rid of this player, it's like, if I get it wrong, that's one thing, you know? But when it's so fucking obvious, they're doing the exact same movements like over and over and over. Like, oh my God, like there needs to be players that can police this shit.
Yeah, I think that's something that they should really look into, to be honest. Like, that is important. That bots are one of the biggest issues this game has right now. It's up there. Probably
Also,
the biggest, to be honest.
yeah, I think so. Also, like LMS, like website advertising and staking advertising. Like,
Yep.
dude, if you had police in the game that you give trusted players, and they can literally just say, you are banned. Not you're muted. You are banned for doing that. You're not advertising websites on this game. Just as soon as you've done it 5 times in a row, you're banned permanently. Just you're out of the
Yep.
game. Like, why are we even giving mutes? Just ban them. Like, they're just blatantly breaking the rules over and over and over. It's like, just, oh my God.
Yep. I really don't know. I mean, I guess they're paying membership, so it's good for Jagex that they're there.
But it would literally make you more money to ban them, and they have to make another account.
Yeah. Well, true as well, yeah.
Yeah. I get so pissed off at this stuff because it's never addressed, and it will continue to not get addressed. And I'm going to keep yelling.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Too busy, like, looking at a new skill which we really don't need.
I know.
I mean, are the skills that we've got not enough? Why do we need another one?
Like,
I mean,
it
there's
would be
plenty
one.
holes in the current skills.
Yeah, it'd be one thing if you cleaned up every other of the updates that are completely useless and broken and stuff, and then worked on a new skill. But it's like, dude, we're working on something huge when there's so many issues that need to be addressed.
They're trying to build something huge on a foundation that's quite fucked at the minute.
Yes, that's it.
Yep. Like, all the stuff that we've gone over today, I feel like there's a lot of stuff, but I feel like just look at this stuff. These are issues in the game. Changing this will enhance the game tremendously. And there's a lot more to go. We're like halfway through this list.
I know. All right, next one.
All right. Silver jewelry. Well, specifically the Bracelet of Slaughter and Expeditious Bracelet. So currently, it's ridiculous, right? It's the most OP bracelet I've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
So it extends tasks by 33% because it's 1 in 25. No, was it 1 in? It's 25% chance that when you kill a monster, it won't count, and then that stacks on top. So the 1 in 4 then stacks and stacks and stacks. So it ends up being 33% extension, not 25%.
Mm-hmm.
This wasn't even pulled. This got added, unpulled. The only thing that was pulled is, do we add silver jewelry that can be enchanted? Yes or no?
Yep.
And that was it. Then we got this. Slayer made 33% faster because of silver jewelry. Honestly, if it was up to me, I would actually just delete these 2 bracelets and just give them totally different effects.
Yep.
Yeah.
I actually agree with that.
I think they're ridiculous.
It's really stupid. They're just
Like,
so weird. They're so just like private server and just busted for no reason. Like, why did we come out with this?
Yeah, I hate them.
Yeah, they're
I
not
think a lot
great.
of people do. Yeah, just give them something like unique, more like even like when you're wearing the bracelet, one of the bracelets, it makes it so that if you were to fail an obstacle, you won't fail it and it'll take a charge. Something like that. That's just a little idea.
Yeah. No,
that they've done instead.
there's a billion different
Yeah, there's so
jewelry
much they could have
effect
done.
ideas.
There's so much they could have done, and they chose 2 of them to be insane, unpulled, like XP increases to Slayer. For silver jewelry, silver, it's worth nothing. And
It's
they've
worth
changed
something
the
now.
Slayer
That's
that-
for well.
well,
The
barely.
topaz are shot up in price significantly,
Yeah.
obviously, but yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's strange. It's like I don't think of those necessarily, but I do understand there's a problem with it. But yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Right. The next bullet point. So if they are going to add a new skill, which honestly they are going to add it, it's going to pass the poll. It's going to be added. They're going to get what they want. I don't like what they're doing with the high scores though. What's this legacy high score thing? Who's going to look at that? What they need to do: lock everyone, right? Everyone who's 200 mil all right now, lock the order that they're in currently. So Link's Titan at the top, whatever, all the way down. When the new skill comes out, and once these 200 mil all players reach 200 mil all again, put them back to the top in the order that they were previously. Because right now they're basically destroying this decade-long like marathon that's gone on. They're destroying it for a marathon of one skill instead of like you know what I mean?
See, this is the tough question. Is first of all, I do not need to be involved in this discussion. It should be among the players that compete for ranks. Like I would even say, like, dude, the people that really care about this are the people that have achieved a high rank.
Yeah.
And
it only affects the 200 mil all players, and there's not many of them.
Exactly.
And from what I've heard, they're all for this idea.
There would need to be a discussion between, I would even say, like maybe top 50 or top 100 players. I'm worried about saying top 100 because there would be obviously everybody that hasn't achieved is like, yes, let me get a top rank.
Yeah.
But there needs to be some serious discussion about, like, what do we do in this situation? Because personally, I think it would be cool to kind of shake things up and see who gets it. But at the same time, I completely understand those that are the top 10 want to keep their ranks. And the people that care about the ranks are those top players that care about it. But then there's rank 26. So what about him? He wants to get that chance of shooting up there. And this is the problem. I think it needs to be discussed with those players in particular and not the rest of the player base.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a tough call, and I am not the person to.
Yeah, I've talked with Jace about this a lot, and there's a lot of other people who are up there, and from what I've heard, they all like this idea, specifically. I think everyone really wants to keep the ranks because when the new skill comes out, there will be a race to 200 mil fishing. I mean, sailing, not fishing. To 200 mil sailing. And whoever gets 200 mil first will be rank 1 sailing, and forever.
Yeah.
But then when all the current 200 mil players get it, it's going to completely jumble up this decade-long thing that's been going on.
Yep.
For no reason. I mean, we've still got the ranks. You can still see who got sailing first, second, third, 200 mil all.
Yep.
So you've still got the order there. But then you'll also preserve the integrity of the current high scores at the same time. It's the best of both worlds, in my opinion.
Yeah. It's just like it's subjective because the person that's ranked 39 and he's
they would obviously
super motivated.
Higher.
Yeah, he would love to get top page with this.
But is that fair if he just overtakes everyone else who's put the work in previously?
Again, I think the only way to do it is to have a discussion between them, have serious, honest dialogue with the Jagex team and those players, and really come together and be like, what is the most fair option? Because honestly, like if it were up to me, I think it would be cool to have, you know, as much as I hate to say it, like it would be kind of cool to have a legacy high scores as long as it's like. I think ideally, and this can't be retroactive because I don't think they've saved the data for it, but it would be cool to see like a year thing where like end of 2013 high scores, this is what they look like. End of 2014 high scores, this is what they look like. And then you have a list that's like showing kind of the eras. Like that would be fascinating to see. Like the locked in at the end of each year, like boom, here's what it looked like. Here's what it looked like here. And so you have this era where, you know, imagine the game goes on for another 30 years. Are we going to continue with every new skill? Let's say 5 new skills come out in that time. Like, are we really still going to be like locking in? Or we could see, oh, wow, let's go back and see the high scores from 2013. Look at these OGs on here. These were legends. And I think that would be the most optimal way. But again, I don't think we have that retroactive data. I would be surprised if we did.
It would just be based on screenshots, and I can imagine it would only be the top 25. So the entire high scores, I highly doubt there's history data on those, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, it would be interesting. But and again, like so many players don't care. But that, in my vision, is like the perfect ideal of having yearly screenshots of like, here's the top 100 or whatever players.
Yeah.
In certain things.
Yeah, but I feel like Jagex currently are just going to go with the legacy, the easiest idea. They haven't really discussed it with anyone. They're just like, oh well, this is what we're going to do, and that's that. But this is not what the top people want, from what I've heard.
Yep, and those are the people that care.
Yeah, it's the people that affect, and it's the people that care.
Yep.
So they should really look at what they're saying and do whatever the majority thinks is best for them, because they're the only people that affects.
For sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the next one, mining rework. So this is a hot take. I know Automology would hate this, but honestly, no one mines ores anymore, apart from people who are power mining them. Everyone just sits in the motherlode mine because it's AFK, right?
Yep.
I think, honestly, we should, my opinion, I think ores should be like how trees were, where it's like 1 in 8 or 1 in whatever, where you get multiple ores. It's less click intensive. You can still do click intensive, tick manipulation, drop, etc. All that would be the same. But if you just wanted to casually get ores over time, you could just like click a gold ore, mine away, get a couple of ores. After 5 or so, depletes. Next one. I think that would make people mine so much more, and it would take a lot of people out of the motherlode mine. What do you think?
Let me think. So one of the problems currently with mining is even if that change were enacted, it wouldn't change anything, because everyone would still go to motherlode mine. Everyone would still go to volcanic mine. Everyone would still go to blast mine and 3-tick 4G, whatever, gem mining. It's like nothing would change about it necessarily. In my view, I think that, first of all, the gnome cube is essential to solving mining as a, just wrist-breaking activity for those that actually want to get significant amount of ores. The biggest problem across the world is lack of banks, like lack of close access to, like, for example, like an ore sack would be great.
Yeah,
a huge ore sack, that maybe can only be deposited at a bank, and you can just sit and mine for ever. Or, for example, like coal trucks. Coal trucks needs to be looked at. Coal trucks could be so great. Coal trucks could even, like, I would be okay with a coal deposit where it's like, okay, what?
Yeah, it could just act as a deposit box straight to your bank, and that's it.
Exactly. Like, it could be something like, so for your example of like a place where you just mine nonstop, sort of.
Yeah.
I would love to see the coal trucks be given these deposits where, you're actually in this place that's just filthy rich in coal. And so you got these new kind of rocks that you can just sit there, you fill up, dump it at the carts, and it carts it over to your bank for a fee.
Yeah, that's a really good idea. Like, in lots of different mines, you could have them dotted around. Mine carts in, well, anywhere. Like, like in the Heroes Guild, there could even be just like a little mine cart coming out the wall, and you could mine the rune, just dump it in there.
Yep, the Prif mine has done it pretty well. The biggest problem with mining across the world is respawn rates are incredibly bad.
I think it should just be buffed.
Yeah, success rates across the board, success rates need to be much higher. Silver should be iron. Like, silver should be the same rate success rates as iron. Gold should be really high up there. Gold and coal should be significantly better. Mithril, Addy, and Rune are just out of control slow. Like, those all need to be buffed, and the respawn rates need to be drastically buffed.
Yeah, the thing with Rune, though, it's very expensive just because of Alk. so you wouldn't really be able to increase it too much with Runite. But with the other two, you could.
The thing with Rune is, um, like seriously, I would be okay if what's Rune Alk's value, like 12K, 11K. Let's just say 12K for some.
Yeah.
Actually, let's say 10K for simplicity's sake, just for this little situation I'm thinking. Imagine you could mine like 300 Runite per hour tick manipulating or something, where
Yeah.
you're making 3 mil an hour. That's not even that crazy. Like it really isn't. If you were to be 99, let's just say like 85, you're only getting like 2 mil, doing like a tick manipulation, maybe like a mil if you're just chilling out. These ideas of like being rewarding is like totally fair in my personal opinion, but you'd have to kind of rework how Runite is around the game.
Yeah, I would put the respawn rates like a lot quicker because it's just world hopping at this point. Like no one's actually waiting for them to respawn, so
Yeah.
just make it faster. Make it a minute or something. Honestly, you could mine one,
Yeah.
have it like I said, multiple ores per, and then by the time you finish that, switch to the other one. Same as like how trees used to be, but yeah, like
Yeah.
we'll cut one magic tree and then switch to the other one while you wait for that one to spawn back.
Yep.
I think that would honestly revitalize mining and take people out of Motherlode mine. There's more variety. People will be across the world mining different ores, getting them in, and obviously remove all these from monster drop tables, boss drop tables, reduce it drastically. So the only place that ores are coming from is people mining ores around the world.
Yeah. No, I think that would be great. I think like,
Yeah.
and I love the horseshoe around Brimhaven Island.
Yeah, the peninsula. Yeah, I like it.
Just give a little like banker there, a little bank chest or something, and like imagine gnome cubing around that little thing where it's just so simple. You have an ore sack. The ore is super easy, so you're just consistently getting 3 ticks. You're never missing, and you're just going around in this little circle, and you're just having a grand old time. They respawn quick enough for the whole loop to be done just consecutively. That would be such a cool little spot to mine gold, and then you don't have to have ore packs or buying gold ore. You just have this like nice little area. I'd fucking love that.
Yep, that's how it should be. Like, there's so much potential for ways to acquire items in the game that is being destroyed by shops and packs.
Yep.
Where this could be integrated into gameplay and skilling, and it's just a waste of potential.
Totally.
Yeah. Yeah, so we touched on this briefly before, like the run energy rework. So I would like to expand on that as well and just add resting and musicians. Did you play when resting and musicians were in the other RuneScape or not?
No, but I think I've heard from enough people to kind of get the gist of it.
Yeah, so you basically right click your run thing and press rest and you'll sit on the floor. And it'll regen your run rate at 2x speed. And if you do it next to a musician, it's 3x speed. And it was quite cool the way they did it. They added like bards around the world. So there was one just like north of Falador with his little guitar. And you would just see people sitting down. And it actually had in-game music as well that you could hear, like his little guitar going. It was just cool. Just added, like, it was once again for like immersion, like I said before, just adding these NPCs around the world that have, in this case, it would have a use as well. And I don't see an issue with stopping and getting your run energy up. Why not?
I really liked just being in a bar would restore your run energy drastically.
Yeah, that's cool.
Like that would be so cool if they added more bars and that was like a hub, especially like for free to play. It's like just you go in there. If you're around the area, just in the vicinity, you kind of gain, and then as soon as you're in the place, you're just drastically just pumping up. So then you have players, and you have like a spark up a conversation with a random dude that's there.
Yeah, that's good. Just add little social spaces for people.
You know what would be actually even cooler? Think about this. You go to a pub, and your run energy actually increases beyond 100. So you going there actually has an even bigger effect. So it's like it boosts up to 120 or something.
Yeah, it's almost like stamina, kind of, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, like I'd be okay with it even going like further, like maybe 150 or something. Just something where it's like, dude, this is. It'll never be worth it for efficient players, by the way. Like just even getting to 150, you're just gonna drink a stam. Like it's whatever. But for free to play, oh my god, if you could boost up to 200 sitting at a pub for like a minute.
It would be great. It would, like, you would rest at a pub before you go on a long journey.
Yeah.
And that makes you feel like part of the world. It gives you that sense of
Oh
adventure.
my gosh. Yeah.
Yeah,
That would be
it's
so
great.
cool. You know what would also be kind of cool is if like maybe if getting a beer helped in some way, or like
Yeah.
maybe getting the beer. This would not fit like obviously the lore necessarily, but maybe that would like be able to boost you up a little bit as well.
Yeah,
Like,
I thought about that as well, making beer act as an energy potion whilst inside of a pub,
yeah,
something like that.
dude. Honestly,
But
beer should just be energy pots.
imagine just running around drinking beers.
Yeah, I mean, why not? Just have it like a minor.
Yeah, I don't know how good of like a message that sounds out to the people, like
I mean,
promoting
it's low.
alcohol.
It's
But
lowering your attack constantly,
yeah, that's
so
true.
you'd have that.
Yeah,
But
I heard people. Well, I saw a suggestion about being able to rent a room there, just instantly like put up to 100%. So you could either wait in there for it to go up, or you could rent a room and it like teleport you upstairs and you wake up and you're at like 150%,
woo, that would be
something like that.
cool.
Yeah, I just think there's a lot of cool like potential in like hub areas, if you know
Yep.
what I mean. That could be like focused around pubs. I think it would be quite nice,
Yep. Yeah.
especially for like free to play and getting into the game.
Yeah. The more I'm thinking about it now, I'm just like, honestly, I think the best route to go is if you're in the pub, you can boost up to 200 slowly.
Yeah,
I mean, it's not slowly, but pretty quickly. Give it like a minute or something, or a
yeah,
minute and a half, or 2 minutes, or whatever, to get fully up to 200. You spark a conversation with another dude that's doing the same thing. Say where you're about to run to or whatever, and then you go on your way. It could even be
yeah.
quicker than two. Like I'm thinking a minute.
Make it a
Like
minute. A minute's fine. Why
yeah,
not?
yeah.
I mean, it's a minute of you doing nothing that you could have spent going on the adventure. So
But boosting
might
to
as well.
200 is huge.
Yep.
That'd be great.
And there's not really any problems with it. What I mean,
There isn't.
the game's not really balanced around like run energy. It's just kind of an annoyance, to be
Yeah,
honest.
yeah.
I mean, what is balanced around run energy? Only the wilderness, really, kind of, because you'd make it run out of energy and kill them. But other than that, it's just kind of there,
Yeah.
and
You
it's
know what?
annoying.
What are your thoughts on altars shooting your prayer up to 99, but also your run to 99?
I don't think it makes much sense.
I'm just curious, just because then, I mean, pubs would still be better because you could overboost to 200, and prayer
Yeah.
or the altars would just boost your prayer and
I
run.
think it's better to leave them separate because I feel like if you've
Okay.
got altars that do your run energy as well,
That's true.
people just like, oh well, it's just faster to just do the altar and just leave,
That's true. That's a
and
good
it just
point.
takes away from the pubs. And altars already have their purpose; they don't need buffing or anything.
That's true.
Yeah.
Good point. Okay. Yeah, that's
Yes.
great.
So the next one I've got, this is more about diversification. So I know you didn't like the idea of dragon, bane, and stuff like that because it locks things in. This is kind of the opposite of that. This opens things out. So currently with melee, we've got stab, slash, and crush. But with range and magic, we don't have anything. It's just magic or range.
Mm-hmm.
So if you break range down into the categories of arrows, bolts, and thrown, so that'd be like arrows, bolts, and like darts, knives, etc. And you break the defenses down of monsters into these three categories. You could have a monster that's like weak to arrows but has a high defense against bolts or thrown. So you might be better off like a magic short bow or a twisted bow as opposed to a blowpipe.
Mm-hmm.
This wouldn't have to like retroactively affect previous monsters. This may just be for like new creatures that they add, where they want to like diversify the weapons that people use instead of just spamming blowpipe on low defense creatures. You know what I mean? And the same for magic as well. Air, water, earth, and fire as a weakness, as opposed to just magic.
That would be amazing. It would also be cool, like just in regards to magic for right now, is like making it so all strike spells deal the same amount of damage. All
Yeah.
chaos do the same, like all or
Yeah, why
bolt
should
and-
fire always be the best?
yeah,
It's like
they should all do the same.
no one uses anything other than fire because fire is the best on every category.
Everything. I know it's stupid.
Where
Yeah.
with this, like for example, fire giants, if we made them weak to water spells, people would be using water spells on fire giants, and that would be so cool.
That'd be amazing. That'd be
Like people water spell and fire giants.
awesome.
That just so much more diversity in the things you'll be using to kill certain creatures.
Totally.
And I think this needs to be like looked at more because right now it's just either magic or it's not, as
Yep.
opposed to like it's like sub sections, subcategories.
Mm-hmm.
It would also mean something like the nightmare staff, the harm one,
Mm-hmm.
would potentially have more use.
And think about this. Okay, so I'm just looking at the basic spell book. Imagine there wasn't wind strike, water strike, earth strike, fire strike. Imagine being able to clear this spell book up where you still have all the same spells, but it's just now strike and
Strike.
bolt. And there's just one spell for strike. And the thing is, when you click on it, it depends on, the runes you already have, or it's just auto selecting what staff you have or whatever. So if you have like a water, or maybe even simpler, you just click it and then there's another thing, or even right click. Imagine you right clicked strike, and then there's a down list that says air, water, earth, fire. You click that, and then now it's selected on that.
Right.
Like that would be the first. Okay, so let me just say, when I look at the standard spellbook, it's a mess.
Oh yeah.
But
I think we need to add reordering and hiding like they did with the prayer book recently. Add that to Magic as well.
The thing is I'm just thinking right now, like, dude, you could simplify this so much by just going like strike. Now you've cleared up
jewelry enchantments as well.
Yeah.
Just enchant jewelry, and whatever you use it on is the one that it works with.
Yes, like exactly that. And you could even have like a pull down where it's like, okay, you're enchanting these, so you're just gonna select that enchant spell as I'm doing sapphires now, and then it's selected on that. If you want to change it, you just right click, go down to okay, I'm gonna do rubies now.
You wouldn't even need to though, because you're using it on a ruby one, so obviously it needs to be ruby anyway. So you wouldn't even have to do that. It could just be automatic.
Yeah, but I don't know, in regards to like what runes you have and stuff, there might be some coding problems. It's like you could just make it so much simpler by having these pull down options. But this would again have to assume that we are going to rebalance the standard spell strike or the elemental spells.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think it could be cleaned up a lot. I mean, the bolt enchant, for example, that's all in one spell, isn't it?
Yeah, that's
all the bolt enchantments.
beautiful. Except it's still glitchy because it doesn't ever show you what runes you need unless you have them out.
Yeah, I don't know why that's not been fixed.
Yeah, that's a mess, but
yeah, it could be. They could really put some work into the spell book and improve it quite a lot.
Yeah, they could. Okay. Oh, by the way, with ranged arrows, bolts, and thrown, I think what were they suggest? It was like piercing, blunt, and like magic based or something, ranged or something like that.
That would mean having to create a bunch of new arrow types where this already has the types built in. So I don't know how that would work, because you would have like blunt dragon arrows.
Well,
etc.
All arrows would be piercing.
Right. So arrows would be piercing, right.
Yeah. And then
bolts would be like blunt or something. I don't know.
Bolts would that's a good question.
Wouldn't it essentially be this, just with different words?
Yeah. It would exactly what it would be. But I'm just thinking like because and the reason I say this is to fit more of the thematics of like, okay, let's say you're killing Grardor. Piercing would be more useful there than blunt or whatever. I don't even know what blunt would be though. What the hell is blunt like?
I have no idea. Who the hell shoots a blunt object?
Yeah.
They're all sharp, aren't they?
Maybe blunt would just count as I don't know. That's a good question. But my problem is like, what's the difference between an arrow and a bolt being shot? Like why would there be? Because in regards to this range, I would also want to see defensive of monsters change as well, where these things are weak to this style of range. But the whole like arrows and bolts, like what's actually the difference between them? So that's where I'm trying to get the whole differentiation.
Yeah, I think that one requires more thought, I would say.
Yeah, for sure.
To come out with like a lore explanation, but I think the concept itself, having diversity in,
love it. Yeah,
is a really good idea to lean into. Yeah.
Yeah. And it could even, ooh, like think about this. Like, think about if we were to rearrange it so it's like power. It's like your range defense. Okay, so the reason I'm thinking of this is like I'm thinking like a blowpipe would have very low power, but with low defense, like naked creatures, blowpipe's going to annihilate, but it has very weak power because you're literally blowing a dart. Like that's not going to. But if you
Yeah.
had a fucking heavy ballista, that thing is going to go so hard against armor.
Yeah.
So they could have some like gauge of like this thing has insane range. Yeah, that kind of goes back with what we already have is like accuracy kind of, but it's tough. Yeah, but that would have to have a lot more thought. I still love the idea though.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it's just good just to have diversity in monster defense instead of just being ranged. Magic. Break it down just like how melee is. Make it consistent across all three styles,
Yep, that'd be great.
and it would just honestly enhance the potential of new monsters and defenses and weaponry quite a lot. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. The next one is about Zoroastrian items. So I'm pretty sure when Old School first came out, there was only one Zaros item in the whole game, and it was the Ancient Staff, right?
Mm-hmm.
What's special about the Ancient Staff?
-1 prayer.
Yeah, because the Zaros item. So why has every single Zaros item since that, when Old School come out, been positive prayer?
Yeah, makes no sense.
It shouldn't be, right?
It shouldn't.
Everything, in my opinion, a whole overhaul of all Zoroastrian items, including like Torva,
Yep.
make a negative, right?
Mm-hmm.
But make a negative equal to positive. So if you've got negative 20 prayer bonus, it's the same as having positive 20 prayer bonus. Not only does it fit the law, it also adds like a pro and a con of, do I want to stack Zaros items to get my prayer really negative?
Ooh, that is
Or,
genius.
yeah, I came up with this. I haven't seen this anywhere.
That is
Or,
genius. I was like, what are you
or,
talking about at first?
yeah. Or do you want to go
Ooh.
few Zaros items and try and go positive prayer bonus, even though it will pull it down a bit? I think it does give a lot of choice in what you will wear, because a lot of the powerful items in the game right now are becoming Zaros items, and I think this will really shake things up. And I feel like honestly the Zaros items are just too powerful right now, and I think this one weakness, this one little difference, will make a big difference.
Okay, hear me out.
Yeah.
I don't know all the god lore, but I'm just thinking, what if Bandos, Zami, and Zerosian were the three that went negative?
Yeah, because
And
they're like evil.
Armadillion, yeah, Ceradomin, and Guthix. Is it Guthix?
Yeah.
Were
Yeah.
the positive. Dude,
Yeah.
that
would be quite cool, wouldn't it?
that would be cool. And then you actually can go one or the other way so that it actually makes sense to match up, sort of.
Yeah. I think it's honestly a cool idea. I'm surprised that I've come up with it, and I'm surprised that I've not heard it.
That is genius, dude.
But it makes so much sense in the lore. Zoroastrian items are supposed to be like evil and not holy and bad and take from prayer. But if you go all the way dark, you'll be helped by the Dark Lord. So
That
it
is
acts as positive.
that is awesome.
Yeah. And it just makes the Zoroastrian items just so much cooler. These items have negative bonuses in prayer. Like nothing else has that. And that's how it should be. It's so cool. It just makes them feel mysterious and powerful, even though it's something so simple. It's so badass at the same time.
Dude, this has been a lot of fun so far. Like, I'm seriously, like, I've heard so many awesome ideas I have not heard before, and this is
Yeah,
okay.
I've done a lot of thinking. And right, so I do game design at college, and I'm going to uni for game design.
Mm.
Game development actually. But I looked on the jobs for Jagex, right? And I would love to work there. I feel like I've got a lot of good ideas, and I really do want to I want to sort the game out, honestly. There's no like leader. Do you know like the role mod Mackay had?
Yeah.
That's been empty for like 2 years.
Dude,
It's been empty.
you need to apply.
But the thing is, the the thing that they are looking for is someone who has been in the games industry for like ever and who have already managed an entire game.
Yep.
But like,
I know.
Does that make them more qualified than someone who's like lived this game and breathed this game
I
forever
know.
and understands it in and out? Who's more qualified to run the game and like push it in the direction it needs to go to stay alive and keep thriving?
Yep.
Like, I would love to work there. I feel like I'm going to be blacklisted after this podcast. They're going to hate me.
The thing is like, that's really what we need. Like, when we see great developers, think about it. Like, Elena, Husky, Arcane. Fantastic. And you know why? Because they have maxed fucking Ironman. And they actually played the game before they started working. Like, they are actually, like, good at the game and know what's going on. Not just some rando that's never played a game before. And they're like, oh, I love video games, guys. Love Toontown.
Yeah. Do you remember?
Yeah.
Do you remember the guy that took over after Matt K? That guy who'd never played RuneScape before?
Yeah, the guy from Texas.
The American guy, yeah. How?
What was his name?
He doesn't even know what... I can't remember. But I don't know how the hell they wanted him to run the game. I'm sure he's run other games in the past, but he didn't know what this is.
He was clueless with something.
Yeah, he'd never even done Cook's Assistant. He was learning
They
about
literally
the
just
game,
got
like...
him because it's like, oh, he's had plenty of experience with games.
Yeah.
Games. It's like, games is not, oh my God. Like, just because you work with games doesn't mean you have any qualification for, like, the future and vision of this game.
Especially this game. This is such a unique game.
So unique. It's not a fucking Raid Shadow Legends.
Yeah, like, if someone's been, like, the lead, like, guy of another game, come into this, if they know nothing about RuneScape, how the hell are they going to steer the ship? They need someone who knows all about it and understands the ins and outs of what makes it great.
Completely.
But yeah, I pretty much can't apply because I haven't been a leader of a game before. So, well, I mean, technically I have at college, but not like a huge team of developers. But I would love to, if I could, but I doubt it. But yeah.
Okay. We already kind of touched on this, but there is definitely more item name consistency.
Yeah, we're pretty much covered all of it, to be honest.
The only, you know what the problem I have is, and I know they've already done it in the past with Barrow's items, like Arim's robe skirt, but most items in this game don't have the name with the abbreviation or the apostrophe of like, okay, this is like this person's specific thing. But then they did it again with TOA. Like, most items are like, okay, so if we think like Grazi rapier, it's not Grazi's rapier, it's Grazi rapier. So it's appropriate to say, oh, I got a Grazi rapier. But then they started coming out with Osmumtin's Fang, and so everyone's saying, oh, I got an Osmumtin's Fang, which honestly pisses me off a little bit because we all have that problem.
How many fangs did he have?
Yeah, we got an Osmumtin's Fang. We got a Tumakin's Shadow. Like, what the fuck are we saying right now? And I know that's already happened in the past with Barrows. People say, I got an Aram's robe skirt, which, obviously makes no sense either. But I wish, this is just my personal gripe, I know it doesn't actually matter. I just wish they would say Fang of Osmumtin.
Yeah.
It would just be...
Robes of Arim.
Yes. Robe top of Arim. Just
like... I don't think the Barrow stuff should be changed, but I think definitely for the future they should be more consistent about it.
Yeah.
There's so much inconsistency with item names, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I think that it just bothers me a little bit, mainly because of like the culture that we have in this game already, where we literally say a something, and this or whatever. Yeah. So it just every time I hear it, I got an Osmumtin's Fang. Like, we sound like 5-year-olds right now. What are we saying?
Yep.
Yeah, that's my personal gripe, though. It's not a big deal.
Yeah. And then the next bullet point, it's mainly about the user interface and the right-click menus being more consistent and more streamlined. The Max Cape's right-click menu is an absolute mess, honestly.
Totally.
And it's completely different to how it is in the inventory as well, so it's not consistent between inventory and equipped.
Mm-hmm.
We need more consistency across the board for all items. It should be the same. Honestly, it should be the same between inventory and equipped. Like, an Amulet of Glory in your inventory, have it right-click, and then like Gudrainer or something, or Edgeville from your inventory, stuff like that. And with the Maxscape, there's a lot of stupid, honestly, decisions on that. Like they've got the teleport, so do you know how it's got like other teleports and you click it, and then it's got like Chinchompa locations, and then you click it, and then it gives you the two Chinchompa locations. Instead of that, why didn't they just have the two Chinchompa locations like before it and just click one of them? Why do we need another interface to click through to click two, like one of two options? Just put them on the interface before and skip that step.
Dude,
just stuff like that.
You know what also bothers me is like you'll right click teleport with your let me try to I'm trying to think now. Is it okay, well, I'll just bring up something easy, like the achievement diary cape. If you right click that, it pulls up like a clue scroll interface basically of, oh, okay, out of these options. But then if you right click like your glory, it's down in the chat box.
Yeah.
Instead of, it's like those need to somehow be redone where everything's either in the chat box as like a little like finger press, so it's appropriate for mobile or whatever as they're trying to do, which honestly is like, it's not that big of a deal. I'm actually okay with that. Them kind of mobilizing things as long as it's all consistent across the board.
Yep.
Because as they've done with like, so if you go to a furnace with ores, like it has like, 9 different ore options, and they shrink all the buttons. So if there was like a way to do that with teleports, like if you have the diary and it's just okay down in the chat box, now you have 16 different or however many there are.
I like the way they did it with the jewelry box in the player owned house. That was a really good way.
Yeah,
where they've got each of the things and then the teleports on them.
Yeah, my only problem with that is like I almost wish all of it was either in one location. And I actually would prefer it to be in the chat box.
Yeah.
This is my own personal take on things. It's the same with like crafting. If you're crafting now, there's an interface that pops up in the main screen, so you can't see your screen anymore. Whereas if you go and smith bars, it's down in your chat box, and then certain things are in the chat box, certain things are up there. It's like I almost wish like settings and stuff and player shops, like those can all have like interfaces that take up your whole game, but like teleport stuff and crafting at a certain place, I think that should all somehow be done in the chat box. That's my personal take though.
Yeah, I agree, to be honest. I think there needs to be some uniformity between all teleports, and having them in the chat box instead of just covering the entire screen is a much better way of doing it.
Yes.
It really is. And you could, I'm pretty sure you could quite easily fit in all of the
you can, and
the teleports in the chat box easily.
And they shrink things, like they're able to shrink things, and they can make it like a little button, like a little like I could come out with like a little, you could probably come out with an amazing graphic, as I've already seen. So
they could do it with like the Maxscape teleports and the achievement diary teleports. Just have them all down there. Don't have it the stupid weird where you have to go next page. Have it all in a grid-like fashion, where you have all of them on one single chat box without going to different pages all the bloody time.
Yes.
Have it all there. Click it, boom, done.
That would be incredible. And you could still click the letter.
Yep.
The letter of what it is.
And it takes over the chat box, so it makes sense.
Exactly. And it would be even better. So I don't know if you've ever like tried to like reply to like a DM or whatever. Or, I don't know, you're talking or something, and then you accidentally go to your jewelry box and you're still like mid-typing and it just teleports you somewhere random. I've done that a few times.
I can imagine. I've not done that, but I can imagine it. Yeah.
I guess that would still be a problem, but at least it's not taking... It would cover your chat box so you're aware, like, oh, I was just typing and now I gotta click this.
Yeah, it makes the user more aware of what's happening, and typing would affect like what's happening in the game. Yeah.
Same with Nexus, Portal Nexus.
Yeah. There should be an animation on that as well. I don't know why it's just instant beep boop and you're there.
Yeah,
the portal. It'd be cool. Like they could have such a cool animation where you like jump into it and then like teleport, and then when you appear, you like come through like a crack and like in the sky and drop down or something. Like a really quick animation.
Cool.
It'd be so badass, but it's all shit now.
Yeah. The other problem with a lot of the player-owned house stuff is I've realized they're adding tick delays to things. Yeah. Where if you have a mounted glory, you're there before you're even there. Like you're teleporting as you're like on the very true tile you've arrived there.
It's instant.
With the Portal Nexus, it's like you have to get there, wait one tick, and then the inventory, and then the interface opens. Same with the dig site pendant. You got to Actually arrive there for one full tick, then everything starts happening. Stop with that.
Yeah. It's different when you have like the one click. Like if you go to your last destination, then it instant teleports you.
But it still takes that one tick
Yeah.
of you standing there. It's not going to get you it right before. I love the ones, I love like the jewelry box. It's like, boom, as soon as you're there, you're there. The mounted cape, boom, like the
And they
very
actually
tick
have a
you've
teleport
arrived.
animation too. They actually have an animation
Yeah.
on like the Nexus, which is just like
It's just you're gone.
it feels private servery, honestly. Just
It
having
does.
no animation for such like a powerful teleporter is just like why just put an animation on it? It looks so badass and cool, and then it has no animation for the player when
Yep.
they're using it.
Yep.
It could be cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Then the next bullet point. This is more about. I talked about it briefly about like the Avernic hilt, just being an Avernic defender, just flat out. What's the point? Just make it tradable. Like Zarite, the Nihil Horn, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
They should just make that Zarite limbs. It feels better having Zarite limbs drop from next, and then you make the Zarite crossbow instead of the horn. How do you take a horn and make it into a crossbow?
Yep.
I don't get it. It seems like the limbs is such the easiest choice it really was, and then decided to go absolutely weird with it and gave us Nex's horn for some reason.
Totally.
Sometimes the easy option is the right option, and they should have just called it Zarite limbs. Yeah, and like make the nightmare staffs all tradable with orbs in. I don't see why they're not. You might as well make crystal shards tradable because they're kind of tradable anyway.
Yeah,
why
it's
not
literally the
go
same
all
with
way?
Laren's keys. Like, just make them. They already have.
Just
but
make
it's
them
like,
tradable. The fortified version of the Eladinus Ward.
Wait, did you just say the Eladinus Ward? It's Eladinus Ward.
Eladinus Ward. Yeah.
Trolling from before.
Make that tradable as well. Because the thing is, having the Ward fortified version, when you put the sigil on it, it does have higher requirements. But they're kind of treating the whole game like we're all Ironman. Like, the non-Ironman people might want to buy it. Why do we need like 90, what is it, like 90 prayer or something to put it on? It's already got high stats and like high requirements anyway.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that one could just be made just tradable as the fortified version. I mean, it doesn't affect me. I'm maxed.
Yeah.
This is just my thoughts.
Yeah.
Like this is none of these are all objective or subjective or whatever. None of these
just
really
what you
benefit me
think
directly.
What you think would
This
be
is
a good
just for
update.
the game. Yeah, just for the game overall in general.
Totally.
Just like making, and as well on the GE, half the stuff. There's loads of stuff on there that's not even on the GE, like Amulet of Glory 1, 2, and 3. You can't trade those on there. The 5 you can't. There's like loads of missing items arbitrarily.
They need to
and I don't get it.
that.
But the thing is, they've consciously chosen to not put those on, and I don't know why. If it's tradable, let it be on the GE. Simple as. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
Like, if no one wants to buy an Amulet of Glory 3, fair enough. But at least have it there. Because some people might. Because I might want to sell one, but I can't. I have to waste all the charges or charge it up to get rid of it.
That's weird. I love the next one.
Rooftop Agility visual update. Right. So the Rooftop Agility, I don't think it's terrible. I just think visually it could do with a total overhaul. It looks like ass. Well, it was one of the first updates to Old School. There's like no visually anything to it.
Oh, there is at the Canifis where you're playing Harry Potter randomly. Yeah.
I don't know what that's about. Isn't that a pool vault? And you're like,
it's
that looks
so
ridiculous.
jank.
They could fully just like go over all the Rooftop Agility courses, visually just update them, give them unique animations, make it feel cool when you're doing it instead of like you're on a private server. Make it feel cool. Because you have to do these courses thousands and thousands of times.
Yep.
At least make it look cool and feel badass when you're doing it.
Especially like imagine the end of Artie where you actually jump off and your guy's like bouncing on the things all the way to the end, because like that doesn't even require your guy to move. You could just make some super cool animation.
Yeah, and I think as well, a lot of things with Rooftop Agility, they put on different like Y levels, like floor levels, so you can't see people below.
That's so dumb.
I think it would be cool. Obviously, they have to for the when you're on top of the roof. You have to because you're like above the roof.
You don't have to,
But
technically.
it would look weird if you're on the ground. You've got roofs hidden though. They would just be running in the sky. If they're on the
Oh,
same Y level.
that's a good point because of I forgot that
Yeah.
people have roofs off all the time.
But for like at the very end when you're on top of the stalls,
Yeah,
isn't that classed as above? Just make it the same as below. It would be funny seeing people doing agility above, like you're thieving from the stall and people are just like running across the top. It'd be funny.
that would be awesome.
Yeah, it would be cool. Just do it. And it was as well with redwood trees. I don't know why there's so many flaws to redwood trees, but I feel like honestly, I don't even think there should be an upper level at all. There should be no ladder. You should just chop it from the base, in my opinion, because it kind of takes you away from everyone to be up there. But if they did want it to be up there, why not keep it technically on the same ground level, but you're high up and you can see people below you chopping the magic trees?
Okay, sorry, I have a quick thing. I was just thinking about this.
Yep.
Is there a way, do you think, for Jagex to code if you have roofs on, you can see the people that are up there and it's all the same level? And if you have it off, somehow they can code it so anybody that is up on that fake level sort of is just gone?
Probably.
If they could do that, like having roofs on would be so cool to just see people all around you running circles while you're down there, like doing whatever.
I would love that.
That'd be fucking
I know
awesome.
this would definitely be engine work.
Oh, yeah.
But I think it would really enhance how the game feels.
That would be
like a lot.
Going into Arty, I would actually literally, like, I would consider putting on roofs, like, genuinely.
Same people running around on the roofs, jumping across and stuff.
Yeah. The problem is now there's updates where, like, you can have it so where it's kind of on, where it's like you can peek through roofs and kind of turns on and off. Which the thing is, it could still work though. It would just have to flash the players off as well. If somehow they could code that would be amazing.
I certainly think it's doable, but it would require engine work, and they're busy making sailing at the minute, so that's where the engine work's going at the minute.
Oh, dude, imagine running into Canifis as a noob and you're seeing these people like pole vaulting over you right there. And then
with an actual animation.
And the animation of them biffing it. Oh.
And the fall on the back and hurt the head.
Dude, I would actually like love to fail, like at least the first 5 times. Then I'd start raging again. But like just watching people actually fall to the ground on Sears course.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I would love it.
That'd be sick.
Like these things just make the game feel good. This is about game feel, and having animations like this that ties everything together makes the game flow and just feel better. And especially if you can see people above and below, that just makes the world feel more alive, and it doesn't feel like you're in a game going to a different level. So I can't see the people anymore because I'm in a different level and I'm in a game. You know what I mean? It kind of takes you out of it a bit. But if you could still see people below from on top of the roofs, that would be so cool.
Yep. I mean, they did it with MLM. You know, they got the higher level. Like, obviously, it's an easier one to do, but...
Yeah, that's literally just a higher level of the same Y level. It's where this is actually going to a different, like, map space above. Yeah. So it's like a different layer of the map.
Yeah.
I don't know how much work that would take, but I think it would be worth looking at for Jagex to do that. It would make the whole game feel a lot cooler.
It would. Oh my God, that'd be so cool.
And then do you want to go to the next point? So the next one, right? The achievement diary set. I hate how this looks. So bad. What do you think of how it looks?
Oh yeah, it's stupid. You look like a transformer. The candor and headgear itself looks so stupid. I hate that I have to wear that stupid helmet everywhere. It's
like so overly designed and overly complex. It doesn't fit with the style of the game, and the colors have nothing to do with achievement diaries. Like, achievement diaries are green and white, and then we've got a purple and black as the reward.
Yeah.
Why? And they're kind of built to look like combat armor when they're not. The utility armor. Well, the more of a utility set. They could do a full visual, like, redo of this whole thing and theme it more around, like a more utilitarian outfit.
Yep.
That scales up, and it's more themed around the areas that you get it from, and it's more of the green and white color scheme, and it would match the skill cape beautifully, and it would go beautifully with the max achievement diary cape.
And imagine on the pants, like I'm just imagining on like some of the tiers pants, You have a myth grapple that's just there.
Yeah.
Like you don't even have to, and then fix myth grapple shortcuts. Jesus Christ.
Oh yeah, that I haven't wrote that down, but I've been thinking about that as well. The way they fixed it in the other RuneScape is they added hidey holes next to the grapple points. So anytime you wanted to do it, you would just basically build the hidey hole and put the grapple in, and you would just click it, and it would just do the whole animation, and the grapple never comes into your inventory or anything. It just does the animation, and then you're on the other side.
Dude, imagine being able to wear new and improved Mauritania legs, which are actually cool, and they have a myth grapple next to it, so you also teleport to Bergdarod, but you can also use all those myth grapple. And then add some more myth grapple shortcuts, but make them all actual shortcuts, please.
Make them good. The only good one is the watchtower one or whatever it is.
Yeah.
The observatory, that's it.
Yeah.
The observatory one's the only good one in the whole game.
Yeah.
The rest of them are quite shit.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, they could do with an overhaul, but it's just these things that Jagex really should look at, but they're just not.
Voidwaker visual.
Oh yeah. Do you want the right? So I've made a model for this.
Show me it.
So basically the Voidwaker, I don't know why they love purple and black so much, but the Voidwaker, in lore, it's like a Void Knight piece of equipment.
Ooh.
So I kind of designed this model around like the color scheme and the thematics and the crystal. So you still have the crystal, the blade, and the hilt that you would get from the three bosses, but it thematically makes more sense. I don't know why the fuck it's purple and black. Why do
They love purple and black.
so much?
That's why.
It does me head in. Reserve purple and black for like ancient items, like Zarosian items. That's what purple and black is.
Yep.
This is void. This is a void item. It's the Voidwaker. Make it void themed. Make it match the void set. It makes so much more sense, and it looks so much more unique and more cool. And
Oh
less
yeah,
ass.
and old school.
And old school. Yeah.
This looks fucking sick.
I love that. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't. It's not hard to. I mean, I'm quite decent at modeling. I could even be apply for like a modeling job at Jagex, but
No.
like I can do like everything in the whole game design thing. I know a bit of everything, so like I understand every division of a team. I feel like I could lead old school.
You're
well,
the
to be
new.
honest.
You're the new dictator over old school. Please,
Yeah.
I'd actually take that.
Yeah, I would love it.
Oh my god. Yeah, these are
Like, there's
just
so many
phenomenal.
Yeah, there's so many good ideas that we're just missing out on. That would just like change the game for the best. And yeah, I hate how the Voidwaker looks, honestly. They try to make it kind of look like the Karasi sword, but not at the same time. Which was like the RuneScape, like RuneScape 3 equivalent.
Mm-hmm.
But it just doesn't. It looks stupid. I don't know. I think people don't really look at things and go, oh, that looks cool, that looks bad. They're just like, oh, look, a new weapon. And then they don't really think about it. But I look at things and I'm like, this does not fit with what it is and what it's doing and the theme and the lore of it. It needs to feed into itself. It needs to make sense in the world.
Yep. Yeah, that's a fantastic design. I would love to see that get changed to that.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
So-
Next one. Go for it.
Yeah, so the next one is about like recolored models, remodeled. So like, I feel like this might be a bit of a hot take, but similar to what they did with the Wilderness boss rework, where they were originally recolors of like other NPCs. They kind of like visually updated them and made them not recolors anymore. They actually have their own unique models and animations. I would like this treatment to be applied to like the Cave Kraken and the Odium and Malediction wards. Especially the Odium and Malediction wards, because I don't know why they're just literally recolored obby shields.
Yeah, that's all it's all the team had. They had 5 people and they're like, just fucking recolor.
Like it's time to update these things. The Kraken, I know it's quite iconic. I understand that. Just like Vetion and all that. They were iconic. And they still are. Even with the new models, they still look like Vetion. And you could do the same thing with the Kraken. You could visually update it. Because its tentacles don't even match the tentacles of the Kraken itself. It's got spikes on. And then the Kraken, like the actual head, has little sucky things on.
Mm-hmm.
Like the tentacles don't even match each other. Because those tentacles are from the Play Around House plunge pool thing. You know, the slime pit in the Play Around House with the tentacles. That's what those are.
Oh my god, dude.
Yeah.
So you were talking about obviously like the odium and malediction words. I was just thinking like this is a whole another topic about shields in general and honestly armor in general, which is this is something that personally I would love to see is like, dude, there should not be strength bonus added to armor. Like there really shouldn't. We've already gone down that road, so it's very, very difficult to revert it, obviously.
I mean, you could just change it to 0. And then people would riot. Yeah, but you could do it.
But the thing is like, imagine this. Like, imagine a world. Imagine old school RuneScape was armor is defense, and defense is actually damage negation. And imagine agility was your chance of dodging. And the less armor you have on, the higher chance you have of actually dodging because you're not as heavy. So it's like Dark Souls. It's like, it's literally like you could go around killing shit with just a sword, basically. You know, an amulet, amulets could have some bonuses. A sword.
Yep.
And you are still doing just as much DPS melee-wise with that. But if you wanted to actually tank stuff, you'd wear armor. And that would be where, you know, monsters can actually hit you. But, you know, you could have super high agility and have some other gear that's more agility focused where you're literally dodging shit. Like, dude, I just really wish that they could kind of like go back to that. And you know what would be really cool is if shields actually had damage negation. So if they changed nothing else, like let's just say they kept the game the same, I would really love it if shields themselves had damage negation. Like,
to like lower the max hit that you would receive.
Yes, and because we are living in Defenderscape and just everything just offense, it would be really cool if we could have some like legitimate shields. And honestly, I don't even think it would be that big. So again, this is assuming nothing else changes. Obviously, I would like the whole game to be revamped, but that's my personal take. But in just regards to what we have, I think it would be cool to go back to shields where you have shields actually do something and it's damage negation. Armor could still be just whatever. There is no maybe damage negation. That's just simply just increasing the chance of missing. But shields having damage negation, I would love that. And it would maybe even help in the future of PvP as well. Because PvP max hits are going crazy already and they're going to get worse.
Yeah. How does the Elysian Spirit Shield work? Because that has that kind of, doesn't it?
Yeah, but it's not guaranteed. It's
not guaranteed.
It's like 25%, or it's 70% chance to negate 25% of the damage.
So it averages out to about 17.5 damage reduction.
Yeah. And imagine...
obviously, every other shield, I feel like that would have to be like the peak shield, like the best shield in the game.
No, it doesn't even need it. The Ellie could be buffed, and then every other shield has just similar, you know, things where it's just it's very low, but it's guaranteed. It's like, okay, if you're wearing the shield, you'll get a guaranteed. And again, this is my own personal take. This is like a kind of like a band-aid solution because I really wish armor didn't give strength bonus at all. In fact, this is what pisses me off the most about how gear gives strength bonus. Is you have now completely gate kept yourself from adding really unique weapons, such as 1-tick weapons, 2-tick melee weapons. You can't add those now because you have gear that's giving you plus fucking 80 strength punching. Like, you're literally punching stuff and you have plus 80 strength. Like, what? You're wearing fucking heavy-ass armor and somehow you're stronger. Like, bruh, like, this should be making you weaker, literally. And so
imagine if it did, though, negative strength bonus.
Yeah, no, I actually think some should. And again, this is my own personal take. Like, imagine you could run around with like a swift blade that's actually like 2-tick and or like a double-handed dagger or something, but you're like a stealth dude. So you have this super OP weapon that you're just stabbing people with, and that's like kind of, I don't know. I just think you could have so much more variety with weapons, and you wouldn't be like, oh, this weapon's a 6-tick weapon, which means inherently it's going to be way worse than every 4-tick weapon just because of attack speed. Like, attack speed alone the faster your weapon is, you're getting all those bonuses multiplied significantly just by your armor, which is so stupid. So stupid.
I feel like that's a huge change to the entire combat system of the entire game.
It could never pass. It could never even enter the game. It's just a fantasy of mine that I think would do. I mean,
I do like the ideas. I do.
Yeah, it could
But I feel
never.
like it
It could never
work.
come in the game.
It wouldn't happen.
Yeah.
It would change too much, I think.
Oh,
Like,
it would
change everything.
It would be worse than a prayer book and a whole nother, like, shamanism and a prayer book mixed. It would be worse than that. It would.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But I would like this
still my dream
to see the. It would be interesting to see it, but it would completely turn the game upside down at the same time.
it would be a mess. And imagine you added everything else as well, like range styles and elemental styles, and everything has its like that would be for RS4. You know, if we can never come out with old school RuneScape 2 or RS4, I would love to see like some crazy balances.
Right. So then the next point I'll go into. So this is more about area redesigns, mainly focused on like the earlier old school stuff where it's kind of scuffed. So like so Cerberus's lair. I like the Keymaster area, but the actual lair itself looks very like artificial, like a weird like red lines with flames all over, and then a river with a head that obscures like the attack that the boss is doing. I feel like the whole lair could be completely scrapped and rebuilt from the ground up and look way more better. Like,
I get
Cerberus's cave could look so much cooler than it does right now.
The thing is I'm actually okay with some of the newer bosses that came out after old school, but I worry about redoing too much stuff where it's like we've kind of lost that charm. Because when I think of like new areas, they're just kind of like Toontowny, no nostalgia to it. Like, I get worried a little bit, but I do understand your point of like some things are just like, what the hell is going on here?
Yeah, and with Cerberus's lair as well, like with the Keymaster area, I don't really get why they've got it in three. Like, why is the three Cerberuses in three different? Like, shouldn't it just be one?
Yeah, it should.
And just make it instanced. Why not? It's a solo boss. Just make it instanced. Like, stop pissing around.
Well, make then you couldn't have Coxie's alt method.
Unlucky, isn't it?
Yeah.
But yeah, I think honestly it makes more sense for it to be
or have an instanced area.
Yeah.
You know, if you still want to.
Yeah, I feel like it should just be one Cerberus. It feels weird that
Still have one thing, but the lever would have a right click option like instanced or public or whatever.
Yeah. So you could still do his little method.
Exactly.
Or everyone else could go on the private one, kind of like the Kraken.
Exactly.
But I feel like even the Keymaster's area could be like fleshed out a bit as well. Like make it look more lived in, because he's just kind of stood there and there's nothing of his in the area. You could have a little bed or a table or something. Just something to make it feel like this is where he lives, this is where he spends his life. Because right now he just kind of stands there and waves his lantern about.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Just a bit more personality to the area, that's all.
I'm thinking big ones, especially KBD, even though it's nostalgic at this point, because it's just the most basic ass thing. I really like they could make KBD's layer dope, but still keep it old school with like the same kind of like art style and like nostalgia. Just make it cooler.
Yeah, I kind of like KBD's lair. I mean, it looks like a dragon's lair and it looks cool, and it does look lived in by the dragon. There's bones all over, scorch marks,
that's
coins
true,
dotted around chest. It does feel like the lair of a dragon. Dragon.
I just think the biggest thing that's annoying is like it's just a square.
Yeah.
Which is like, but whatever. I mean, who knows?
I don't mind it too much.
You don't need to change
that one too much.
Yeah. The thing is, like, I don't mind Serb. Really, I think I actually mind KBD more. But again,
I think the thing is when they were designing Cerberus's lair, they didn't have like a full vision of how the boss fight was going to go. Because I remember back in like 2015 or whenever it was, I watched the development stream of this when they were making the lair, and I remember it was Mod Ghost. He was talking about the big head, the big soul bearer head thing, the really stupid looking massive head. Originally, I think that was going to open up and have the loot inside of that. That was originally what they were planning. That's what
Oh.
they said. But now it's just kind of there, and it
Does
does nothing
nothing.
other than block the fucking ghosts. You
Yep.
can't see them. Just at least remove that and like rework it a bit. So I feel like it just like it goes against like the actual fight itself. It like hinders the fight.
Yeah.
Like the design of the room hinders the fight.
Oh my god.
Specifically that though. Yeah, and then some other areas that I would like, I think could do with some polishing is like the crash site cavern. It looks like the, do you know, there's a few areas, some caves that all look the same. The crash site cavern, Catacombs of Kourend, they've got this weird like wall texture where it's got like these weird wiggles in it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know what the
Yes.
fuck they were doing when they were making these
I
wall
know.
kits,
I know.
but it looks so bad,
Dude,
and I
it-
hate how that cavern looks.
The other problem with the demonic cave is like just the leveling. Like everything's just hilly. It's like what the fuck is? Can this place just be flat? Like please,
Yeah.
like just.
And then the upper areas don't even, they feel like you're outside of the map. It doesn't feel like you're meant to be there because it is outside the map. That's why. It looks stupid. It hasn't been designed to be an area that you're meant to go to. And they didn't change it when they made the upstairs accessible. I think it could honestly be spruced up a lot. It could look so much cooler. And I don't know why it's like a cyan color. But
I'm curious what your thoughts are on the chambers rewards, because that would be amazing to have a change too.
Yeah, so Cox is another one that has the same wall kit as like the crash site cavern and
that waviness.
Yeah, that weird wavy thing, but this is the green version.
At least it's not purple.
It's not purple at least. Like the Catacombs. So we've got purple version, cyan version, and green version now. All the same thing pretty much. They could just, I would honestly change out the wall kit for Cox. Make it look more like a chamber with like moss. Make it feel more immersive.
Yeah.
Like you've seen like Raids 2 and Raids 3, the environments are fantastic.
Oh yeah.
They're beautiful. Compared to Raids 1, it looks like ass cheeks. The bosses are brilliant. The bosses are fantastic. I think they're perfect. Leave those. But I think the areas that the bosses are in could do with some visual work.
Totally.
I really don't like how the caves look. It could look way more like a cave than the green squiggly thing it is at the minute. And also, like at the end, the rewards with like Raids 2 and Raids 3, the rewards chambers are fantastic. It's great. But with like Raids 1, you just got this tiny little shitty box with a light beam on it, and it spoils it in the chat as well.
Horrible. Yeah.
They could have literally added like his actual chamber at the end. You kill the Olm and you gain access to Zerek's chamber.
Yes.
And you have a bunch of like cool chests, kind of like TOB, and then maybe a grand one in the middle if you have a purple.
And
then you loot his chamber. I would love this. This would be so cool. How much epic would that be for Cox? That would really bring it up to the standard of the other two raids in terms of like graphics and how you're rewarded at the end.
Totally.
Because it's so fucking shit. This little green rotten chest.
And the stupidest thing is like you literally see the chest like when you see the chest and the exit while you're fighting Olm. It's like what can we just make this? They should literally just get rid of that little segment and just make it so this is literally the final boss. There's no escaping. Like you had that one portal you went through and this is it. And it's like, and then after it dies, you have
then it reveals like a stairway down, and you go down into that's Zerek's actual chambers where he lived. You could build a lot of lore around that as well. You could have like that is his like place, his bed's there. He's got like a book or whatever. Like this is where Zarek lived, and it just makes it feel so much fucking cooler. But no, just a little green box basically. But yeah, I would love Cox to get some visual updates and quality of life stuff like that, just to make it feel a lot more cool, more badass. Because it wouldn't change the boss fight or the flow; it would all be the same.
Yeah, just
all the way through. It would just the treasure room look cooler,
and the walls,
and the chambers themselves would look cooler as well. Yeah, that would be sick.
Yeah, that's all just graphics. That's like nothing else. Like you don't need to really do much. Well, besides the coding, like obviously how the chests work, but that they've literally can just copy from what they've done with TOA and stuff.
Exactly. So the next point after the area redesigns, so this is more focused around TOA, about the res in there, because the Osmumtons fan the Lightbearer, and the Eldon's Ward are so common, they're worth fuck all. Like, the Lightbearer is like the best ring in the game, and it's worth 3 mil because of how insanely common they made it. Osmumten's Fang, probably is the best sword in the game. It's worth, what, 30 mil? And the Eldon's Ward is like, that's the best magic shield in the game. I don't know what that's worth. Probably not very much anymore. But the thing as well, the issue with TOA is you can get every single unique from an entry level TOA. Like, everything. You can get everything from it.
Yep.
That is stupid. So, the Osmumten's Fang, Lightbearer, Eldon's Ward, everything, make it all locked behind normal mode, at least. You cannot get it unless you do normal mode, which is 150 invocation. I think that's fair. Also, I would make all of them, including like the ranged armor, all the same rate as each other, flat across the board, the same rate. It would mean purple chests would have to be rarer, but these items are flooding into the game, and they shouldn't be. These items are so good, and there's too many coming in.
Yep.
They need to like equalize the rarity of them.
Well, this is another problem: is the accessibility. Like, are we just going to make everything accessible to everyone? All endgame content is now accessible to everyone. Here, everyone come. It's like, you got to not do that with raids. You have to make raids incredibly difficult. That's the reason prices maintain their value. And also, in regards to Osmumten's Fang, honestly, I don't think that thing ever should have got a nerf. I think what it should have had is a charge. I think Osmumten's Fang should have been charged with Wrath runes. Like 1 Wrath rune per 1 hit or something. Just something where it's like, okay, you actually can't get this at level 50 combat randomly and then have this as your greatest weapon forever, because you would have to have really high runecrafting. Like, I'm just thinking of like Ironman, you know, something like... And you would now have a cost to it where, okay, do you want to use your rapier? It's free. Or you can use Osmumten's Fang, which never got nerfed, so it's really good, but it has a charge to it. I fucking wish they would have gone that route.
Yep. Well, right. So, this sword is ridiculous, honestly. I think having charges on it would be good. It needs to have a cache sink. It also needs to be, I don't know if it's being like tax deleted from the GE at the minute, but it should be. So should the Lightbearer and Eldon's Ward. These need to be like flooded out of the game. They need to go. They need to be less of a common item, because this shit should not be 30 mil.
And
it's so strong.
And Eldon's Ward would be more valuable if the Shadow had a way heavier cost. I'm sorry, it needs a heavier cost. And for those that are like, no, like I got my Shadow, no, it's like, dude, this is end game busted ass fucking item. Like, this is so busted compared to every other magic weapon. It needs
what
to
does
have
it even cost?
I mean, it costs a lot. It's like 1.3 bill or something.
What are like the runes that you need to charge it?
I think it's literally just 5 chaos and a soul rune or something.
Really?
Let me see, actually.
Wait.
And it's 5 tick, keep in mind. So it's it's even, you know, less than that technically. But let me see. Uncharge. Okay, maybe it's 2 soul runes and 5. Yeah, it's 2 soul runes, 5 chaos.
That's nothing.
It's literally nothing because it's also 5 tick.
Put Wrath runes on it as well. Make it 5 Wrath runes and 5 soul runes or something.
Yes.
Something high.
Yes.
It could make it expensive.
And it could literally have been, like, even if it was like, you know, I don't know, 5 soul runes and 2 Wrath runes or something. Something where it's like, okay, if you're incorporating the Wrath runes with it, that automatically would be good.
I think it should be Wrath runes and soul runes, because the lore behind soul runes is that, well, the soul alt is meant to be in the desert, so it makes sense that it would be tied with soul. And then Wrath, well, it's like the most powerful destruction rune in the game, so have those together on that. And also, make it so nothing drops Wrath runes. The only way to get them is from Runecrafting.
Yes.
That's the only way, right?
Yes.
That would make Runecrafting Wrath runes fucking sick, because all these rich people would be buying them for their Tumican.
Yep.
That would make that would revitalize Runecrafting again. It would make runes worth something. At least those ones.
Dude, did you hear of my idea for the soul runecrafting altar? So I think it's supposed to be in Menopause.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
According to RS3 lores. And I was thinking, dude, imagine crafting soul runes. First of all, Abyss kind of negates all of this in a sense. But imagine the soul altar had like a pathway, kind of like Sepulcher, like a floor 5 Sepulcher path to get to the altar from the entrance.
It kind of reminds me of like the Death Altar where it's like through the maze.
Yes. See, yeah. I don't know. I kind of wish in a way they would, I don't know, do something like to make, I don't know. I guess they don't need to, but it would be cool. Or you know, even make a new sort of like Abyss 2.0 or something where there is high risk, high reward, where it's like you run with your essence, but if you fail, you lose all your essence or whatever, and you obviously lose time. Or if you make it, you get like double what your output would have been or something. Just that'd have been cool. But
because they've got like the Soul and Blood on Zia, which I fucking hate.
Yeah, that's
it breaks law. It's law breaking shit. Like you can't
stupid.
build, you can't make these it doesn't make any sense.
And the altars look like fucking galactic. Like they look like little like starships.
Like some sci-fi machine.
Yeah, the blood one is. What the hell is going on?
And I hate the soul one too. The soul one looks like it should be animated, but it's just not. It looks fucking stupid. With the little like swirly thing that's just static.
It's bad. It's bad.
Ass.
Holy shit. I'm getting PTSD from all these shitty updates in the past.
Yeah. Like these old updates do need looking at and addressing and changing and updating and just bringing up quality of the entire game. Bring it all up.
Yeah.
Because there's some shit in this game.
The reason I even brought up the Shadow, so let's just imagine it was 5 Wraths and 5 Souls. Like super heavy cost. It's for endgame players. It's not for these noobs to go get lucky on one and then start using it all the time. Like you've completely lost that progression of getting your Trident, getting your Saint, getting whatever. You need heavy cost. That can be the gatekeeper of these items for noobs, you know? Most noobs aren't going to want to pay that hefty cost. But for those endgame players that just have insane banks, like, yes, you're going to use it all the time. That is good for the game. That's super healthy for the game.
It's great for the economy. It adds more money-making methods through Wrath Runes and Soul Rune crafting. It just, everything brings the skillers and the PVMers together.
Exactly. It's what we need. And then Elidinus Ward would be more expensive. Like it literally would, because now you actually have this option. Okay, like you know what? I'm not willing to spend all that money, so I'm just going to keep to my Sang. But now I have this Elidinus Ward, and it actually has a use.
Yep. Exactly.
Yeah.
And like I said, I think they should all, in general, be rarer, brought up the same rarity as the ranged armor, because honestly, they're all about as good as each other as rewards. I don't know why those ones are more common.
Also, in hindsight, obviously we didn't have this vision beforehand, but I mean, normal mode should have been 200, and expert mode should have been 400. And then obviously the end is 600. That would have made more sense overall. It would have obviously matched the difficulty. But again, hindsight and the updates that came following, we couldn't see all that.
Yeah. And as well, I put the shadow behind expert mode. So if you want the shadow, you have to do expert mode, because that is the big boy. That's what you want.
Totally.
Lock that behind expert mode. Have everything else behind normal mode.
Totally.
Done.
All the same rates on the other ones, Yeah,
it is a bit stupid right now that you can go and add 0 and get all of this shit. It's fucking stupid.
Totally.
It shouldn't be like that. I mean, it's so cheap.
I actually don't have that big of a problem with people doing entry modes and getting stuff, because it's so rare. It's like, okay, well, whatever. It's just like somebody walking into level 3 and having a chance of a T-bow. It's like, you still have a chance, but you're not going to get it. And if you do, okay, you got incredibly lucky, make a Reddit post on it.
Yeah, I don't even think there should be a chance. Like, even if it is rare, why should they have a chance of it doing such like a? Because like anyone could do a 0. Like even like a top player could do 0s, even though it's rare. Like, do they deserve? Even if they got lucky, do they deserve like such a powerful object for such an easy challenge?
Well, that's I go back to everything. Every other thing, you always have a chance. You could be in a Nightmare mass. When Nightmare first came out, you could just pull a Harm Orb at level 40. You're just trolling, but you get lucky.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, true.
I don't know. I don't really have
that
a
is
big
different to
problem with
this,
that.
since this is scaled and you choose the difficulty, it does make it a
No,
bit
no,
different.
yeah, you do have the option. Which, if we want to go down that road, I'm totally
Mhm.
cool with it. I just don't have that big of a problem with how they've currently done
Yeah.
it.
Because honestly, it just incentivizes doing the harder modes, and it pushes people to go further with them, like with their skill, and to
Mm-hmm.
understand that, like, you want to push for the expert mode, you want to
Mm-hmm.
get that good, you want to keep practicing. But if it's just zero, what's the point? You can always get it. Like, there's nothing to drive towards at this point. Just
Yep.
whatever.
Yep.
It removes potential goals, like
Yeah.
in terms of like themselves, their own skill at the game.
Totally. If we could somehow see and have the update come out as is right now, it would be cool if it was 200 normal, 400 expert,
Hmm.
and then all items besides shadow come from 200 plus, and then shadow obviously.
Yeah, and also remove the fucking ridiculous amount of resources
It's
like toastal
unnecessary. Yeah,
seeds. Why the fuck do we need hundreds of toastal seeds pouring in,
it's
like
unnecessary.
per
Like
chamber as well? It's stupid.
like obviously, yeah, if you're doing like super high experts, yeah, but it doesn't need to be that high in quantity. It's also like those fucking cache of runes, 3,000 potential like
Jesus.
death runes, blood runes, soul runes. Like
Like
again,
all that does is hurt runecrafters and skillers.
yeah, it
Like
does.
these PVMers could gain money in another way, but instead it's just fucking over the skillers by just driving the shit into the game that should only be coming from skillers.
I know it's bad.
Yeah. And also, yeah, the toastal seeds have gone from 60k to 6k, like a tenth of the price in a year, all because of tier. Ridiculous.
Yep,
A tenth of the price.
it's horrendous.
So bad. The next one is about the occult necklace, how absolutely ridiculously OP it is for what it is. 10% magic bonus for a drop, like a common drop, to be honest, from a Slayer monster.
Yep.
I would knock it down to like 2%, redistribute that percentage throughout different magical equipment. So, I mean, take this off. Yeah, I think 2% is fine. And yeah, just redistribute it through other stuff. You can buff like the weapons and stuff and the armors to give um more power,
Hmm.
and just take it from this necklace.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
I was even thinking like this was always my proposal is make a cult 6%, make
yeah,
the tormented bracelets like 4% instead of
yeah,
5. So you've already lowered 5. Make eternal boots have +1. Give maybe mage book +1 or just like those random things +1, arcane
yeah.
+1. Just something a little bit.
Just spread it throughout all the equipment. It shouldn't. This much power from one little necklace
It's
is just
stupid.
stupid, honestly.
Yeah, I mean,
And
I would
yeah,
even say lower. The thing is, people freak out, so I've already just been like, okay, maybe just +6, but it could literally be +4. The tormenting could be +3.
yeah,
Augury could be +5. I would, or
yeah,
I would have loved if Augury was +5 and they redistributed the other ones because then Augury would be useful in every magical situation.
yeah. It would actually make it a useful prayer
Yeah, and I also
because
wish
it's pretty shit.
Augury would negate guaranteed 5% from incoming magic attacks. So you're praying it has actual defensive qualities, and it cancels out in a PvP situation if you're both praying Augury.
Yeah,
That would be
potentially, yeah.
great.
And I think the occult should only come from the thermonuclear, not normal ones.
That's
This
fair.
should be a
Yeah,
drop from just the boss, not the fucking normal ones.
that's fair.
Because
I would agree with
people
that.
barrage them, you kill hundreds per hour. They're pumping these things into the game, and it's like the best magical necklace in the entire game.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Or
Mhm.
what is the drop rate from normal? It's like 1 in 512.
Yep,
Yeah,
it's quite common.
you could have made that like 1 in 5,000 and then had the
One in
normal
Make it
drop.
1 in 32,000, like the D chain from the
Yeah.
normals.
Yeah, that's fine.
Make the boss worth doing instead of just for the pet to make it actually have this best in slot magic necklace. Because
Dude.
right now the boss doesn't really have much over the there's no point in doing the boss honestly other than for the pet.
Yeah, and the
It's shit
jar.
XP. Yeah, in the jar.
Yeah, the speaking of Slayer stuff as well, like drop rates, like dude, I pray that they never go down that route again of making off-task things 5 times as rare. Fucking
Yeah, that's stupid. That is so
stop.
bad. What's the point?
Dude, when I
Like,
had to
you
go
already... Yeah, go on.
when I had to go for my dragon harpoon from worms, I had to literally skip like 3,000 Slayer points worth just to get a fucking worm task, just so the rate's not 1 in 10,000. Just to
So
reduce it to
stupid.
1 in 2,000. Like, dude, you already are getting the benefit of the Slayer helmet and
Exactly.
Slayer XP. Like,
It's already less efficient doing it that way. Now you've just made it like a million times even less efficient.
no. Jesus Christ, that pisses me
So
off
dumb.
so much.
I don't know why that's not been changed. I don't know why that's still a thing. Like, it's so easy just to undo that, but they just don't do anything. I don't know.
Stupid.
I hate it. It's arbitrary as fuck as well. It makes no sense. It's not consistent with anything in the game.
I know. Oh my god. Okay.
Yeah. Then the next point is Nightmare Zone. Remove it from the game entirely.
Good.
Right? Fuck Nightmare Zone. It's dog shit. No one does it to enjoy it. They just do it for the free combat XP and the ring imbues. Remove Nightmare Zone. Remove ring imbues from the Nightmares. Obviously, there will be no Nightmare Zone shop. Remove it from all the other shops that they added it to. Remove ring imbues entirely. Add a new boss or new bosses or new slay creatures that have an item upgrade that you can attach specifically to each ring, which would then add new big drops, new potential rewards from bosses. I would also pull back power creep. And honestly, if it was up to me, I think this new God Wars Dungeon 2 thing that they're doing with actually it's not really that. With these 4 new bosses, because you're getting the 4 new rings, I would honestly scale it back and make it take the place of the imbued rings. These replace imbued rings. That's what I would do.
Yeah.
Because I feel like we need to do some opposite of power creep. We need to do some power regression. We need to pull it back a bit. Because this power creep from these imbued rings was the most pointless power creep I've ever seen. It literally doubled the stats of all of these rings.
Very
for
stupid.
nothing. For nothing. For clicking a AFKing in a
For
minigame and then clicking a button when you come out.
For botting, basically.
Essentially. So yeah, remove imbued rings. Make the new imbued rings be the new ring upgrades, like Ultor Ring or whatever they're called, from the new Desert Treasure 2 bosses. And then the other imbued rings, what other? It's like the Zenite ring.
Yep. Suffering.
Do you think that honestly just nerf it? Or even have an upgrade somewhere else where you can buff it back to those stats? But I think
dude, like the normal suffering could just be the normal suffering at plus 20 because it's still a useless
they could
ring.
even do that.
Yeah, you could just keep it all at plus 20.
Yeah, just let that be the default stats. Fuck the imbue part. Just make that be the default ring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They did a great job with the recoil situation on that.
Yeah.
2,500 rings, 100,000 charges. We're good to go.
Yeah.
Locked and loaded. Let's fucking go.
Easy. That's how it should be. 100,000.
Genius. That was great.
It is.
I remember when I was first in Ironman, like getting that Zenite. My first Zenite I spent on a Ring of Suffering. I thought that was the most awesome item in the entire game. I thought it was so fucking cool. Just the fact that it's just loaded with recoils and it's got prayer bonus and defense and it was just everything about it was so cool.
Yeah.
I still love that ring.
Very, very strong defensive ring.
Yeah, it's cool.
Very, very. Like for a ring, having all those defense stats on it, that's pretty crazy, to be honest.
Yeah, I like it though because, well, the main reason it has to be that bust is because we have a Berserker ring and soon to be whatever the hell it's going to be with plus 12.
Yeah, which I think is a bit much.
Further devalues the Ring of Suffering because nobody's already using that anyway.
Honestly, like I said, put it down to 8 and just remove these imbued rings. Let this be the replacement. People will probably be mad, like, oh no, there's no new powerful ring. But honestly, it is for the greater good, honestly, of the game.
Yeah.
Because that would hold power creep back again, and it would replace some stupid rewards. You would still get these rings. They would be expensive as fuck because everyone's just had a downgrade essentially.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's fine, honestly. I think that's a good direction.
Yep, I'm already seeing this next one. Lovakang, Arceus, and Port Piscarilius.
Redesign, yeah. So they need to finish with this. They need to hurry up and get the Z redesign done because it still looks ass on the north side. Like I like how the farming one and Hesidius and
Shazian.
what's the fighting one called? Shazian, yeah. I think they look really cool now. I like them.
They do. The Shazian's a bit like it's hard to get around. I feel like they need to add a few more pathways because I feel like I click
Yeah.
somewhere and it's like I'm rerouting like crazy.
Yeah. I really like the aesthetic of it though. It's really cool.
Oh,
It's
it's
very unique. It fits in old school and it looks really unique. And I like the immersion. Like you feel like you're in a forest, like these cool tall trees. You feel like you're in a different land, which you
totally.
are. And that's how it should feel.
Yeah. Hosidius is great.
Hesidius is great as well. Yeah, yeah.
Did
The
you
only thing,
Yeah,
go
go
on.
for it.
Right. So the only thing I fucking hate those Bolognova plants or whatever they're called. They look so stupid.
Yeah,
Like the bright pink and shit.
they're really stupid.
I think they could do with a redesign just to make them look like an actual plant instead of like a stupid big. I don't even know what it's meant to be. I think that could do with a visual redesign just to make it actually fit in because it really does not fit in anywhere.
It's the weirdest private server thing looking at.
Yeah, it's like they're just like painted it bright pink with like fucking
I mean,
yellow and shit.
personally, I wish they would have just never had Tithe Farm in the first place. Just delete
Yeah.
that shit. And I
Yeah.
really wish instead of Tithe Farm, they would have added some really good the content that people wanted, like making a fun, awesome minigame to make your own wines of Zami. Like they tried to do that with the vineyard. It's like that whole place is kind of a shit show. Nobody knows how to do it. Nobody knows what the hell's going on. It's inefficient. Make something that's actually worth doing that, growing your own. Like this is obviously before Snapegrass had its own patches, so that's a different story. But
Yeah.
Snapegrass would have been like a great, I don't know.
Yeah, like that could have been like another solution to get more items into the game that fits in. It makes more new money making methods. It doesn't just spam it through boss drop tables.
Mm-hmm.
It adds a new way for players to like create these things themselves, and it just feels much better and it just feels right instead of just getting a stack of noted 100 Samurai wines. It's like, what the hell is that?
Yeah, we're so used to it. We're like, oh, that's normal.
I fucking hate it, me. I hate noted shit. It's so bad.
It's bad. Yeah, Gentle Tractor is the guy that's designed those Lovakang and Arceus and Port Piscarilius design. They look phenomenal. His take on Lovakang is everything's underground.
Yeah, I've seen it. It's sick. I love
So
it.
sick.
Yeah, that's how it should be. Why the fuck are the dwarves on the surface? Like, they shouldn't be ever.
So stupid. That whole
That's the
place.
point of them. They're underground. There's nothing underground. There's literally no underground there at all, and it's a dwarf city.
Dude, it's just like, let me look at it. Oh my god, it's just a bunch of lava with spaced out massive buildings.
It's dog shit. It's the same with Arceus and same with Port Piscarilius.
Yep.
They are absolute dog shit waste
Like,
of space.
This is, when I look at Arceus, this is something a 6-year-old could have drawn. Like, oh, a city?
Yeah.
Okay, let's make this random little library with 4 squares. And then a little town right here, and then another square for the church, another square for the bank. Like, what the fuck?
It's so shit. Honestly, Arceus has the potential to look so fucking cool.
Oh, yeah.
Like, the magic theme, it could look amazing.
I know.
But it's not. It's fucking shite.
It's so bad.
But yeah, those 3, I don't know why it's not higher on the priority list. Those 3 need sorting out. They need to be brought up to the standard of the rest of Zia.
Badly.
Once that's done, everything will just feel fine over there. Finally, after all these bloody years of it being an eyesore, it's still got 3 cities that are eyesores.
God damn, they
would
look
love
bad.
it.
They look so bad.
Yeah, I hate going there. You're like running around this big open empty nothingness, just
It's
running
pathetic, yeah.
miles between buildings, and the buildings are massive.
And there's nothing in the buildings.
Yeah, just empty with like these weird like line floor patterns. Which looks stupid as well.
Everything looks Toontowny. There's and
Yeah.
the just massive crystals that have no examine option. Just
Yeah. That is very not old school at all. Everything should have an examine option if it's like an object. That's just part of
Yes, you
RuneScape,
need
and
that.
The crystals just don't.
I
I don't know why. It looks stupid as well, but yeah.
I'll be honest, Sepulchre needs more examine options. There's a lot of things you can right click in Sepulchre that have nothing.
Yeah, that
I wish they would have gone a little bit more detailed on that.
that'd be
They
good.
still have time.
Yep. Well, for now.
Yeah.
Until they kill it.
Yep. Until we hit that glacier.
Yeah, the fucking iceberg and we'll go down.
I gotta relog. I'm about to get 6-houred.
Oh god.
Okay. Next point.
Guilds, right? The invisible boost. I hate it. It feels like you're forced to go to these guilds instead of incentivized in other ways. And now it's kind of like flipped to the opposite way now, the Woodcutting Guild, since you get no of the other bonuses. It's like, it's so badly designed, honestly. It's really not good. The
Bro.
guilds are just ass cheeks.
Let me show you something. You can
Yeah.
keep going, but oh my god, this
What is it?
it's a picture of okay, how do I, oh my god. It's a picture of the original. This is my favorite picture ever of old school RuneScape updates. Is just, let me take a little screenshot of it. This might be kind of loud for my viewers. Taking a share X real quick. So I'm gonna show you this. Just like,
Oh yes,
this is
the Grand Tree.
They thought that this was a good design for the guild. Bro,
Oh, yes.
this is something a 6-year-old makes. Literally, like a 6-year-old
why?
makes this.
So this project, because I was very into like following the progress of the game. This project was made by Mod Jed, I'm pretty sure, and there were no artists involved.
Jesus Christ.
That's why the guild looks so artificial and dog shit. Eventually, they did get someone to make redwood trees. I think it was Mod West. I'm not sure, but it's literally the Grand Tree with a ladder up the side. It's literally the Grand Tree model. That's what it is.
Fucking Christ! It's.
But yeah, the whole Woodcutting Guild looks absolute dog shit. I think they should scrap the guild, start again, get an actual artist to make it, and make it feel like a forest, like a natural forest rich with wood. Because right now it looks so private servery, artificial, fucking trees in a grid pattern. It doesn't feel like what the Woodcutting Guild should be.
Dude, you know what the trails look like? They look like I have started a new map on Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 and
Yeah.
I'm building pathways and I stop at a certain point and these magic trees are fucking kiosks where
Yeah.
the people can go and, buy umbrellas and shit. This literally is Roller Coaster Tycoon 2, and the redwood trees are the little fucking Ferris wheels and shit. Like what the fuck?
It's so bad. But yeah, it's still dog shit now. I mean, the redwood trees look a bit cooler since they're not a grand tree anymore.
Yeah.
But the whole guild itself is so artificial, and honestly, it's the Woodcutting Guild. It should feel more like MacGruber's Wood, not some like man-made, I don't know, path with trees on.
Stupid, horrible,
Yeah.
abomination.
I would scrap it, redesign the whole like area, and incorporate it more into the woodland there, and make it feel like part of like a protected area of the woodland that the woodcutters have made like a guild around and put the fence up to like protect nature or whatever. Like it could feel way more like authentic and natural and more like an actual woodcutting guild than it does now. It looks shit.
Yeah.
And also make the ents like worth doing because they're dog shit.
Yeah, ents have a lot of potential.
Yeah. Just make you get way more logs when you chop it. You get fuck all, don't you?
Yeah,
Just
the problem
make you
is
get like loads of logs.
problem is you definitely need some sort of log basket that can like, because the noted logs are just weird as well.
There's a bank down there.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right next to the bank. You can kill it and bank it straight away.
Okay. Yeah,
So
that
I
would
don't
be
think that's much of an issue.
great. That'd be cool.
Yeah, but I hate the invisible guild boost thing.
Yeah, that's
It just like
dumb.
it completely de-incentivizes ever doing anything outside of the guilds.
Yep.
Like the mining guild, I think. Why would you mine anywhere else other than there for like coal, iron, gold, rune? Because you've got this bonus all the time.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like it.
Yeah, I like the idea of guilds being more like not the place to train necessarily. Like, yeah, you can have like some training spots, kind of like some, but not over the top training, but mainly like, okay, where you get your equipment and where you can, you know, like, I don't know, get special clothing or whatever the fuck you want to wear for your stuff. Like it would be cool if like the wood cutting guild is where you got lumberjack, and like chopping in there it's not a better training method, but getting there you get points or you get this currency, and then you can go to like forestry should have not been at Draenor, should have been in the wood cutting guild. Like, okay, this is the wood cutters guild. You get some new shit here and, you know, whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, definitely. I would love to see that reworked.
Yeah.
I feel like guilds, they should not really be they shouldn't be like the best place to train, but I feel like they should maybe have the most variety of things there. Kind of like the fishing guild. It's not necessarily the best place to train, but it's got a variety of fish and fishing spots.
Yeah.
Kind of like that. Like the mining guild's pretty much like that, but it has this boost for whatever reason.
Mm-hmm.
And the woodcutting guild could also be the same. It could just be a lush forest, magic trees, yew trees, maple trees, just a large variety spread across a woodland. Like, you know what I mean?
Yep.
It's about like the variety than the efficiency. More options while you're there.
It would have been cool as well if like the woodcutting guild, like for example, the woodcutting guild, like let's say had like 6 redwoods in there, but the whole guild is up in the trees. So it's kind of like the gnome stronghold where up by the grand tree, there's like little paths getting to the next trees, and you got shops or whatever. Like, I don't know, that would be actually kind of, that'd be dope.
I don't know how exactly that would work.
Me neither. I'm almost like imagining like how, like, you know, in the center of Perif, you go up there and there's a bunch of like crystal hallways up on the second floor and stuff. Like something like that would be cool for the woodcutting guild.
Yeah, that's kind of like what Priftness is like in RuneScape 3.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Priftness in RuneScape 3 is all up on the crystals. And there's like mining spots, thieving spots, and agility course. It's all up on the top, where the old school version's on the ground below.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe that's what I'm kind of thinking of then. Yeah. Well,
Possibly,
the woodcutting guild doesn't need to be like that, but
yeah, I think it should definitely be more organic. Like it's the woodcutting guild. It has to be organic. It looks artificial as fuck.
Oh yeah.
So bad. Yeah. And then the next thing, honestly, we need more quests. We barely get quests. I don't know what happened because they made a blog post like a year ago or something where they were talking about bringing back old quests like Wild Gothic Sleeps and stuff, and the other gnome quests and a bunch of other quests. But then we've not heard anything since. Like, I was down for that. I love those quests.
Yeah,
I don't know what you think. Yeah.
The thing is, I'm not really a quester, but I do like, as you say, just giving the world of Gillinor more life. And
more lore.
Yep.
Make you feel more connected to the events of what's happening in the world. Like, I think retroactively, we should add the Spirit of Summer and Summer's End quests. Are you aware of what those are?
No.
So the Spirit of Summer and the Summer's End quests, it was a 2-part quest, like a sequel. So the Spirit of Summer, you help this little girl in the wilderness, and there's this beast in a cave called the Spirit Beast, and she's in the spirit realm, so you have to travel to this other realm in the wilderness. It's kind of like the inverse wilderness. So the dead trees in the real world are like alive magic trees in the spirit realm. So everything's kind of flipped. So you go in there, and there's this spirit beast in this cave, and the quest through both of them is essentially to kill it. And when you kill the spirit beast in the real world, it becomes the corporeal beast.
Ooh.
And that's how the corp beast was introduced. And I would fucking love that if that was introduced to old school. It's such a fucking... It was honestly a sick quest. I love them. Really, really unique quest with an insane reward. And it makes you feel a connection with the corporeal beast. Like you understand why it's there and how it got there. And you caused it. But right now it's just in a cave
there.
that was added in an update for the just because.
Yeah, that would be cool to get some lore on that.
Yeah.
I'm also
some cool lore. I love it.
I'm also really down for just more mini quests, like things that like you don't need it for a quest cape, but you just add more life to just random stuff.
Yeah.
Just and little rewards, like, okay, you know, you can do They're almost like side quests that really have
Yeah.
no real purpose, just many things to do.
Yeah, I mean
That'd be kinda cool.
they did add the Barrows mini quest, which is just essentially do a Barrows run recently. I don't know if you knew.
Did they?
Yeah, it'll be on your quest list. It'll be not done.
What is his
Unless you,
faithful servants, by the way?
that's it.
Oh,
That's
that's the
it.
one. Oh, I haven't done it.
Do a Barrows run. I think it's going to be a requirement for the new Desert Treasure 2, so that's why they added it.
Interesting. Okay.
But yeah, I think it's good to introduce like new big content through quests instead of just like adding it. Like Volcath was through Dragon Slayer 2. Like you understood why it was there, how it was there, like the lore behind it, instead of it just like imagine if they just didn't add Dragon Slayer 2, they just added an island with this Volcath on it and that was it. Introducing it through a quest just feels so much better and it lets it like reach its full potential.
Definitely.
Yeah, I think there should be a lot more focus on quests. I am excited for Desert Treasure 2, the quest, but I'm not. I don't know about the. I mean, I feel like they're just gonna fuck the boss drop tables up, so I'm not looking forward to that part.
Yeah, and there's 4 of them.
Yeah,
It's not
but
just
the
one.
thing is,
Not just
the
one
do.
mistake.
Yeah, it's gonna be 4 fucked drop tables. But the thing is, they are fantastic at quests. The quests they have added to this game have been brilliant.
Yeah, they
Honestly,
have.
fantastic.
They've been really fun and old school. They keep them old school.
Yeah, like I love that one that added with the Muspra at the end. Like that quest was brilliant. I loved it. And then they just fucked up the boss at the rewards is like the drop table is just ridiculous. It just ruins the update, honestly.
Yep.
It could have been one of the best updates Old School's ever had if they just didn't fuck up that table, but they fucked it up in the worst possible way. Yeah. Really bad.
Right. We already obviously I've already had my multiple rants on bots. So.
Yeah. We've already pretty much covered that. There needs to be a focus on the removal of bots. I think they're trying to move towards getting everyone on the official like old school launcher and making an official like old school account, like the what's it called? The Jagex launcher.
Mm-hmm.
Making Jagex accounts. I feel like they've got a plan with that to like eradicate bots and verify the launches that are being used through it. But that would mean everyone who's playing would have to play through the launcher. But honestly, I think if they're able to do that, get everyone moved over, and if that solved the bot problem, I think everyone would be absolutely fine with moving over to the Jagex launcher.
Yeah,
I think that could solve it.
If that could solve
if
it, hell
clever
yeah.
with how they do it.
That'd be amazing.
Because of the official launcher, you can only launch RuneLight and the official client, nothing else. So,
Dude,
if anything else was launched, like a bot client,
yeah,
theoretically, it should be aware and ban them, or just not launch.
Dude, that would be like the most glorious. Like, man, if there was actually a way, like they're gonna get around it somehow. There's gonna be some sort of, but in like a perfect world, if that could actually be the case, where there's literally no more bots, bro, we could really make some like all these changes that we've suggested about like skilling and like keep making the economy actually work.
It would bring everything to life. Everyone would be working with each other. The skills would be getting the supplies for the PVMers.
That'd be amazing.
Everything would just be working in harmony. It would be fantastic.
That'd be amazing.
I'd love it. And then the last bullet point. Can't believe we got through the list.
Yeah, holy
Final
shit.
bullet point. So this is about polls, the poll system. Honestly, I feel like Jagex, I fucking wish. So Jagex really should be more competent than the average RuneScape player to know what is good for the game and what should be added. So I don't know why it's up to the average RuneScape player to vote on what to add to the game. Truly, Jagex should be aware of what is good and what is not. And I don't think polls are necessary anymore. I think the only thing polls should be used for is like in general polls to get like a consensus of what type of content that players would like to see. Like if they want to see more quests, more skilling stuff, more slayer stuff, whatever. That type of thing. And then they could like pitch to us and say like here are some quests that we could potentially look into the quest lines of. Which one are you most interested in? And do it that way instead of being like, Would you like Monkey Madness 3? Yes or no? Would you like this reward from Monkey Madness 3? Yes or no? Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
Be more broad about it and get a more bigger view of what the players want. And then let it be up to them to decide the balance and what is good for the game. Really, they should know what's good, and it's annoying that they clearly don't.
That's the biggest problem. It's like, in a
Yeah.
perfect world, but then we saw Forestry, where we kind of just let them handle it, and I'm like, Jesus Christ.
Exactly. There needs to be more, like, I don't know. There needs to be more. There needs to be someone there to, like, say, no, this is bad and this is good, because I feel like everyone's just allowed to do whatever they want, and they're just like, fuck it.
I know.
Get it in.
Yeah. I'm glad it doesn't seem like they're just being, I don't know. They're going to come out with bad updates, and it looks like they're at least aware. Like, for example, them scrapping Ruinous Powers gave me so much hope. I'm like, thank God.
Yeah.
Like, thank you for understanding. My personal take is, I don't know. I'm so scared for part 2 of Forestry. Like, there's just gonna be so much more random shit going on. Like,
it's just gonna push it even further in the wrong direction. They should stop now. Look at what they've done. Realize this is not the best idea. Let's simplify this. Remove the leaves. Fuck the other shit.
Yes.
And honestly, I like making fire making slightly more useful by giving it like an invisible woodcutting boost or something when you're like a fire next to the tree. I think that's
totally fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I also wish, just under the thing of like take more community suggestions, I really hope they come out with more player designed content. Like, at least opportunities for players to design content. I know that's like really kind of like, that's a big project to take on, but oh my God, like I just think of like just the potential we have for skilling updates and the potential we have for,
there's so much, but they're too busy pissing around with a new skill.
Yeah,
for whatever reason.
I'm a little bit worried about that. Like, they obviously know that, you know, a new skill will just be a huge player surge.
Oh yeah, that's why they're doing it. They're just doing it for like the headlines and shit.
I know.
They're just doing it for the little short-term bump in players and fuck the long-term. That's how it sounds.
I know. It's worrisome.
It's gonna change the whole game. It's changing everything. It doesn't need to be.
Yeah, it's worrisome.
Yeah.
Okay. Connor, this has been a real treat for me. Seriously, this has been awesome.
I'm glad you've enjoyed it.
Yeah, this reminds me of the BC Guppy cast, reminds me of Gentle Tractors cast, reminds me of just you're a player that's clearly aware of what's going on in the game. That's made very clear. And you also have obviously a lot of passion for what you're talking about, and just based off of like the slides you presented and the ideas you posted on Reddit, like it really goes to show like how much you care. And so I really appreciate you coming on and talking with me.
Thank you for letting me come on.
Yeah, absolutely, my pleasure. This was I'm gonna be honest, I didn't really know what to expect, honestly, and you blew any expectation I even had out of the water. This was fantastic, and I think the listeners will really enjoy this one.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, it's a long one, so I hope people make it to the end.
Yeah, we'll see. Well, if you have made it to the very end, let's say type pineapple down in the comments if you're on YouTube. Pineapple.
Pineapple.
Yeah. So, okay. By the way, down in the description, everybody, Connor's links will be down there. His Twitch and his Twitter.
Yeah.
Anything else you want linked?
That's pretty much all I realistically use.
Okay. And you stream variety. What's your schedule looking like on Twitch?
So, at the minute, I mean, I guess it depends what I'm doing in real life, but at the minute, I stream on Mondays at 4 p.m. like UK time. And yeah, it'll be different, whatever. Like every Monday, it's going to be different. So I don't know. I can't say what I'm going to be streaming because it's variety.
Okay.
But normally it's like classic games or indie games. Pretty much just really good games, pretty much.
Yeah.
Just the good ones.
Do you ever stream RuneScape?
Nope, I've never streamed RuneScape. I just watch it.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Damn. Do you have any plans of streaming RuneScape?
Not really. I mean, there's plenty of RuneScape streamers to watch, so I feel like it's just gonna add more. I don't know, more to the already overflowing pool of streamers. I'd rather do something different, like what I'm doing at the minute with like retro games and stuff.
Yeah.
It's more fun. It's different.
That's cool. I think it's awesome.
Good.
Okay. Yeah, so everyone go drop him a follow if you're interested, and also follow him on Twitter. Obviously, he's got some amazing takes, and he retweets some of those great takes as well. I was just kind of browsing your Twitter earlier.
Yeah.
So yeah, and also if you guys want to support the cast, down in the description there's a Patreon link. Feel free if you would like to support. You get your name on the title screen. And yeah, I guess anything else, Connor? Any last words?
One thing. Right, this is because someone told me to say it, but
Yeah.
right, this is gonna sound so stupid, but I'm gonna say beans in a really weird voice.
Okay.
Okay. Beans. But yeah, that's it.
Oh my god. Okay. You know what? We just grab the pineapple. Type of beans down in the comments.
Beans.
Holy shit. All right, guys. I appreciate you all listening once again to the cast. I truly do appreciate you guys'. I should say, what's the audio version of viewership? Listenership.
I guess so. Listenership.
Listenership.
Yeah.
No, thank you guys for listening as always, and we will catch you in the next one. Peace.